Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to the finale of What If the son of Light Yagami and Misa obtained the Death Note and took over the world. Let the tale begin. Chapter 101, Seeing Red. October 1st, 2048. The Yagami household. This has to work, Knight declared. If it doesn't, then I don't know what will. Knight didn't have the luxury of going to bed. That's why he was up in the middle of the night, at midnight, staring in deep thought at his computer screen on his desk. He lowered the brightness to not wake up his sleeping wife and bite his lower lip as he realized that he was once again in a race against time. It's almost the deadline, Knight declared to himself. 3 more days to find Agatha Siegel's face. If I fail, then the Shinigami King will kill me. I have one idea, but I'm not too sure if it will work. This should be interesting, Gilth said. He looked down at Knight's computer screen and sked. You know, even if you looked at the face of someone who was identical to your target, it still wouldn't work. You would have to know what the face of your intended target is, not the face of someone who has an identical face to your target. That's why it's difficult to kill twins, Knight said. If I wanted to kill 2 identical twins, then I would have to know which twin is which. If there are identical twins named Brian and Steven and I wanted to kill Brian, then I would have to know what Brian looks like specifically. He scrolls through his computer and searches for images of Agatha Siegel. All he could find was a picture of Sonia Zahn. He pulled up a picture of the masked Agatha Siegel and lined the 2 pictures up side by side. Damn, why did it have to be so complicated trying to find someone's face? Elle must have left a picture of himself somewhere. After all, Nier knew what Elle looked like, given that he made a mask of him. Either that or they just happened to be brothers. Knight clenches his fists and sucks in air through his teeth. I have Agatha Siegel's face. I know what she looks like, but it is not her true face. Damn it, and the deadline is in roughly 72 hours and I'm nowhere near closer to finding her. He looks up. I'm going to have to go back to the prying the mask of her face plan. I'm going to have her thugs corner her and then pry her face off. He looks to the side. But if I do that, then there's a good chance she might retaliate and do something rustic. Right now, everything is calm, but if I'm not careful, she could do something that I may regret. I mean, her right-hand man Kleber said that if any of them die, then it will serve as confirmation that we're Kira. He licks his lips. But they don't have any leverage on us. If we dash. It sounds like you're making excuses for yourself, Nighty boy, Gilth laughed. Knight looked at him. What do you mean? There's always some part of you that is trying to come up with an excuse not to manipulate your pawns into ripping Agatha's mask off. Is it possible that you're afraid? What the fuck have I got to be afraid of? Of this all being over? Gilth laughed. Remember that conversation we had like an hour ago when you were going through your nostalgic photo book? You said that this might be the last escapade and challenge you'll have for a while. I believe that subconsciously, you don't want this battle to go on. You're more afraid of this adventure ending early than the Shinigami or Agatha closing in on you. He tilts his head, his smile widening. Am I right or am I right? Knight scoffs. Maybe you are right, maybe you're wrong. Whether I want this adventure to be over or not, it's not up to me. Regardless, if I don't show the Shinigami King the face of Agatha, then I'm dead either way. That's what you get for overplaying your hands, Knight. Knight rolled his eyes in the back of his head. All right, I get it. He leans back in his chair and strokes his chin. You know, this is all the King's fault. If he hadn't imposed those rules on the Death Note, then everything could have gone smooth sailing from the very beginning. Oh, what makes you say that? That rule, and if I recall correctly, about photos states, in order to see the names and lifespans of humans by using the eye power of the god of death, the owner must look at more than half of that person's face. When looking from top to bottom, he must look at least from the head to the nose. If he looks at only the eyes and under, he will not be able to see the person's name and lifespan. Also, even though some parts of the face, for example, the eyes, nose, or mouth are hidden, if he can basically see the whole face, he will be able to see the person's name and lifespan. It is still not clear how much exposure is needed to tell a person's name and lifespan, as this needs to be verified. If the above conditions are met, names and lifespans can be seen through photos and pictures, no matter how old they are. But this is sometimes influenced by the vividness and size. Also, names and lifespans cannot be seen by face drawings, however realistic they may be. Gilth laughed again. Yeah, you're basically shit out of luck. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, but apparently, when it comes to the Death Note, it only applies to photos, not drawings. He sighs heavily. If only I could make a drawing of Agatha and use it against her. He looks back at his computer screen with the 2 pictures of Agatha and Sonia. Wait a second, he gasps. Wait a fucking second. He taps his index finger against the desk. If the Shinigami eyes only work on real things, physical humans and photographic pictures, then how do the Shinigami eyes work? They don't work on drawings because it is ink or lead on paper. But, when it comes to photos, it works because it is a flash of memory. What are you getting at? Knight licks his lips as more of his brain power is activated before him and smiles. It has been a long time since I experimented with the Death Note on criminals. And the good news is, I have total access to any and all criminal files at the touch of my pad. He reaches into his desk and pulls out his Death Note. I may need the Shinigami eyes at the moment, but I think I'll be fine. He quickly schemes through several criminals with their names and faces displayed before he gets to write their names down in the notebook. He knew for a fact that these criminals were alive because he would mark every criminal he killed with a hashtag sign, and every living criminal would be marked with a asterisk symbol. Knight shifts his gaze from the Death Note to the computer screen, lost in deep thought as he gets to writing specific times and dates for all these criminals to die. He blinked rapidly a few times before licking his lips once more. Licking his lips had apparently been a quirk of his he picked over the years when he was lost in thought. The computer screen reflected in the iris of his eyes, and he slowed his rate of blinking so he can make sure that everything he wrote in the Death Note was legit. Knight turns in his rotating chair to his wife. He walks over to her and gently wakes her up. 5 more minutes, Iona, Iris groans, 5 more minutes. Knight taps her on the head. Sweet dreams, honey, now wake up to a beautiful nightmare. Iris groans and gently sits up. She looked to the only source in the room, the computer screen. Once her eyes adjusted slightly and she blinked the blurriness out of her eyes, she spotted her husband standing over her, almost towering over her. What's up? I need your eyes. Can't it wait till morning? It could, but my life is on the line, so there's no time for us to waste. Iris pulls the covers off and heads over to the computer screen. What's going on? She used her Shinigami eyes on the criminals. What's going on, Knight? Can you see their names and faces? Iris narrowed her focus on the criminals' names. Yeah, I can see their names and faces. He gasps. Oh God, he pants. Yes, he laughs. That's perfect. Iris looks at him. What's going on? Knight looked at her and cast his best devilish grin he could at her. I think we found a way for us to win this war once and for all. Agatha Siegel is already dead and the Shinigami King is finished. Later that morning, when Kuroki woke from her slumber, it began with her feeling weightless for a split second, before feeling a throbbing pain in her side. Ow, she winced. She had fallen over the edge of her bed and she picked herself up carefully and rubbed her ribs and massaged them carefully. After pouring herself some coffee and getting ready for the day, she was about to step outside her front door when someone knocked. Looking through the peephole, she saw it was her mother. Still somewhat groggy from her sleep from earlier, she opens the door and blinks twice before her eyes widened. If what her Shinigami eyes were saying was correct, then her mother, Yuri Ohashi, suddenly went through a name change and was now Claire Desiree. Hello, Claire suddenly spoke, trying her best to imitate Yuri Ohashi's voice, and only came out sounding like she heard a cough. Sorry for the sudden interruption, but I was hoping to talk to you for a bit. Kuroki was tongue-tied in the most awful way when she couldn't form any words. She blinked and smiled as best as she could. Of course, anything for morning coffee. Where's my mother? Where's my fucking mother? What the fuck have you done to my mother, you fucker imposter? Kuroki checks her watch. I have to be at work in a few minutes, so dash. I'm sure you can make time. Please, sit with me and have coffee. Your voice doesn't sound half bad, but I can tell you won't take no for an answer. Then again, should I stay here and keep an eye on this doppelganger, or should I leave? On the one hand, if I leave, then she can go eavesdropping in my apartment. On the other hand, if I stay, I'll be playing into her palm, but at least I can keep track of her. She clenches her fists. Agatha Siegel, you have gone too far bringing my mother into this. Kuroki made the two of them tea, but she couldn't help but notice that Claire was lingering over her shoulder as she baked tea, almost like she was paranoid that she might poison her. If there's one thing this proves, it's that Agatha Siegel is completely unaware of the fact that I have Shinigami eyes. So Knight's theory about her being born with the ability to see Shinigami but lacking any knowledge about Shinigami eyes has some merit, otherwise, Agatha would have done something else. So, what brings you here so early in the morning? She sets down 2 mugs of tea. Had a nightmare and came to see me for comfort? Something like that. I've been in pain recently and thought I could talk to you about it. You can talk to me about anything, Mother, Kuroki reassured. So, tell me what's been bothering you. Does she have a body cam of some kind on her? If she does and Agatha is watching me live, then she'll be able to see my Shinigami. Not only that, but if this Claire person has some kind of radio or microphone on her, then Agatha will be able to warn her. It's a good thing that the Shinigami isn't with me right now. This whole operation, Claire answered, I know that you are a devoured follower of Kira and everything, but with everything that's been going on with you, I can't help but feel uneasy. She clenches her fists and bites her lower lip. She closes her eyes and winces. Things are escalating bad out there, with Zeke and Dash. Zeke hasn't been active in a while, Kuroki told. So far, we haven't had any kind of activity from him or her. I don't trust what other people say, only what you say. She looks up with tears in her eyes. Please, please be careful out there. Mom. She was about to say more until she looked at the clock in the room. Look, I really got to get to work and I promised that Dash. Claire suddenly collapsed to her knees and let out a loud sob, her face puffy and turning red. Tears escaped from her tear ducts like there was no tomorrow, and she grabbed Kuroki's knees. Mom, what's going on? Kuroki got to her knees and wrapped her arms around her. What's going on? What are you trying to do, Claire Desiree? She nearly gagged at the idea of stroking the hair belonging to this stranger, but she relented in the name of trying to make it look like she was fooled by the disguise. Claire pulled out a letter that had already been opened and crumbled slightly from her tight grip and handed it to Kuroki. Kuroki took the letter and read it over. Kuroki was slightly distracted by the messy and sloppy handwriting of the letter, but she still managed to read the message. You better hide your daughter. Zeke. Zeke is coming after you. Claire clutched Kuroki's knees and held tight, determined not to let her go. Please, please be careful out there. Mom, I'm here for you. What the hell did you do to my real mother? As much as I would love to use the death note on you, I can't risk it unless I want something bad to happen to Mom. I'll keep playing the part of the comforting daughter to this imposter. Please, don't go to work today, Claire begged. Just for today, please. Kuroki narrowed her eyes. What are you planning? She looked at the clock and realized that if she left for work right now, she'd be late by 5 minutes. I've suddenly become aware of the fact that you're clutching and holding onto my knees in a way that makes it difficult for me to leave. Her eyes widened. You've done something my workplace, that's why you're trying to keep me from leaving. What in God's name did you do? Japanese police station. When Knight and Iris dropped their kids off this morning, something felt off, like it was gnawing at them. Neither one decided to comment on it until after they got home from the workplace. However, before they left the house, Knight was smiling madly, feeling slightly chipper than before. Iris knew why and decided not to say anything, fearing that if she did, it might ruin his attitude. But she was happy too because her husband seemed genuinely happy and not stressed out as these last few days made him. When Knight walked through the front door of the police station, suddenly, everybody in the room was staring at him. Gilth was floating behind Knight and was looking around for Massey, who should have been coming along with Kuroki, but she had been MIA for a while. If Massey isn't with Kuroki, then where is she? He decided not to say anything and let things play out. Knight, Kleber spoke as soon as Knight walked through the front door. Ah, what a lovely morning we're having, isn't it? Wow, you're the first person I've ever seen to be happy on a Thursday morning. The weekend is right around the corner and I'm ready to get shit-faced drunk in the best bars in Japan. You ever tried sake before? I heard it's strong enough to make a person cough, and someone like you would be going through their entire inhaler in just one evening. I need a new inhaler anyway. But maybe I could buy a new one just for drinking. Death by alcohol or death by inhaler. I've always been a fan of creative and unique deaths. That's why everyone loves Hitman 3 nowadays. That game's been out for a long time. He looked around and saw everybody turning back to doing whatever it is that they were doing. Everyone seems awfully quiet today. Is it National Quiet Day or something? Of course it is, and how dare you spit on this holiday by talking? Kleber smiles widely. You should silence yourself, Knight, if you want to pay proper respects to Baron von Hush. I half expected you to say quiet from Metal Gear Solid 5. Kleber tugged on his coat. Well, we can add him into the fold if you want. Knight looked around one more time, trying to see if he could spot anything else that was making him feel uneasy all of a sudden. Kuroki being gone certainly helped make him feel uneased. And when he looked at Iris, who was doing her best from keeping her poker face on, Knight suddenly ground his teeth together. He absent-mindedly looked over his shoulder and pretended to look at the entrance, but cast a split-second look at Gilth. He was scanning the room, unblinking, blank-faced, and that added nervous fuel to Knight's nervousness. His tense behavior was lifted somewhat when he noticed Kuroki walking through the front doors almost 1 hour later. He watched her carefully come through the door, and when he felt the knots in his shoulders vanish, they returned tenfold when Kuroki suddenly looked around and had a panicked look on her face. She managed to replace her panicked expression with a neutral look before she did one more scan of the room. She found Knight and Iris and sighed heavily before walking over to them. Knight, Iris, and Kuroki sit down together and don't say a word until it was time for lunch. They went into the cafeteria, and after pulling out their meals, Kuroki looked up at Knight with her lips trembling. We're surrounded, Kuroki whispered. They're everywhere. Knight leaned in. What are you talking about? He asked in a voice so soft only ants could hear it. Everyone in this room has been replaced, Iris whispered at the same level. Everyone is a doppelganger. Knight did his best to hide his expression before he leaned back in his seat and looked around him. There were other people in the cafeteria with him, but none of them seemed to be paying much attention to him. He flicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth as he distracted himself by downing water down his throat. Everyone here is a doppelganger? He spotted Tezuka, Murata, and Saiko all sitting at 3 separate tables. How odd, guys like Tezuka, Murata, and Saiko usually sit together and they never sit with a different group of people. He remembers Gilth behind him and mentally replays everything Gilth has done since he walked into the police station. Looking around with an empty expression on his face. The more he told himself that he was surrounded by doppelgangers, the sheer fact that everyone in the entire police station had been replaced with a double of some kind made Knight's heart pound in his chest. This has never happened to me before. Damn it, Agatha Siegel, I have to kill you immediately. There are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. His hair and eyes turn a dark red color. Agatha Siegel, after everything you've done, I can say that you are my greatest opponent yet. You've made me feel fear, unlike anything I've ever felt before. Sure, my enemies in the past made me feel fear at one point or another, but none of them had come close to making me feel so helpless. But you underestimate me. I know something you don't know. I know how to find your real face, and as soon as this lunch break is over, I am going to sentence you to death. With Agatha. The Yagami household. With the Yagami household empty, all Agatha had to do was break and enter the place. Well, she wasn't breaking into the place, considering that all she had to do was pick the lock, but she was entering. If the B&D knew what she was doing, then Internal Affairs would have a field day with her. She knew the schedules of the Yagamis, whether they be adults or children, and she knew she had nothing to fear. Neither one would be home for a few more hours, so she had more time to work. She arrived at the house 30 minutes after the Yagamis left and had spent the last few hours looking around. She considered ransacking the place, but that would ruin everything. For example, if she couldn't find what she was looking for and ransack the place, then the Yagamis will know about the instruction and she won't be able to find the death note. If the death note was here, then she'd have to keep looking for it. Her small army at the police station will keep the Yagamis busy and, in her words, that piece of shit Claire Desiree, keeping Kuroki on a tight leash, then she could continue this pattern. If she doesn't find anything relating to the death note today, she'll try again tomorrow. And then on Monday, because the day after tomorrow was the weekend and the Yagamis will be off from work and school. When she got into the bedroom, she went to Knight's desk and looked in his drawers. Seeing nothing but a couple of old notebooks inside with diary written on the front. She quickly snatches the books and digs through them. So far, all the journals and notebooks in the drawers seemed to be regular diaries with regular journal entries. There was no mention of people killed by Kira, and some of them seemed to be notes taken by Knight for various case files. Remembering seeing something in Attack on Titan about a false bottom, Agatha decides to try her hand at checking for a false bottom. The desk had 6 drawers in total, 3 on each side, all going down. She checked the 3 doors on the left side first but found no false bottoms. That's when she moved on to the drawers on the right side of the desk. She opened up the first drawer and moved her hand around to feel for any signs of a false bottom. When she felt the bottom of the drawer move slightly, her eyes widened and she reached her other hand to remove the false bottom. Chapter 102, Enemies Everywhere. October 1st, 2048. The Yagami household. Agatha only had a split second to react when she suddenly felt a rush of heat over the palm of her hands as she removed the false bottom, and even that wasn't enough. Like the flash of a camera, her vision lit up brightly with the color of red, yellow, and orange, the colors of fire. She pulled her hand back, but not out of choice, but because when she wasn't fast enough, the fire that shot out of the drawer had burned her badly. She winces and cries as she clutches both of her hands. She backs away as the drawer erupts in more flames and almost set the entire desk ablaze. She quickly went into the bathroom, grabbed a bucket of water from under the sink which she found earlier, quickly filled it up, and ran back into the bedroom and poured the water on the flames. This only made the flames jump out with a roar. Gasoline. Water and gasoline fires don't mix. Fire extinguisher, she gasped. It's in the kitchen, go get it. Agatha ran for the cabinet under the sink in the kitchen, pulling out the pin and sprinting into the room. She quickly put out the fire before half the desk was burned. Once she spent half of the steam from the extinguisher, she finally had a chance to catch her breath and even let out a breath she didn't realize she had been holding. The fire alarm that she hadn't realized went off had suddenly come to an end. When it was all over, she simply dropped the extinguisher to the ground and let her jaw go limp and drop. She closes her eyes before opening them and moving toward the wreck. Inside, she could see nothing but the burned ashes of a book with a black cover, but that could very much be burn marks. She was grateful to be wearing a pair of leather gloves when she picked up the ashy notebook, or else it would have burned her. Yep, this notebook is completely burned. Jesus Christ, what gave you that idea, huh? Shut up. Agatha looks down at the contents inside the drawer. She found a piece of plastic and what looked to be a piece of metal of some kind. And when she looked at the bottom of the false bottom, she found a rubber piece glued to it. Why would Knight booby-trap his draw? Duh, because he's hiding his death note. If anything, this just proves that the death note exists. But, if I were to make an assumption, then I would say that there is another notebook out there. Agatha clutches onto the piece of plastic in her hands and winces. She closes her eyes and a tear breaks through her closed eyelids. Why did it have to be fire? Why? Agatha, are you okay, Agatha? No, not now, please. Please, don't, please. She was helpless when the first set of flashbacks invaded her mind. October 31st, 2018. Berlin, Germany. Are you sure about this? Anna Siegel asked. I'm sure about this, Agatha confirmed as she tugged on her costume. She flattened up the rubber mask before she put the mask on. The skull mask fit over her face like a glove and she could breathe. She rubbed her fingers over the rubber of the skull mask before picking up her Halloween bag. Agatha, no offense, but aren't you too old to be wearing a costume? Mama, you're never too old to dress up for Halloween. Agatha hands her Halloween bag to her little sister, who was dressed as a skeleton as well. Once Amelia had her mask, the two sisters turned to their mother. All right then. Remember, I don't want you guys staying out late. I want you guys dash. Mama, Agatha interrupted, I'm 18, I'm responsible enough to take care of my 13-year-old sister. I'm trying you, Anna told. She looks down at Amelia. Amy, listen to your big sister, all right? Amelia nods. I got it. Wait, Alonza, Agatha's father ordered, family photo. He takes out his Zippo and flicks it open, a flame bursting out. Enough with the Zippo, Anna snapped. Put that godforsaken thing away. Alonza glared at her before he put the Zippo away. He took out his phone and once the family got into the photo, he snapped a photo. Masks off, he ordered firmly. Agatha took off her mask and smiled at the camera. The photo captured on her dad's camera managed to capture the beauty in Agatha. Her perfect smile, her perfect eyes, despite them being different colors, and the way how her red hair fell down like curtains and blocked her right eye. She had a smile on her face that could make any man's day, a smile that represented pure joy and happiness, not a care of depression or heartbreak in the world, the last photo she would ever take before the incident happened. When Agatha took her sister trick-or-treating around the block, she suddenly became aware of how tight the costume felt on her body and how she suddenly had to go to the bathroom. She couldn't leave her sister behind and they were too far from their house to do anything, but her boyfriend's house was right up there. Bruno welcomed Agatha into her house and allowed her to use the bathroom. When she came out moments later, she discovered that Amelia and Bruno had already left the house to go trick-or-treating. They had already gone out of the house and had vanished into the darkness of the neighborhood. She knew that she took a little long in the bathroom, 7 minutes to be exact, but she thought that Bruno and Amelia would have more patience than that. When she dialed her boyfriend up, he said something that made her flinch. Nice trick, Agatha. Did you give one of your friends your phone? Agatha furrowed his brows. What are you talking about? I'm looking at you right now and you managed to find someone to imitate your voice. That made even less sense. What the hell are you talking about? Seriously, ages, is that the only sentence in your vocabulary? When did you leave? Bruno laughed before hanging up the phone. Agatha called his name a few times before turning to Bruno's mother in the kitchen. I thought you already left, Bruno's mother said. I can't believe I have to say this, but what in fuck's name are you talking about? Didn't you just invite your boyfriend to come trick-or-treating with you and your sister? You left like 5 minutes ago? Agatha's eyes widened. Was I wearing a skeleton costume? Yeah. You went to the bathroom and then you said that Bruno and Amelia could leave. Did you see me come out of the bathroom when I asked this, or Bruno or Amelia? No, we were all in the kitchen. That's when Agatha realized that the bathroom was closer to the door than the kitchen was and how a huge hallway separated the rooms. Since the bathroom was right next to the front door, anyone could have walked in and claimed they came from the bathroom. That means someone wearing the same costume as she had tricked Bruno and Amelia. After offering the mother a few suggestions, Agatha races out of the house and sprints down the block. Without knowing where to go, she pulled out her phone and called Bruno once more. Calling me again, imposter? Bruno asked. Hi, so, I just wanted to let you know that I give up on this prank. You truly have beaten me and figured out that I'm not the real Agatha. You sound like her, but she has a very generic voice. Where are you? I'm supposed to meet up with Agatha right now because we have some Halloween plans right now. Oh, we're heading back to Agatha's place. Agatha's jaw drops. What? Yeah, Agatha's father said she wanted them to come back home immediately. I'm just escorting Agatha back home. You want to talk to Agatha? Yes, Agatha answered without any hesitation. Put her on so we can scheme together. 5 seconds later, a new voice came on the phone. Hello, imposter, a deep female voice spoke on the phone. Who the hell are you? Agatha clenches her fist and begins walking in the direction of her home. The one who will set you free. Without wasting any more time, Agatha made a sprint for it and raced home as fast as she could. When she arrived home about 10 minutes later, she found the front door to be open and she raced inside. That's when her world went dark. When the light came back to her once more, she found herself sitting on her backside on the floor, wrists and ankles zip-tied. Her mask was still on and her family was sitting beside her, tied up in a similar fashion to her. The front door closed and locked tightly. All the lights were turned off, save for one, the living room light. A woman stood in the doorway of the kitchen, wearing an identical skeleton costume to Agatha. She was flickering with the Zippo Agatha's father was playing with earlier. Throat cancer has been ill to me, the imposter admitted. Been making me crazy. The imposter pulled off their mask, revealing the beautiful face of a woman with smooth skin and silky black hair, and eyes of the deepest blue color. I really like this costume you picked out, Agatha, it made me nostalgic. And if you're lucky, after the fire, that skeletal appearance will be your actual body. Why are you doing this? Agatha saw her family struggling beside her, but they were unable to do anything, and with a gag in their mouths, all they could do was mumble. Please, please don't kill us. The imposter moves over to Agatha's side and pulls her mask off. I can't help it. She drops the mask and Zippo on the floor before she reaches out and caresses Agatha's smooth face. You are so beautiful. But I can't help. She picks up the Zippo and flicks it, bringing a flame to life. She holds it inches away from Agatha's face. I want to burn your face, but I want your face to stay beautiful. Agatha winces and cries. Please, please don't hurt me, please. I have to burn you. I need to burn you. The flame on the Zippo is getting closer and closer to Agatha's lip. I want to burn you, but I can't. The imposter turns away before standing up. She snaps the cover over the Zippo and closes her hand over it. After a few seconds of pondering, the imposter turned back to the kitchen. No, I will burn you. The imposter vanished into the kitchen before returning with a can of gasoline. Unscrewing the cap, the imposter launched gasoline onto the family and around the 5 of them. Once the floor and family, sans Agatha, was doused with gasoline, the imposter drops the can and takes out the Zippo once more. I promise, the imposter began, that I will protect your beauty. Instead of putting Agatha's skeleton mask on, the imposter opts to pull OU5 her own skeleton mask, rip the top half off, before pulling it over Agatha's face. I will protect your beauty, but I want to witness your beauty for 1 second longer. She flicks the lighter open and ignites the flame. Burn, baby, burn dash. Thun thump. The imposters suddenly convulsed and grabbed their chest. They gasped for air before falling flat on their back, the Zippo falling onto a puddle of gasoline on the floor and igniting the flames. A circle of fire quickly enclosed the family, and the flames spread far and fast enough to set the family ablaze in less than 3 seconds. Agatha was the only one who wasn't burned nor doused with gasoline, but the sounds of her family burning beside her definitely brought tears to her eyes. Panic welled up inside of her and she fell onto the floor. She screams at the top of her lungs for help and falls flat on her stomach just as the flames engulfed every inch of her family's body. Their screams soon gave out, but their kicking and screaming did not. After a few seconds, the fire had completely turned them to a crispy barbecue and they went limp. Agatha crawled away from her burning family as she felt some of the heat from the flames about to burn her ankles. She struggled with all her might, adrenaline pumping within her, and managed to break out of her zip ties around her ankles. Once her legs were free, she made a beeline for the door, but she lost her balance and fell straight into the circle of fire that surrounded the family. She fell face first into the fire and let out a blood-curdling scream that nearly ruined her voice if the fire didn't burn it first. She vaguely heard the door kick open and firefighters come in and put out the fires. But by then, the lower half of Agatha's face had been burned. When Agatha's vision came back, the first thing she heard was the sound of raspy breathing, like someone had their throat closed and they couldn't get any air in. She realized that it was her breathing and quickly took in a deep breath to try and get more air in. It felt like something was blocking her mouth and preventing air from getting in. That's when a pair of gloved hands found themselves on her face and onto what she would assume to be her mouth area. The reflection of a scalpel glinted in her eyes, and assuming the worst when it came down, she closed her eyes and figured that she had embraced the final blow. She heard a soft ripping sound followed quickly by what sounded like fabric tearing. Once the sound ceased, she opened her eyes and looked up. The gloved hands before her were holding a piece of burned fabric over her. They dropped it to the side before a set of eyes loomed in on her. She vaguely made out the blob. It looked to be a doctor wearing some kind of face mask. "What is your name?" the doctor asked. "My name," she rasped. "Agatha. Agatha Siegel." "What day is it today?" Agatha closed her eyes. "What day?" Her mouth felt dry and she licked the roof of her tongue. "It's Halloween. October 31st, 2018. Do you know where you are?" When asked this question, Agatha opened her eyes and swayed her head from left to right. Before the doctor could take this as a no, he allowed her to look around. "Hospital," she answered after looking at the medical instruments on a tray to her left and the very bright lights above her. "You're going to be all right, Agatha." Agatha wanted to say more, but she was distracted by the fact that something was weighing down on her face. It didn't feel too heavy, but there was enough weight for her to feel it whenever she moved her head. "Is there something on my face?" Any other day, she would have used that as a joke if anyone stared at her for too long. But now, she was serious, or at least, she hoped she was. She had no idea if it was any drugs they had her on or if she was trying to find her sense of humor once more. "Agatha, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you've been burned." "Burned?" Agatha closes her eyes and moves her head to the right. She sinks her head into the pillow. "What happened to me?" "Agatha, do you remember what happened?" "Fire," Agatha hisses. "Fire." "Agatha, I'm sorry to tell you this, but the intense heat of the flames has fused the mask you're wearing to your skin. We have tried removing it, but we feared that doing so would cause further damage." Agatha's eyes open and she turns her head toward the doctor. "What?" She touches her face and feels a rubbery touch to her skin. "What do you mean?" "Agatha, your mask has been burned permanently to your skin." "It has?" Maybe it was the drugs, but the idea of a piece of rubber fabric burning to her skin seemed so foreign to her. "Cut it off." "We would, but we would need your permission, and since you're on drugs, you're not in any condition to be given consent." "Then let me sleep. Wake me up when my family has healed up." "We will," the doctor reassured. "We will wake you up. But as for your family..." The doctor hesitates. "Well, I'm going to wait until you're properly awake to tell you what happened to your family." "Thank you," Agatha sighed. She rolled her head to the left. "You're very kind. Can I get you anything?" "Steak," Agatha answered. "I would love a T-bone steak." "Oh, one, please." Agatha barely had any time to register the fact that she was losing consciousness and simply drifted off to sleep. Present. Once the memory faded away, Agatha could finally open her eyes once more. It had to be fire, always fire. If it hadn't been for you telling Bruno's mother to call the police before you left, you would have died. Ja. You better leave, right now. If the death note is burned to a crisp, then there's nothing you can do. No. Agatha clenches her fists. There is something we can do. I don't know what, but we will figure something out. She folds her arms. If Knight has a death note and he set a booby trap to burn it, then the only place where Kira will have a death note is through Kuroki. If I can get into her fucking house, and if that bitch, Claire, is doing a thorough sweep of her place like I ordered her to, then we should be golden. But there is no way Knight is going to let this go unanswered. Right. As soon as he hears about the booby trap going off, he will act. We have to strike first. What if Kuroki has a booby trap? Then we'll figure it out. Finding the death note, or even a page of the death note, is critical to our plan. If we want to win, then we need the death note. Do you happen to have a plan to get the death note? If Knight is as smart as I think he is, then he'll most certainly have a piece of the death note on him in case of an emergency. She smiles and clenches her fist. Yes, he'll most certainly have a death note piece on him. She unfolds her arms before looking up at the ceiling. All right, I think I have a plan to get to Knight's personal things. Ooh, this plan is exciting. Yeah, we are going to win. Thank you, imposter arsonist, for giving up this imposter idea and giving us an extra set of security against Kira. The imposter arsonist may have ruined our lives, but in doing so, we will use everything she did against us against Kira. Yes. Now, let's get started. She took out her phone and made a few calls. With Iris. Japanese police station. In 1 second, Iris saw Knight panic with every fiber of his being against the idea of everyone being a double to suddenly feel very calm. Iris flinches slightly when she saw Knight suddenly stop shaking and casually eat his meal. Iris narrows her eyes at him. Huh, if he's acting so calm all of a sudden, it must be that he has a plan. Good. That means... Her eyes widen when she used her Shinigami eyes on him. She could see his name and, more importantly, his lifespan. Knight Yagami, 1645-31391. Her hair and eyes turn pink. What's going on? Why did his lifespan suddenly appear? The only way for his lifespan to reappear is for him to no longer be the owner of a death note. That must mean he is no longer a death note owner. What the bang happened? Did he give up ownership, or did something happen to his notebook back gaff? Knight, she reached out. How are you feeling? I'm feeling good, he said calmly. Why? Just asking. You looked so peaceful for a second. Thank you. Do I usually not look peaceful? Only on Thursdays. Knight chuckles. Maybe I'm setting a new precedent. Iris laughs before turning back to her meal. No, Knight didn't give up ownership of his notebook, otherwise, he would have told me. And whilst Knight may be desperate at times, he would never give up ownership of the notebook out of cowardice, only if he had a plan in mind. If he didn't give up ownership, then the only possible explanation is that the notebook has been destroyed. Without wasting any more time, she takes out her phone and checks her notifications. She got an email saying that her smoke alarm went off. She saw Knight check his phone as well, and she saw him open his emails. He received the same notification. The booby trap we set up is a fire trap. If our smoke alarm went off and then Knight lost ownership of his notebook, then that means our gaff has been breached. Knight stood up. We better get home, Iris, he ordered. If our smoke alarm went off, then we should check it out real quick. I agree. Iris stood up and kept an eye on all the doubles that were surrounding them. If someone set off the trap, they might still be there, but how could they have known about the notebook? After a few minutes, Knight explained to the chief that he was going to take a personal day. Knight got in the car and drove while Iris sat in the passenger seat and began to ponder. Given that I still have my memories and Shinigami eyes, they haven't found the hiding place for my notebook. If we get there, then I'll grab my notebook and help give Knight his memories back. When they arrived at their place 30 minutes later due to traffic, the fire department was already there and doing an inspection. Apparently, someone saw black smoke inside the house and called the fire department. Once Knight and Iris identified themselves as the owner of the place, they were allowed into the building while the fire department did their job. Holy shit, Iris gasped upon heading into their bedroom and seeing the completely destroyed and charred desk. Yep, The notebook is gone along with Knight's memories and ownership of it. That means there are only 5 notebooks left in the human world. What the hell happened here? Knight demanded. Some kind of explosion went off in here, the firefighter in the room answered. We're still trying to find the source, but we suspect that it was a bomb of some kind. A bomb? Do you know anyone who would do something like that? Yeah, Iris mentally rolled her eyes. No, Knight answered. Iris looked over to the bedside table. The death note hidden in the bedside table is still intact. Thank God. If someone broke into our home and activated the trap at the bedside table, we'd be burned. A few seconds later, the front door opened. Iris was the first to respond and was shocked to see Kleber and the double of Tezuka, Murata, and Psycho. What's going on here? Knight asked as he approached the 4. Kleber smiled, flashing all his fake white teeth. Knight Yagami. He pulled out handcuffs. You're under arrest. Chapter 103, Who is Kira? Swore. The 3 fakers walked off while Iris walked back into the house. After the firefighters finished their job, she smashed her fists on the desk and finally allowed herself a chance for her mask to fall apart. I'm sorry, Knight, I'm so sorry. Police station. After Knight was driven to the police station, the standard procedure then followed with him being fingerprinted and photographed. When his mugshots were taken, Knight was lost in a train of thought that wasn't of fear but of rage. For far too long and too many times, I've been in a situation like this. At some point or another, police detectives or somebody has always suspected me of something I know I'm innocent of. It's starting to piss me off. After the mugshots were taken, he was allowed to go into a jail cell, but for some kind of circumstances, Knight was put in solitary confinement. It wasn't so bad as he thought it would be. After all, how many times in a lifetime do you see an entire room made of cushion? Knight rested on the bed, which was also made of cushion, and rested his hands under the pillow his head laid upon. He rested his right ankle on her left knee and swayed his foot back and forth. The only sounds in the room were coming from a single source, a black and white clock hanging above the door in the center of the room. The only source of electronics in the place lay a security camera that was monitoring his every moment. The good thing was that there was a working toilet in the corner, otherwise, that would have been the final nail in the coffin for him. Had it been anyone else, Knight's mind would have wandered off to places no human mind would want to visit, but the isolation gave him just what he needed: silence. The silence was key to the mind and key to hear himself think. He flicked his tongue against the inside of his right cheek as he rolled on his side and began thinking of a plan. Thank God the security camera can't read my mind. What I need to do is figure out why I've been arrested. First of all, I know that there was a fire of some kind at my house, at my desk drawer, and the police think I'm connected. Or at the very least, Kleber does. I believe that this has something to do with Agatha Siegel. But there is one thing I wonder, and if I can answer that question, then I will know exactly why I am here in this jail cell. Who called the police on me? It must have been an anonymous tip or so. They didn't tell me, but clearly, someone was in my house and they did something to cause my desk to go ablaze. He opens his eyes. That must be it. Someone breaks into my house and sets fire to my bedroom desk. I don't know what it is they were looking for, but whatever they did or didn't, they called the police on me. This was not police work, otherwise the police would have called this in. Not only that, but there are dozens of cameras in the Japanese police station with dozens of timecodes to give me the perfect alibi. That should have cleared me of any arson suspicion, but the fact that it doesn't means that Kleber is ignoring them on purpose. He carefully lifts his head. That must mean that Kleber was involved in the breaking and entering of my house, and he couldn't find what he was looking for, so he had me arrested so he could gain access to my home. Setting my place on fire to drive me away is pretty smart, but what if Rain had been home? Or Archangel? Or everyone else? He clenches his fists. This will not go unpunished. All of a sudden, he heard the sound of the door opening. He thought it was a police officer coming in with his lawyer. He told his wife to call in cases of emergency like this, but no, it was the last person he expected. Agatha Siegel. Well, Well, if it isn't the masked bitch herself. Don't act so cruel, Agatha rebutted. You might like me if you took the chance to get to know me. Did you know I used to own 3 dogs? Well, I owned 3 dogs at different points in my life. They all died and I buried them all in the same graveyard. I thought you were behind bars. Ah, the beauty of being released on a technicality. I'm sure you're hoping for some kind of technicality dash. Fuck off, Zeke. Agatha tilted her head. Me, Zeke? You're still accusing me of being Zeke? Well, you did say you were released due to a technicality, not because you were innocent of being Zeke. Agatha chuckles. Good point. Go away, drop dead, I don't care. What, me, drop dead? How cruel. If there's one way I want to drop dead, it would be my hand. What do you want, Agatha? I just wanted to talk to you, get to chit-chat with you and learn about you. She checks her watch. She looks at the security camera. I managed to convince the security crew not to record this conversation, but we got 3 minutes. Knight stood up. 3 minutes is more than enough to put you in a chokehold and choke you out. You could try. Many have tried to put their hands on Agatha Siegel and very few have done it. She folds her arms over her chest. Back to what I was saying earlier, the reason I got out is because I found evidence to prove I'm not Zeke. How? His power to kill? Knight tilted his head. What is his power to kill? Agatha narrowed her eyes. All right, Knight, time to play a mental game of chess. Knight's hair and eyes turned dark red. Let's get this over with. With Kuroki. Even though it should have been easy, it wasn't. So far, nothing in this life had been easy for her. She could barely remember her childhood, given her permanent memory loss from the car accident she was in, and could only infer. What was she like as a child? Rebellious? Obedient? Patient? Annoying? The list was endless, and even though she had her stepmother as a source to provide some backstory, she couldn't provide the full backstory because Yuri Ohashi was introduced into her life only after her biological mother died and her biological father remarried. She hadn't had any time to check her emails or notifications as she was entirely preoccupied with the fact that Claire Desiree, the bitch impersonating her mother, was still in her home. She barely got her to leave the house earlier today, and now she was back and invading. Kuroki got more furious as she stomped over to the kitchen table and grabbed her by the shoulders. I thought I told you to leave, Kuroki hissed at her. Is that any way to talk to your mother? Claire Desiree said smugly. Get out of my house. How rude and very disrespectful of you to say dash. Get out of my house or I will make you leave. Claire's smug smile remained steady. It was the kind of smile a dealer could throw at you at a poker table, making you wonder if the royal flush hand you had was enough to beat whatever hand the dealer was holding. I would love to see you try. I'm warning you. What's got you so worked up all of a sudden? I'm going through something and it is none of your fucking business. I swear to God, if you don't leave right this instant, I will dash. Knock! Knock! What convenient timing, Kuroki thought. Instead of heading to the door was opened by whoever was standing on the other end. It was Kleber, coming down all high and mighty with the imposter trio of cops behind him. Hello, Kuroki. Kleber smiled. Lovely to see you on this lovely day. It's certainly warm outside, isn't it? What do you want, Kleber? And why the hell did you dash? Kleber laughs before pointing at her. Arrest Miss Kuroki here for suspected arson. What? Yeah, you heard me. Kleber looks at Claire. I'm sorry you had to see this, Mrs. Ohashi. As long as my baby girl is okay, then I'm fine with whatever. She didn't even try to feign surprise or anger. You bastards, she hissed as soon as the handcuffs were put on her. You're not going to get away with this. We already have, and I believe we have won. He turns to Claire. Get out of here. He turns back to the 3 cops. Take her down to the station. Once everyone cleared out of the house, it was time for him to make his mark and do some exploring here and there. He made sure that the front door and back door were locked, but to go the extra mile, he closed every curtain and anything else that might risk the outside world glancing in. With Kuroki away, he had the place to himself and he started searching. If what Agatha said earlier was true, then he had to be cautious of any drawers, for they may hide some kind of explosives. He wasn't in the mood to get burned in the literal way today, so he had to keep his eyes and ears sharp and, most importantly, his fingers to himself. He went to the desk in the bedroom and checked the drawers. When he found evidence of a false bottom, instead of trying to pry the false bottom off, he removed the drawer from the desk so he could examine it closely. Once the first drawer was removed, he went on to the second and third drawers after discovering they both had a false bottom. He checked each one carefully and made sure to look for the tiniest clues as to what kind of trap could go off. He did a hole in the bottom of each drawer, a hole big enough for the ink reservoir of a pen to fit through. Remembering the pen in his jacket pocket, he unscrews the ink reservoir and inserts it into the hole, causing the false bottom to lift. Looking inside, he could see a notebook of some kind. He tilted his head slightly upon realizing it was a simple diary page. He wondered why in God's name Kuroki would hide a diary in a false bottom, but he figured maybe that was the point. Also, there didn't appear to be a trap of some kind, as it only appeared to be the notebook inside and not a bag of gasoline ready to explode at a moment's notice. He checked the other drawers and found nothing inside them, not even a notebook or a booby trap of some kind. Turning back to the notebook, he takes it out of the drawer and flips to the first front page. Nothing seemed to be particularly significant until a loose piece of notebook paper fell out. He quickly picks it up and was about to put it back in the notebook before he realized something. The design and layout of the page that had fallen out were vastly different than the pages inside the notebook, almost like it came from another notebook entirely. He quickly put the notebook back in the drawer before pocketing the piece of paper. He was about to call Agatha to tell her what he had found and was going to tell her zip until he noticed something in the reflection of his cell phone. He wasn't sure if it was his mind playing tricks on him, but according to the reflection in his cell phone, there was some kind of monster with long blonde hair staring down at him with glowing red eyes, looking ready to tear him apart at a moment's notice. It took every ounce of willpower to not scream his guts out. With Iris. With the school day now officially over, it was time to pick up her children. Iris drove down to the school and waited there for 30 minutes, wanting to make sure she had good parking near the exit when she got out. Rain, Archer, and Angel walked out of school, ready to walk home before they saw their mother waiting to them. They immediately reunited with their mother and, without saying anything, got in the car. Before putting the car into reverse, Iris looked at her children in the rearview mirror. Rain was sitting in the passenger seat while Archer and Angel were sitting at opposite ends instead of in the middle seat. "What's going on?" Rain asked. "The only time you pick us up is if you have something to tell us." Iris winces and closes her eyes regretfully. "You are too smart for your good, Rain." She looks her daughter in the eyes. "Your father's been arrested." She didn't expect Rain to have a crack in her blank facial expression, and she wasn't proven wrong. "What?" Archer gasped. "Daddy's been arrested? Why?" "They suspect him of arson, but I have a feeling that Agatha Siegel managed to get one up over on us." Angel gasped and looked over at his brother, whose face was turning red with rage. "Is there anything we can do, Mommy?" "Arson?" Rain repeated. "Arson, the crime of intentionally starting a fire. Dad has always been more for night rather than light, so I doubt he would set a house on fire." She looks at her mother. "What structure was destroyed?" "Our home?" "The booby trap," Rain seemed to deduce. "We know all about the booby trap and the gasoline in the bag. Dad said he got rid of the trap when we were little, but then went back to it when we got older. Old habits die hard, I suppose." "Exactly," Iris answered. "So, the booby trap in the drawer went off?" Archer questioned. "Does that mean the notebook has been incinerated?" "Yes," Iris answers regretfully. "The notebook has been destroyed. And Daddy is in prison for suspected arson, but I have another theory." "Dad didn't set it off, did he?" Rain asked. "After being careful all these years, I doubt he becomes senile right now." No, I was with him when Ed Trap set off. We were both in the police station and then all of a sudden, his lifespan became visible and his memories were erased. Someone broke into our home and set off the booby trap. No, Archer gasps. Daddy lost his memories? Again? He's no longer Kira? Your father is still Kira, Iris declared. We just need to help get him his memories back. Even so, he is still smart, even without the notebook. Right now, he's in a holding cell, and guess who is the one to arrest him? Santa Claus? Rain snarked. Kleber. And if what my contacts at the station are saying is true, then Agatha Siegel has been released from her holding cell due to some kind of technicality. But as we all know, that is Sonia Zahn that has been released. She clutches the wheel tightly. I warned my husband about this. I warned Knight not to fucking do this. I warned him not to overplay his hand. He can take on as many opponents as he wants one-on-one, but going up against the entire world, making everyone his enemy, he can't fucking play odds like that. One man cannot take on the entire world, even if he had 5 little helpers helping him. She clutches the wheel so tight that her knuckles turn white. He never should have gone to the Shinigami realm. He never should have challenged the king. Maybe facing Agatha was inevitable, given her innate ability to see Shinigami, but doing it with a deadline and noose slowly wrapping around his neck? If Agatha holds him for another 3 days, then the Shinigami king will kill him. Then let's save him, Rain shrugged. Plain and simple. Yeah, Archer suddenly smiled. Let's be the kid heroes who save their parents. It could be a fun little narrative to do. He smiles widely. I can't wait to murder all those dirtbags. Everyone in the police station, Iris remembered, everyone in the police station has been replaced with a double. I don't know where the real officers are, but no one in the police station is our ally, not anymore. We're up against an army of doubles and doppelgangers, and we have no idea who is who, even with our Shinigami eyes. And not only that, but 2 of our star players, Knight and Kuroki, are behind bars. Why was the drawer set off in the first place? Angel suddenly asked. Did the person looking for them know about the death note? If the false bottom was still intact, then I would assume no, they wouldn't, but it's not. The false bottom has been destroyed and all evidence of a notebook being there is completely burned away. Oh, play it safe. Let's assume that Agatha knows about the death note and that's why the booby trap went off. What about our hiding places? Archer asked. I mean, we still have our memories and Rain's Shinigami eyes, so our notebooks are still intact. Does that mean dash? Our notebooks are safe, Angel sighed. This battle has gone on long enough, Iris announced. No more waiting and trying to play this safe. If we want to save Knight, then we have to go all in. After all, one cannot win with defense alone. To win, one must attack. With Knight and Agatha. Knight couldn't fathom how much hatred he had for Agatha. If he didn't hate her before, he does now. And to think she approached him as a Kira fangirl asking questions about Kira. He didn't remember what answers he gave exactly, but now, he was ready to strangle the godforsaken life out of this faceless woman. This is one of the few times in his life he wanted to beat a woman to death with his bare hands. No, killing her would be too easy, quick, and simple. I want her to fucking suffer for what she's doing to me. You okay, Knight? Agatha asked. You look like you're about ready to explode. I'm going to make your head explode, Agatha, Knight vowed. Let me out of here. You know I can't do that, Knight honey. After all, you're an arson suspect and it would be an injustice if we let you off the hook just because you told us to. Knight's lip twitched and trembled and his fingers shook with each passing second. I don't know what your game is, but this is false imprisonment. For fuck's sake, there will be security cameras to prove that I was at the police station when the fire at my house went off. I'm curious as to why there was a fire, to begin with, Agatha said. She strokes her lips through the hole in her mask for her mouth. I wonder why. Why aren't you going after the guy who broke into my home? He's the one who set off the fire. Yeah, and that person is you. Agatha smiles before taking out her phone. As you can see, you clearly left the station prior to the fire going off. Knight's eyes widened. It was security footage on Agatha's cell phone of him in the cafeteria eating lunch with his wife. He checked the time, making a few mental notes before Agatha switches to a PDF file. And if you can read, which I doubt you can see that the arson investigation points to the fire going off at 12:30. You left the police station 30 minutes prior to the fire happening in your building. No, Knight rebutted, I left at 1:30. I remember because I was having a 1-hour lunch break. And plus, I got the email notification on my phone at 1 o'clock. Anyone could easily change a timestamp on their phones. Agatha pockets her cell phone. Isn't that how you wormed your way out of these types of situations? Knight looked at the camera, which still wasn't recording. What is going on? We've been sitting here for 15 minutes and she said the camera would stop recording for 5 minutes. She's lying about something and she is suspecting me of something. I have to be very careful of my wording around her. What the fuck are you talking about? Isn't it obvious? If it's not, then you must be the biggest dumbass in the world. How often have you suspected of being Kira? So that's what this is about, I knew it. Just like before, like clockwork, I got to prove I'm not Kira. What an honor it would be to really be Kira, how I would murder her right here and now. More times than I can count. Interesting. I'm also curious as to how you keep getting suspected of being Kira for a brief period of time and then the charges against you suddenly drop. According to an old police file I read, one that belonged to a Chief Kudo, you had been suspected of being Kira at least 3 times. Have I now? Yes. The first time of being Kira, false accusations can easily be dropped. But the same person suspected of being Kira over and over again with it charges constantly getting dropped, it's just ridiculous. Obviously, if you're not Kira, you're involved in some way. She puts her hands on her hip. But, let's save both of us some time and energy, just admit you are Kira. I'm not Kira, Knight declared. I wish I was those so I could kill you right here and right now. Agatha smiles. Ah, playing dumb, aren't you? I've confiscated you of everything you had on you, and if I can get you to crack, then maybe I can find that piece of death note paper you have on you. She felt a vibration in her pants and pulled out her cell phone. Kleber sent her a message. She decides to read it later and continue with her conversation with Knight. Do you honestly believe you're not already a killer? I am not a killer, Knight vowed. I am an officer of the law. I am a fucking police lieutenant. Yes, you are, officially, but unofficially, you are a killer. And that's all you'll ever be. The way you're talking to me, you have a very corrupt mind. She leans in. Tell me, what drove you to take such a liking to Kira? Huh, were you born with a warped sense of justice, or were you manipulated into believing Kira is justice? No, Kira saved my life. Agatha tilts her head. Ooh, this should be a fun story. Do tell me because I'm so eager. I was an orphan, Knight began recapping. My father died before I was born and my mother committed suicide. She dropped me at this old house and I was put in foster care. I moved around for a bit before I was adopted by Mayu and Toma Kamaya. They were Kira worshippers, but I didn't know about it until I walked in on them watching footage from the Kira incident. They told me why they believe that Kira is justice, why they believe that he is a hero. Have you ever actually looked around the world, Agatha, and realized how crapsack it is? There are men and women, stalking and hunting other men and women and murdering them. Those victims have families and friends. And then there are those who prey on children, who rape them, torture them, traumatize them, and if they're lucky, kill them. Those children had mothers and fathers and they were never going to see them again. And these people would constantly get off the hook because of some kind of faulty technicality, and then they would be free to kill, stalk, and torture again. And the rapist, what they are doing is worse than what a serial killer could do, because when a rapist rapes someone, they are stealing and taking apart the soul of their victims. When you kill someone, that person is dead, plain and simple, but when you are a rape victim, you live with that knowledge for the rest of your life, that trauma that is nearly impossible to repair. My mother and father, my adopted ones, were killed by a serial killer who broke into the house in the middle of the night on my birthday. This serial killer had an axe and he butchered them to fucking pieces right in front of my fucking face. I was 5 years old and I already lost another set of parents. The midnight slaughter was taunting me, mocking me, scaring me, pointing to the blood on his AZ and saying that it belonged to my parents, and I knew he was right because it did. He said he was going to butcher me and reunite me with them. I'd never been so scared in my life, horrified by what was about to come. And then, just as he was about to kill me, he suddenly dropped dead from a heart attack. A heart attack is Kira's calling sign, and the fact that the Midnight Slaughterer died of a heart attack proved it was Kira who saved me. Had it not been for him, I never would have met the love of my life and had the 3 most beautiful children a guy like me could ask for. That's what Kira is to me and why I believe he is justice. He is the one who punishes people for doing evil, who protects the innocent, and makes them feel like there really is a savior. He is actually helping in a lot more ways than God could ever help. He's delivering real miracles and making the world a better place. I understand that evil will never be completely gone, but I am fine with that because I know that no matter what, Kira will always watch out for me and my family. Agatha, having listened to every word, stood back and calmly closed her eyes. She breathes at a steady pace before she contemplates her next speech. After figuring something out, she opens her eyes and looks at Knight. You know, in a way, I understand you. I understand how Kira can be seen as a hero by some. When I was young, I was abducted by an imposter. Well, an arsonist wearing the same costume that I was wearing on Halloween in 2018. She tied us up and poured gasoline on me, my parents, my sister, and my boyfriend. She said that my face was beautiful, so beautiful, and to preserve my beauty as she burned me, she ripped her mask off and put it on mine. She then set the place ablaze, but only after she suddenly collapsed. I was burned and her mask was burned permanently to my face. As for my family, not a single one survived. They were burned to a black crisp, the only thing remaining of them were their bones, and even they weren't white anymore. The doctors said that the mask was burned to my face permanently and was waiting for me to be conscious enough to ask for surgery to remove my mask. I would have said yes, but as soon as I found out that the arsonist died of a sudden heart attack, my first thought was Kira. I was 10 years old when he suddenly vanished, and when my attacker suddenly dropped dead of a heart attack, I was suddenly paranoid. How in God's name could Kira have known about my situation and intervened? I was beyond terrified that Kira might be stalking me, so I opted not to have my mask removed. If Kira needed a name and a face in order to kill, then I should be safe. My father did take a picture of me and the family before we went trick-or-treating, but I doubt he posted it on Facebook on time. She touches her mask. I've always wanted to be the CIA ever since I was little, but I was in Germany, so the BND would have to suffice. I thought the mask would give me an extra layer of protection against Kira, and while it did, it also deterred my life in several ways. For example, I'm banned from several bars and pools because of my refusal to wear a mask. And not only that, but I could never hold a lasting relationship. If a boy was interested in me, it was because of my body. If somebody wanted me, it was for a superficial reason. Nobody ever wanted me for me, and the higher the ladder I climbed up in the B&D, the more I realized I would likely be put on Kira's hit list. I'm always looked at as someone suspicious, kids are scared of my mask, and I can never enjoy the touch of a man without knowing that he would rather fuck me while he was wearing a blindfold. I get that Kira can be a hero, but it is because of the fear he instilled in me that I could never lead a healthy life. She clenches her fists. Looking back, maybe I wanted to do so well in the B&D so people can acknowledge me for my skills rather than my appearance. She tilts her head down. I want to live, but as long as Kira is still in my life, as long as this mask is still stuck on me, I will never be able to live my life. I would give anything to remove this mask from my face, but with Kira breathing down my neck, that will never happen. You could give up, Knight suggested. No. Even if give up, I'm pretty sure Kira is still going to try and kill me. My life is officially screwed up. Even if I win this battle, I will lose the war. She looks Knight in the eyes. That is why I have a new motivation to hunt down Kira. And what's that? I want to hunt him down so I can live my life my way. With no fear. Huh. I respect you, Knight. You have a right to your opinion as I have a right to mine, and I am sorry for your family. I have empathy for you, and I believe that under different circumstances, had I not lived my life in fear, you and I would be good friends. Maybe we can start right now? Agatha's lip trembles. I'm afraid not. She inhales deeply. But this will be the last time I'll ever be afraid. I don't know what you mean exactly, but I hope you find your peace. And I hope you find your peace too, Knight Yagami. She felt another vibration in her pants and pulled her phone out once again. Apparently, Kleber sent her 2 messages. Deciding that now was the time to finally get around to reading them, she pockets her phone and looks at Knight once more. The last time we talk, I hope it's just a civil conversation. About anything. Knight tilts his head, unsure what to make of it. This person whom he hates so much is now depressing her wish to have a civil conversation with him. A trap, perhaps? He decided that it wasn't, but he reminded himself not to let his guard down. I'll hold you to it then. I'll murder you if you don't, she chuckles. Without waiting goodbye, she rotates on her heels and makes a beeline for the door. After locking the door behind her, she finally opens her phone to read Kleber's message. Knight tilted his head and stared at the door. Replaying each word and sentence Agatha shared with him, he clenched his fists and thumbed the side of his chin. I don't know what your game is, Agatha, but if I was Kira, I would make sure that your death is quick and painless. Even so, this is going to work out for me. After all, everyone else who crossed my path, thinking that I'm Kira, all ended up dead one way or another. It looks like you're next on the list. Agatha covered her mouth as she read Kleber's message and then reread them. The code word she and Kleber discussed was used in the text messages, which could only mean one thing. Kleber found a piece of the notebook. She texted Kleber to get here immediately, and in less than 30 minutes, Kleber showed up to the holding facility. Looking for a room that would offer them more privacy, they headed over to a janitor's closet and locked themselves in tightly. Kleber sighed heavily and put his hands on the wall, turning his open hands into fists. You will not believe what I found, Kleber declared. Pieces of the death note? Agatha confirmed. Exactly. Kleber pulls out a piece of paper from his pocket. I believe this was taken from the death note. I know it looks like nothing, but check this out. He takes out his phone and opens his gallery. He pulled up a picture he took hours ago of something behind him. Agatha took the phone and looked at the photo. There it is, he pointed frantically. Do you see what I see? Some kind of monster behind me? The photo appeared to be a selfie Kleber took as discreetly as possible, showing a Shinigami with blonde hair trailing behind him. How the hell can you see the Shinigami? That's my point. I fucking touched this piece of notebook paper and now I can see the Shinigami. I believe you 1000% when you say you can see Shinigami. Agatha took the paper and looked it over. She had a late reaction when she saw several names written on the piece of paper. What's this? She recognized a name on there. Claire Desiree? Well, after I found out that this might be a page of the Death Note, I tested it out on one of our expendable doubles. I met up with Claire, and after I wrote down her name, I waited for about a minute and then she died of a heart attack. She died exactly 40 seconds after her name was written down. I did a couple of more experiments and I found out that if you write a date next to a person's name, then that person dies at the specified time. All the people I experimented with all died. He spread his arms out dramatically. There you have it, the power of Kira himself. He laughs uncomfortably. Can you believe it? Can you fucking believe it? It wasn't the wishing of someone's death that was Kira's power, but writing their name in a fucking notebook. His laughter becomes more hysteric and breathtaking. I tell you, it puts a lump in my dash. He suddenly started coughing. He pulled out his inhaler and quickly took a puff. Ah, much better. He took a deep breath and a few seconds to compose himself. So, what now? We follow up on our original plan, Agatha told. If we have Kira's notebook page, then we have to dash. She stops when she sees something alarming on the paper. Knight Yagami, she read. She looks at Kleber with shocked eyes. You wrote Knight Yagami's name in the notebook? Yes. I did. If this is Kira's notebook, then it's the only card we have in which we win. And I'm not sorry for killing him. Agatha was suddenly more confused. Wait a second, when did you write his name down? 2 hours ago, he answered unsurely. Well, I was talking to Knight Yagami like 20 minutes ago. No, Kleber panicked. The notebook should have killed him. He should be dead. But he isn't, Agatha realized. Knight isn't dead, which means he must be immune to his own power. Oh my god, Kleber puts a hand over his mouth. Oh fuck. What have we done? What the fuck are we going to do? Kira's going to hang us for sure now. Agatha grabs his hand and rubs her thumb over it soothingly. We go with my original plan. Kleber looks down at the notebook. But you said you would be willing to go with it. Kleber pulled his lips back and bared his teeth. He sucked in the air before closing his eyes regretfully. He opens his eyes and stares Agatha in her beautiful blue and green eyes. Let's do it. Agatha took out a pencil and began writing. October 31st, 2030. Knight vacated the warehouse. He approached the set of stairs his father died upon all those years ago. Halfway up and halfway down, a clear symbol that Death Note users don't go to heaven or hell, considering that all humans go to MU when they die. It also symbolizes that his father never made it to godhood. Knight lays himself down on the same spot his father died in and sighed while closing his eyes. Kira never died, Knight said, he just took a break. He rises up from his father's resting place and climbs up the stairs. With the SPK and Japanese task force taken care of, I will inherit their criminal database and Kira's reign will spread farther than before. Knight climbed to the building where his mother jumped off and he stood at the edge. He takes out a pencil and his death note. This world is mine now. His eyes turn red as he gets to work. One by one, he writes names down. He doesn't skip any beats as he fills the body bags full of villains. He could practically hear the men screaming in pain as their hearts stopped. He started out with small-time criminals in Japan before he aimed higher, killing off every major criminal in Japan, including the rest of the Haydn family. Kira's killings reached China, then Russia, and continued to spread west. Terrorist groups, corrupt politicians, ruthless murderers both inside and outside of prison were dropping dead like the scumbags they are. He wrote the names of the evilest people imaginable in the continent of Asia. He wrote the names of every known terrorist leader in his notebook when he killed villains in Africa. Once he was done with one continent, he moved on to the next one. He reached the United States and it was a field day for him for the next half hour. There's one loose end I have to tie up. His grandmother, Sachiko Yagami, died 8 years ago from a heart attack peacefully in her sleep. His aunt, Saya Yagami, became a member of the police force and was next in line to become part of the Japanese task force. He wrote his aunt's name down and wrote that she died in a traffic accident. With the memories the Shinigami gave me, I can learn from my father's mistakes and I can surpass him. He continues to write names down. When he's done, he's killed approximately 2,340 criminals, with each page containing 156 names. I am the god of the New World. Chapter 104, Electric Chair. April 3, 2031. Tuo University. Everything suddenly seems clear, Knight thought calmly as he looked forward and away from the red-headed girl. He took a deep breath before he picked up a paper laid before him with a pre-written speech. He recited the speech in a professional and stern vocal manner. Two kids looked at Knight and Iona with bewilderment. It's not fair that there are two freshman representatives, the first one said. They both got perfect scores on every subject, the second one said. The first one rolled his eyes. Looks like history repeats itself. The second one stared at the first. The first noticed his friend's confusion and explained, my father went to a university in 2007 and there were 2 freshman representatives who got a perfect score in all subjects. Nice, the second one deadpanned, bunch of show-offs. And the irony is, this is just like the 2007 entrance ceremony. He pointed at Knight. Knight Yagami shares a striking resemblance in name to Light Yagami, and the person on the right, he eyes Iona, has something unique with their name. In 2007, it was a kid who shared the same name as the famous pop idol, Hideki Ryuga. Iona picked up the pre-written speech and recited it in a nervous voice. And now we have Iona Abernathy, an English name. What's next? Bright Yagami and Tuya Ogawa, the famous singer from Kyoto? We'll see the results in another 24 years. Knight and Iona finished the speech before the crowd started clapping. They bowed to the freshmen before they walked down the podium slowly and side by side. Knight saw an empty chair beside his seat and smirked. He grabbed Iona by the wrist and caused her to gasp in shock. "Sit by me," Knight ordered without making eye contact. "He wants me to sit next to him," she thought nervously. "What does he want? Is he going to kill me?" She shook her head. No, it would be impossible to use the death note, or even a clipping of it in a public place like this, and there's no way he could have written my name in ahead of time because this is the first time we'd made contact with each other. I'll be safe. Then she suddenly felt hot. But I'm sitting next to Knight. Knight guided her to the empty chair beside his seat and sat down. She was still standing and looking at the empty seat like it was covered in nails. He made eye contact and gave her a soft smile. His hand was still cuffed gently around her wrist and he patted the back of her hand. "Sit," he said softly, "I don't bite." Iona slowly nodded with a tomato-red face before taking her seat. The world seemed to freeze around them, time standing still. The only sounds either one could hear were the sounds of their own heartbeats, and whoever's heart stopped beating first was a victim of the other's death note. Knight's hair and eyes turned a dark red color, symbolizing malice. Iona's hair and eyes turned a pink color, symbolizing love. Knight and Iona slowly turned towards each other, their eyes making contact and piercing into the windows leading to their souls for a few seconds before one finally got the courage to speak. "Hi, Iris." October 1st, 2048. Police Station. Yuri Kuroki genuinely could not believe this. Even after all these years, she could not shake the curse bestowed upon her. No matter what she did or how much she tried to atone or keep moving forward, it would always be the same. That's why Kuroki was silently crying in the duffel bag placed over her head. Why did I have to suffer this fate so much? Why do I have to keep being arrested and or captured? How many more times must I be taken hostage before I can finally find peace? She began thinking of what her life before her amnesia was like. She still could never find out much about her life. She's been kidnapped and rescued so many times she lost count. Sometimes, when she got captured, it was all according to the plan, Knight's plan, and other times, it was the complete opposite. This felt like it was the complete opposite. Knight said nothing about the police coming over to arrest him if what her sources are saying is correct. But she wasn't surprised, considering that everyone in the police station had been replaced by a piece of shit double. The highlight of the day for Kuroki at least was when she saw Claire Desiree collapse before her. The officers transporting her had gotten paranoid and couldn't figure out if Kuroki was Kira or not, but playing safe than sorry, they put the duffel bag over her head as she sat patiently in the back of the squad car. "I want to go home," she told herself. "I want to see my real mom and dad once more. I want to say hello to them, not ready to say goodbye yet. Please, God or Shinigami above, please kill these captors so I can escape and see my family once more." It felt like her prayers fell on deaf ears as she felt the car pull to a stop. She heard the sounds of the officers getting out of the car before reaching inside and yanking her out. She decided not to resist because resisting might get more unwanted hands on her body. Some of these guys were B&D and some of them were criminals, and she didn't want to take the chance of having some kind of vulgar criminal's hands touching her inappropriately. When she was done being pushed forward and pressed her front to the side of a wall, the duffel bag was removed from her. She could finally open her eyes, look around, and if possible, scope the place out and pick out her targets with her Shinigami eyes. Nope, her wishes were denied when all she could see were people wearing face masks. An extra sense of security considering that all of them got plastic surgery to look like someone else. But no matter, one way or another, Knight was going to get her out of this. In a way, I'm not surprised I'm in this mess. This entire time, Agatha has always assumed that I was the second Kira and not Iris. I'm happy though because it means Iris and the kids are safe. Now I just need to wait for Knight and Iris to get me out of this mess. In the meantime, I'll see who I can find that has their name plastered above their head and then I'll kill them. If my predictions come true, then it means that they're going to confiscate everything I have on me, all my personal things. They may not be real cops, but they're trying to make it look like they're real, and if they don't want their cover blown, then they're going to have to play the part. That's what I'm hoping for at least. Yes, while they confiscated all of her personal items on her, they forced her to change into a green prison jumpsuit. With her wearing a green collar now, anything on her person was now inaccessible. That's when she was taken to her own person's solitary confinement cell. Despite the cushy room she was placed in with a camera watching her every move, her hands were freed so she could move around. The first thing she did was put her ear to the cushy wall and try to listen in. Despite the wall's unique design, it was easy to hear behind the cushioned wall. Claire Desiree dropped dead in front of us, one of the posing officers said. I swear to God, right in front of me. Shit, another poser exclaimed. Tell me everything that happened? When we picked up Claire, she dropped dead right in front of us. If Kuroki is the Kira suspect that Agatha told us about, then we need to get rid of her. If Kira can kill by simply looking at your face, then we can't take any chances. She saw a majority of us in the police station. She could be manipulating any one of us right now. A third poser decided to speak up. We have our orders. We should No, the first poser snapped. We have to kill her. If she killed Claire Desiree by simply wishing death upon her, think what she could do to us. Right, the second poser supported. Prep the execution chamber and we can get this done and over with. The third poser sounded reluctant as he said, but Agatha said Agatha doesn't get a say. Her mask is burned to her face permanently, she's always safe. We're out in the open, and if Claire Desiree could be killed, even when getting plastic surgery, then we need to take action fast before we die. And there it was, the moment Kuroki knew would come but feared dreadfully. She understood the chain of command from working as the right-hand woman of both the first and second Kira, but this was fucked up beyond all recognition. She had to do something or else she would be executed, but she already knew the cold-blooded truth, she was going to be executed by these doubles. She shouldn't be surprised, considering that she knew this day would come a long time ago when she met Knight Yagami as Kira for the very first time. May 13, 2034. Tokyo, Japan. It's been a little over a month since Kuroki discovered her true heritage. Well, half her heritage at least. After discovering that her biological mother passed away some years ago and her biological father remarried a woman named Yuriohashi, Kuroki felt like she found a piece of herself that had been missing for all these years. These memories of her will never come back, but in a way, that's a good thing because that means she could make new memories with her newfound identity. And she had Kira to thank for it. Had he not given her this power, she would have been alone for the rest of her life, and in hindsight, it looked like she wasn't going to live long anyway. After catching up with her father and stepmother, Kuroki went walking down the street one day, and when she passed Knight Yagami, she noticed something of his that seemed eerily familiar. He had no lifespan floating above his head. Same for the wife beside him, who seemed to be heavily pregnant. And not only that, but it seemed like Knight was pushing a stroller with an infant inside. She put a hand on her heart and decided to follow them. When she got within a stone's throw away from them, she discovered that Knight Yagami was Kip, the person she met at the police station a few months ago. He was Kira, which didn't surprise Kuroki given how much he talked about Kira when they first met. Now she knew his name and that he had a family, she knew she had to change tactics. If he had a family with a baby and another on the way, he is going to be cautious when approached by her. She needed him to see that she wasn't a threat and everything she said came from the bottom of her heart. How could she present herself that seemed simple enough, but to a man who can kill you with a heart attack with just a flick of the wrist, made it all the more difficult. Either way, it was time to meet the person who saved her life in more ways than one. Kuroki found out where he lived, and when she was brought into the house, she swore she saw his lack of expression on his face. He was trying to act as if nothing got to him, that is us, until she spoke the forbidden word. Kira? Knight's eyes widened. They softened. Yeah, what about Kira? I can't see your lifespan. She reached into her backpack and pulled out the death note. Did you take out those CIA agents? She saw a familiar Shinigami floating behind Iris, which subtly confirmed to Kuroki that they were a husband and wife killer duo. What do you want? Knight asked, dropping his innocent demeanor. I wanted to thank you, Kira. Because you gave me this power, I was able to find out my real name and everything connected to my past. I reunited with my parents, who I had been searching for ever since I lost them. These eyes I traded for have done so much more for me than anyone else ever did. I'm sure, Knight said dryly. What is it you want? Did you come here to say thank you? Kuroki got to her knees and bowed to Knight. Please, I want to return the favor to you, Kira. Please, I want to be your apprentice. Knight flinched. What? Why? Kira means so much to me now, and I want to give something back to the man who gave me my life back. She looks up at Knight with tears in her eyes. Please, Knight, I want to be your apprentice and serve you. If you need me to kill for you, then I will do it. Please, I just want to repay you in any way that I can. Knight tilted his head. He looked over to the female Shinigami in the room beside him. Sounds familiar, the female Shinigami scoffed. Yeah, it does, Knight commented. He looked at his wife before marching over to Kuroki and kneeling before her. He made eye contact with her and spoke slowly and carefully to her. Are you prepared to deal with the burden that comes with being Kira? Yes, Kuroki answered without hesitation. I am ready. Are you positive? Those who use the death note often end up with painful lives or misery. At least that's what was commonly believed before I broke the curse. If you don't want to fall into this curse, then you must do everything I say when I say. Anything that attempts to go off the rails or go rogue will result in immediate execution. I am your judge, jury, and executioner, and if I feel like you will be a burden to me, then I will kill you. Either that or I will erase your memories. No, Kuroki gasped, please don't erase my memories. Oh, but I will. I will erase your memories and you will have no knowledge of me being Kira, and anything involving the death note will be gone as well. That means you'll forget everything about your parents since you discovered them involved in the death note. He grinned sadistically at her. Do you want that? No, Kuroki yelled, I want to keep everything. Knight's smile turned into a smirk. Good, then I know you'll be a good apprentice. He stood up and held his hand out. Take my hand. Kuroki grabs his hand and stands up. I will be of service, Lord Kira. Your life is now in my hands. Present. His prediction 14 years ago had finally come true, and now it was time to pay the price. 14 years, I can't believe it's been that long already. I have been Kira for 14 years. I heard from Knight that his father was only Kira for about 6 years, almost 7 years. And Knight said that he has been Kira since October 27, 2030. Just a few more weeks and Knight will be Kira for 18 years. Now that is something to be proud of. Her smile did not waver, even as she realized that she was within view of the camera recording her. When she saw the red light on to indicate that the camera had been recording, she knew that she looked weird, smiling at seemingly nothing. She backed away from the wall and kept her eyes on the camera. Knight told me that Death Note owners usually suffer nothing but pain and misery. But I don't believe that. Sure, we may suffer hardships, but nevertheless, we suffer no more than a regular person. Kuroki looked around the room and heard the metallic clinking of the locks on the other side of the door coming unlocked and several officers wearing face masks stepping in. Kuroki counted 4 of them, each one armed with a sidearm. "Hello, Yuri Kuroki," the lead officer greeted sarcastically. "I trust you know what's going to become of you." Kuroki said nothing. "You are going to be executed, immediately." Kuroki's eyes widened. Her heart raced in her chest and suddenly, she realized how enclosed she felt in the room. How the walls seemed to be closing in on her and ready to crush her. 2 of the officers in the room stepped forward and cuffed Kurok before placing a duffel bag on her once more. "Nothing personal," the lead officer smugly comforted. "We just feel better if you're dead." Kuroki decided not to waste the energy and snark at them. No, it would be better to go out with honor rather than kicking and screaming. In what felt like an eternity, Kuroki was escorted across the police station by several more poser officers and into the execution chamber. Before she was set up in the execution chamber, she was given an injection that would supposedly numb the pain. It was standard procedure now that the criminals being executed would die a painless death. While they felt something when they were put in the electric chair, it didn't hurt as much. Kuroki winced when she felt the syringe go in and licked her lips nervously as she was placed inside a chamber with a crystal-clear window for people to watch. She was strapped down into a wooden chair and hooked up to several wires. Kuroki smiled and looked up at the glass where all the officers stood. The man in the room with her, the executioner, had his hand on the lever and was ready to pull it to send the juice flowing and electrocute Kuroki to death. "Any last words, Yuri Kuroki?" the poser executioner asked. Kuroki looked up at the ceiling and laughed. Before the executioner pulled the lever, Kuroki proudly said her last words out loud with a happy, relaxed smile on her face. "I am Yuri Kuroki. Zaz. With Iris." When Iris brought the kids home from school, she spent the last few hours trying to come up with a plan. By the time she went on her computer to look up a few contacts, the sun had gone down and the moon came out. There wasn't much time to think, considering that the deadline for Knight's execution via Shinigami King was coming soon. She had to do something to get Knight out of jail, and that's when she thought of the perfect idea. If Knight lost ownership of the notebook, then his memories can briefly come back, but only when he is made the owner of another notebook. Unfortunately, there were only 5 notebooks left in the human world, and unless they wanted to forfeit ownership of their Shinigami eyes without getting a refund on their reduced lifespan, then they need to come up with a different plan. That's when Iris thought of something. She was going to visit her husband in prison, and once she was in the meeting area with him, she will have him touch a piece of the notebook and his memories will come back just enough for him to come up with a plan. As much as she wanted to go off and do her own thing, she remembered how the first Kira was taken down. Had it not been for Terrorism, he never would have caused the disruption of the original Kira. Then again, if Massey's words are to be believed, then everything was set in motion because he traded for the Shinigami eyes. Because fate changed and he was destined to die, the metaphysical changed in a way that shaped events so Mikami would die that day. Iris planned on living a very long life, even with her reduced lifespan. It was time to get their key player back. "Mom," Rain called out upon entering the master bedroom. "I have something to show you." "What is it?" Rain held out a picture to her mother. It was of the 6 Death Note owners on Earth, which was their family. Yuri Kuroki's name wasn't floating above her head, which could only mean... "No," Iris gasped and covered. No. "I'm sorry," Rain said in her typical deadpan voice, but this time, it sounded more forced than natural. "Agatha, what have you done?" She had to set the photo down before she crumbled it in her hands. "Agatha, you killed Kuroki. I swear to God, I'm going to fucking kill you." "Yeah," a new voice called out. It was from Archer, who was standing in the doorway with Angel. "We're going to kill her." "Auntie Kuroki," Angel sobbed. "I hope Agatha dies." "She will," Iris declared. "She will fucking die." Japanese holding cells. After they finished doing whatever it was they were doing, Agatha and Kleber stepped out of the janitor's closet and into the hallway. When they were sure they were out of the camera's field of vision and out of sight from the poser cops, Kleber took out his lighter and took the paper in Agatha's hand. "Once we do this, there is no going back," Kleber declared. But that's what I like about it. The path of no return is the path I'm most excited to take. He sets the Death Note paper on fire. After it caught fire, he drops it to the ground and watches as it burns. After witnessing the paper turn to ash before him, he stomped on it before the fire system could go off. Scraping the black ash against the floor and staining his shoes, he looked up at Agatha with eager eyes like a child. "We've won," Agatha declared. "We've won, and I can't believe how easy it was." She checked her watch and realized the time. "Jesus Christ, we better get a move on. I think we stayed in the closet for a little too long." They weren't doing any sexual in the closet, it's just that they need a few minutes, or maybe an hour or several, to finally comprehend the fact they used the Death Note to win against Kira. Once the reality finally settled in, both decided to come out and burn the evidence. Agatha will admit that the place seemed quieter. And by quiet, she meant that she could hear everything as loud as day. From the sound of footsteps thumping against the floor, the breeze of the air conditioner above them, and the buzzing of a fly in the corner. Even when Agatha touched the wall, she could feel nearly every part of the wall, from the rough edges to the smooth surfaces. Nothing seemed to escape her senses. Not only that, but the color of the wall seemed to be a bit brighter now. "That's nice," she thought. "I knew this wall was gray, but I never knew it was slate gray." It may have been her imagination, but her eyesight seemed to dial up to 3.6. When she saw a poser officer pass by her, she could see the sweat running down his forehead. She licked her lips as she counted all the sweat drops she could spot and counted 4. And it also may have been her imagination, but she could hear the poser's heartbeat even from 5 feet away. She was going to chalk that one up to overhearing, but did she suddenly develop hypersensitivity? Perhaps. Or maybe because victory is within the mile, everything has become much more clear. Why is it people don't live with hypersensitivity every day? The world is a beautiful place and people should take the time to explore it more. Not only that, but they should appreciate the view. "Agatha," the poser officer approached the masked woman. "What's going on?" "Yuri Kuroki is dead." Agatha's eyes widened and they felt like they were going to burst from her socket. "What?" "The boys went rogue and they killed Yuri Kuroki." "One of the Kiras is dead already?" "No, this wasn't part of the fucking plan." "Where's Knight Yagami?" "He's still in his cell, but the boys are considering taking him down to the execution chamber. I was able to convince them not to, saying they might face Kira's wrath." "They will." Kleber stepped forward. "We did not give you permission to kill Yuri Kuroki. There are going to be consequences for this. You think just because we got you out of jail for something you didn't do and gave you facial reconstruction you can do whatever you want?" The poser shook his head. "No, I dash. Kuroki was going to help us bring Kira to justice and you killed her? Get the fuck out of our sight," Agatha ordered. Without wasting any more time, the poser officer quickly makes a run for it. Agatha leans up against the wall and steadies herself with a hand on the wall. If Knight finds out about this, then he will surely retaliate. But as long as we separate him from the Death Note, then we should be a-okay. "Don't underestimate him," she warned. "Knight may be locked up, but he is still dangerous." "I know." With Iris. She had to act fast, and she knew how to act fast. She had some experience, but not too much. Just enough to know how to get the job done. What is one thing Knight discussed with her in a situation like this? What do you do when one of the 6 Death Note owners dies and a Death Note is destroyed? Knight wouldn't give her the answer until she figured it out herself. Iris was to retrieve the dead owner's notebook and hand it over to the owner whose notebook was destroyed. In this case, Knight's notebook was destroyed along with any memories involving the notebook, and Kuroki died, but given that her house was still intact and there hadn't been anyone in or out in the last few hours, it meant that the notebook was safe and sound. That's what she was hoping for anyway. Making sure the coast was clear, Iris drove up to Kuroki's house and used the spare key in the realistic fake rock. Unlocking her way in, she went to Kuroki's hiding place of the notebook. It was in her bedside table drawer. Unlike the notebooks in the Yagami house that were hidden in a false bottom with booby traps, Kuroki's notebook was taped to the ceiling on the inside of the bedside table. There wasn't much of a booby trap aside from a few razor blades, but Iris was able to easily avoid those things. She pulled the death note out and looked over at Massey following behind her. "I like Kuroki," Massey said sadly. "I'm sad that she's gone. I miss her." "Me too." Iris looked down at Kuroki's notebook and suddenly felt the urge to clutch it tight to her chest like it was her own child. She didn't want to let go of the reminder of Yuri Kuroki and tucked it in her jacket. "I'm the owner now. Now, I got to find a way to make Knight the owner again. I already have an idea." Iris tucks the notebook in the front of her pants and throws the hem of her shirt over it. "I already know what I'm going to do." She looks up at Massey. "Massey, if you hear the words 'get rid of it,' regardless of the context, assume that I want to forfeit ownership of the death note." "Got it," Massey said. "I'm the Shinigami that gave Kuroki her notebook, so I'm the Shinigami attached to her. And now that you're using her notebook, I should be the owner, I think. Let's make sure." Iris took out the notebook. "Get rid of it." Massey grabs the notebook. She drops the notebook on the ground and Iris immediately picks it up. "Now the ownership goes back to me, and officially, you are the Shinigami attached to me, even if you were already attached to me before." "Yep." "Quick question, if we're going to the holding cells and it's going to be surrounded by people who are posers led by someone who can see Shinigami, what are we supposed to do to get in?" "You're intangible," Iris reminded. "If the worst happens, then hide in the walls. Agatha won't be able to see you. And stay with me every step of the way. If you hear the words 'get rid of it,' then dash. You will forfeit ownership of the notebook," Massey finished. "Got it. You know how to hide it, right?" Iris gives the notebook to Massey, who fitted it into her stomach using her inability. "All right, let's go give Knight his memories back." "Wait," a new voice called out. Gilth suddenly materialized beside Massey. "Give me the death note. If Kite is going to want someone to be attached to him, he's going to want me. Trust me, this is all part of the plan." "Okay then," Iris nodded. "In that case, let's swap hands until Gilth is the owner of Kuroki's notebook." They did just that, and finally, they got back on track. Getting back into the car, she drove down to the holding facility where all the posers were. Massey followed by phasing into the street and flying after the car. Rain, Archer, and Angel sat in the back of the car, looking out the window eagerly for the threats. When they parked, Rain turned on her Shinigami eyes and began scanning the officers outside the station. Making sure she didn't have the notebook on her and it was still taking refuge in Massey's stomach, Iris stepped out of the car and headed into the holding facility. As predicted, she walked through a metal sector and was frisked. Thank God I gave Massey the notebook ahead of time. When they were done with the pat down, Iris went into the bathroom and locked herself in. All alone, Massey emerges from the ground and helps hide the notebook in front of her pants. Hidden under her shirt, Iris walks out of the bathroom after 5 minutes before walking down the cells. If there was one thing she was certain about, it was that her husband would be in solitary confinement. She called in earlier and demanded a visit, so if she was lucky, they would be able to get her to make physical contact. Knight was led outside of his cell by an office and put in cuffs. When he was pushed down the hallway, he spotted his wife and smiled at her. "Iris, what a sight for sore eyes." "Knight," Iris gasped. She moved towards him but avoided physical contact until it was necessary. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Knight reassured. "I promise. This is all temporary. Soon, I'll get out of here and all 5 of us will be a family once more." "6 of us," Iris improvised. She points to her stomach. "What?" Knight's eyes widened. I am." She runs her hands over her stomach just above the notebook. "Do you want to feel?" "Yes," Knight gasped. He headed over to his wife and reached a hand out to her stomach. "I'm not going to get rid of it anytime soon," she reassured. Knight touched the notebook through her shirt and his eyes widened. His hair and eyes turned dark red. "I'll kill them all. Every last one of these sons of bitches is going to fucking die." Knight suddenly brought Iris in for a hug and held onto her tightly. When he looked up, he saw that he was in the camera's blind spot and began whispering softly in her ears. Halloween, 2018, social media, skeleton costume, Knight told her. Iris's eyes widened. What? He quickly repeated what she said. That is how we're going to kill Agatha. And call for a trial to prove my innocence with everyone involved present. And contact the MIA mercenaries, they are going to be our backup. And tell Gilth to move on with the plan from earlier. Iris recited the plan he and Gilth came up with. It looks like Gilth is going back to the Shinigami realm. We're going to have to do a lot of passing of hands to get Gilth to go back to the Shinigami realm. Iris saw her opportunity and decided to tell Knight about Kuroki. Yuri's dead. Knight suddenly gripped the back of Iris's shirt tightly. Knight lowers his head into her shoulders and bites down on his lip hard enough to draw blood. He licks it away before holding his head up, not a single tear shed. Thank you for informing me. Knight and Iris finally separated after all the information was finally exchanged along with orders. With nothing else to discuss, Knight turned and headed back to solitary confinement while Iris turned and left. Knight sat back down in his cell patiently, and with his memories back, he sat in the space above the camera in his cell, staying in its blind spot. Knowing that the camera was recording and that dialogue was most likely being recorded as well, he decided to drum his fingers on his kneecaps to communicate with the Shinigami sticking its head out of the wall like a prairie dog. Trial, huh? Gilth asked. Knight nodded before drumming his finger against his kneecap twice. A trial demanding that my innocence be proven. Trials are recorded, and it is most likely going to be a secret trial because if word got out that Kira was on trial, who knows what could happen. Not only that, but if I have everyone involved in this arrest there when I'm proven innocent, I can look at the footage later and kill everyone. What's with that social media thing? Knight communicated his words in Morse code on his kneecap. Agatha said that her father took a picture of her on Halloween 2018 and may or may not have posted it on social media. Even if it's only a 1 in 10 chance, if I can find Agatha's true face, then I win. And the MIA mercenaries? If Agatha can replace every police officer in the NPA with a double, then we can replace everybody in a courthouse with a Mia Merc. Interesting. And me heading back to the Shinigami realm? You're going to kill the Shinigami King. Yes, Knight said excitedly. If Iris can find a picture of Agatha prior to her burning, then we have already won. But I will admit that it is a bit disheartening that Kuroki died. We had 3 sets of Shinigami eyes, and with Kuroki dead, that number's been dropped to 2. And not only that, but with my notebook burned, it means that there's a possibility of there being other Death Note owners out there. At the very least, 1. And the last time we dealt with Death Note owner opponents, things got a little dicey. I'm sure it's nothing you can't handle, Gilth reassured. But my Death Note being burned, I can't fucking stand it. Agatha must have been the one who broke into my home and set my notebook on fire. As much as I would have loved to keep that notebook, I would rather it burn than fall into the hands of an enemy. Are you going to avenge Kuroki's death? Yes, I will. And I will finally win this battle and be done with it. He checks his wrist for his watch, suddenly remembering that it had been confiscated earlier. I am so ready to be done with this shit. You and me both. The same rules apply. If I say the secret 3 words, then assume that I want to give up ownership of the notebook. And then after that, you are going to fly to the Shinigami realm and then wait very patiently. Aye, Captain. I'll see you in the morning, Gilth. You too, Knight. Gilth vanished into the wall. Knight got on his bed and snuggled in, ready to go to sleep. New York City. Poker was always a fun game to play, especially No Limit Texas Hold'em. That's what Travis Grant always believed. Texas Hold'em wasn't a game of luck, it was a game of skill. And for the 5 years he's spent as a dealer in Las Vegas, he finally found his calling in using the skills he's picked up in life to carry himself as a mercenary. But he still enjoyed the game, nevertheless. Travis was the dealer at the poker table with 3 other Mia Mercs. Brian Bree, Dominic Stark, and Devin Goodings knew how to play the game, so Travis wasn't going to show any mercy on them. Travis deals with all the players and waits patiently. Brian bids $50, Dominic raises him $100. Devin and Travis call. Travis burns a card before laying down the flop. 9 of diamonds, Jack of hearts, and Queen of hearts. There were a few checks along the way, but some people in particular decided to raise their hand. The pot was now up to $300. Travis saw Brian scratch his chin and decided to raise his bid. After that round was done, Travis burns another card before dropping the turn, the 10 of diamonds. After going through the players, the pot was now $500. Time for the river, and much to everyone's shock, it was the 2 of spades. "Fuck," Brian exclaimed. "I fold." Dominic raises the bid. Devin follows suit. Travis calls. $700 on the line. They reveal their cards. Dominic's cards were the 8 of diamonds and the Queen of diamonds. Devin had 6 of clubs and 8 of hearts. Travis had the 8 of clubs and 5 of hearts. Having a high card of a queen, Dominic won the pot. Brian looked at his cards. He didn't want to take too big of a risk with his 3 of spades and 10 of spades cards. As Dominic collected the poker chips, a phone call shook Travis out of the immersion before realizing it was coming from his work phone. He pulled out his work phone and answered. "MIA Mercenary Barracks, how may I help you?" "I'd like to place an order for MIA Mercenaries, please," a British voice came back. "Of course." "Designation?" "What do you mean?" "Where would you like the batch of soldiers to meet you?" "Tokyo, Japan." "Thank you." "Job type?" "Examples?" "Assassination, protection, bodyguard, escort, other?" "Protection." "All right then. I will transfer you over to our protection area and you can make the arrangements and details there." "Thank you." "You're welcome. Thank you for doing business with us." He hangs up before gathering the cards and playing another round. The Yagami household. With everything taken care of and all the details being told to the customer service team, Iris finally hangs up and looks over to Rain and Archangel, who were all working just as hard as she was. They were on the computer and searching through stuff. "Mom," Angel spoke, "why are we using MIA mercenaries?" "I thought Daddy hated them." "MIA mercenaries, while they have opposed us in the past, are, at the end of the day, neutral. They kill but they also protect," Iris answered without the slightest shame in her voice. "It's time they help us now." "What's the plan?" Archer asked. "With the mercenaries? If Agatha assembled an army of doubles to pose as the Japanese police, then we're going to replace everybody in the courtroom. Knight is going to with Mia Merc, that way, he'll be walking out with the not guilty verdict." She clenches her fists. "Also, by having this trial, we can hopefully record the entire courtroom and then we can kill everyone involved." "And what about money?" "It's okay," Iris reassured, "we have more than enough money to pay for all these Mia Mercs." "But won't it be traced back to us?" Archer looked worried that their Kira identities might be blown. "Cops are much more sophisticated at solving cybercrime. Easy, if everyone in the police station is missing, I can erase the records of me calling. But first, we got to follow Knight's orders." Rain was scrolling through several social media pages dating all the way back to Halloween of 2018. She looked through thousands of pages ever since she came back home from the police station. After 5 hours of searching the place, she finally landed on social media posts from Germany. How they got these posts from social media, all they had to do was call Yuri Ohashi, Kuroki's mother, who was alive and well and unaware of her daughter's death, convince her to make a few phone calls to her contacts from overseas, and then once Iris had a picture of Margaret Zimmer, or rather, Lillian Weiss's real face, then she wrote her name in the notebook and manipulated her into giving up the social media posts back home from Germany. Rain stopped scrolling as soon as she found something that looked a bit promising. She tilted her head and looked at the photo. She zoomed in on the post and licked her lips. She raised her hand and called the attention of her family. Iris moved over and saw the social media post of the Siegel family prior to the burning down of their house on Halloween 2018. All but one face was seen in view. The red-haired girl with heterochromia that was obviously Agatha had left half of her face out of frame. "Rain, work your magic," she ordered. Rain cracked her knuckles and began editing the photo until the face was clearly seen. After using a few duplicates and mirroring effects, Rain managed to generate the full face of Agatha Siegel on the computer. But would it work? There was only one way to tell. If Iris saw her name and lifespan, then the answer was obvious. She turned to the photo and activated her Shinigami eyes. Agatha Siegel, 12-9-8-82-9-13. Shinigami Realm. The Shinigami King was having the time of his life, evident by the fact that he was hanging around, very lazily, not a care in the world as he flung the rotten apples cores of the lousy apples he had his underlings bring him. However, when the mess became too much, he couldn't handle it anymore. He had his Shinigami come in and clean up the mess. Time was almost here and the deadline he promised to the human named Knight Yagami was soon coming up. With the poor human in a jail cell, he had no idea what to expect from this little adventure. But he had high hopes considering he's faced numerous other opponents before, but Knight was in jail, locked up by false police officers. These humans caring way too much for their own lives is pathetic. We all die one day, some sooner rather than later, but if these humans want to indulge in whatever fantasy they want to, then that's a-okay with me. He looks down at his own notebook. Ah, my notebook is already collecting dust, not a name being written in it for 50 years. Man, I sure know how to pick my targets carefully. Agatha Siegel has a long lifespan, but am I prepared for another half-decade in this world? We'll find out. He claps his hands together. Knight Yagami and Agatha Siegel, let the final act commence. May 27, 2031. Even with my combined intelligence with my sister, I still could not match up to you in the Wammy's house. I also came second. I don't think I deserve to be your accomplice. Knight slowly looked over at Iris's head, his eyes trailing down to her eyes, where he could see tears welling up in her ducts as she lowered herself to sit on her knees. He got down to one knee and lifted her chin up with his index finger. Iris, you are the one who deduced that Kiri has a personal connection to Kiyomi Takada. You are the one who sacrificed half their remaining lifespan to get the eyes. You are the one who created the skin color face mask so I could hide in plain sight, and the tape recorder which recorded Minato and Sora's conversation that exposed him. You helped me narrow down the list of suspects for Kiri's accomplices. He ran a hand down the right side of her hair. If you were a strategist, you would be just like me. If I was an artist, I would be just like you. You are the Ian to my Yang. You are the Harley Quinn to my Joker. He put his other hand on the other side of her hair. You are useful. He leaned forward to bestow a soft kiss on her lips. Iris felt their lips connect and felt her heart starting to pump in her chest. Knight, she said softly in her mind, I'm so in love with you. Knight pulled away. As a matter of fact, I want to give you something as a reward. He grabbed her by the hands and led her towards the edge of her bed and sat her down. He grabbed the hem of his shirt and pulled it over his head and threw it to the floor. Of course, only if I had your consent. She eyed his six-pack and a blush crept across her face. You already got to see what was under this knight's shining armor. Would you like to feel what's under this knight's shining armor? Later, Gilth waved. He and Massey phased floor and downstairs before things got awkward. Iris stared at him with mixed emotions running through her mind. She licked her lips and stared at his six-pack, getting the urge in her hand to feel over his biceps. Should we really do this? She thought. Should I indulge or? She looked him in the eyes and answered. Yes. Knight smiled at her before leaning in to kiss her. Iris grabbed the back of Knight's head and pulled him in to deepen the kiss. Before they could tongue kiss, Knight pulled away to look her in her beautiful green eyes. Thank you, Iris, he whispered. You and Iona were the only kids in the Wammy House who were nice to me. You were the only ones who didn't shoot me down when I expressed my love for Kira. Thank you, Iris, for being so kind to me. No, thank you. This caught him off guard. For what? She reinitiated the kiss. You are everything I wish to be, Iris thought. When my sister and I were first admitted into the Wammy's house, we both thought you were cute. You were so cute and handsome and outgoing, it made me feel shame for being a quiet introvert. But as the years went by, the more I began to fall for you. The way you fought for your beliefs, despite people talking down on you. I could never do that. I'm too timid to stand my ground, and that's why I fell for you. I wanted to be like you. I wanted to be a better person because of you. I wanted to come out of my shell because of you. Iris's hands traveled down to touch his abs. Knight grabbed the hem of her shirt and pulled it over her head. His hands groped her breast. She moaned. I will always be there for you, Knighty. I was there for you in the Wammy's house. I'll be there for you when you die. They made love. Rest in peace, Yuri Kuroki. June 6, 2013 to October 1, 2048. Ironic that her death day was published on her birthday. Chapter 105, Trial. Sozo sends your rage, she will be missed. January 9, 2032. Tokyo, Japan. Life's been good to me, Knight Yagami thought as he walked down the street with earbuds in, listening to classical music. School is over, the crime rate has been going down, and Iris has been eyeballing criminals for me to perform reverse CPR on, nothing but good things. He stopped at a traffic light. But ever since I wrapped up my business with Kiri almost 8 months ago, life has been boring to a slight degree. The light turned green and he walked across. I still help out with the police force in solving small-time cases, but I've been actively avoiding the Kira task force for obvious reasons. He arrives home. He opens the door and drops his backpack on the couch before heading upstairs. He locks himself in his room and pulls out his notebook from his booby-trap drawer. He starts writing down the names of criminals. There are 6 death notes in the human world, and I own 3 of them while my girlfriend owns the other 3. He swipes the pen across the page. I'll never meet an intellectual foe with a death note again, nor will there be any more Shinigami opponents for me to face. He slashes the pen across the page. My quest for fulfilling my parents' destiny and becoming a living deity is about to come true, but honestly, it is just outright boring. He raised his hand and slammed the pen down on the page in anger. I wish for something exciting to happen, something unpredictable, so I can feel the rush of my adrenaline and the flow of my brain cells as I figure out a way out of an impossible situation. His hand cramped up, and that's when he decided to talk. Do I have the guts to drop a notebook on some baseball field and wait for some human to pick it up? He held up his notebook and considered it. Hell no, I don't. He closed the notebook and put it back in the drawer. He went over to his bed and flopped down on it, burying his face into his pillow to shut out the rest of the world. Bored much? Knight held himself up like he was doing a push-up and looked over his shoulder. He made eye contact with Gilth. You have no idea, Dad, he slurred. So goddamn bored. He flops onto his back and crosses his arms over his chest as he lifts one knee. If my memory, your memory, is correct, then Ryuk thought that things would get boring after El died. The thing is, Iris and I possess the maximum number of death notes allowed in the human world, and because of that, we will never have a death note opponent again, and since I burned down Wammy's house, there won't be any carbon copies of El chasing me down. I eliminated everybody who could have put up a challenge against me, and I did it all a little too quickly. If Break was supposed to be the next El, I took him out too quickly. If Kiri was supposed to be the next Yotsuba Kira or something, then I took them out too quickly as well. To be fair, taking down Higuchi was never really a challenge, even with my memories gone. If you say so. He closed his eyes and rotated on his side. I understand why El was cherry-picking cases that had either 10 or more victims or involved $1 million. I understand why Nier decided not to take down Sekira. I understand why you got bored after El died. He rotated on his other side. October 4th, 2048. Courthouse. Agatha had to make sure she was hearing everything correctly when she heard it the first time. First of all, she got a letter from some new guy walking into the holding facility that apparently the arrest of Kira had been leaked to the public, no matter how much of a lid Agatha, Kleber, and the poser cops tried to put on it. When this leak made its way to the ICPO, they demanded a trial be held on the Kira suspect, but Agatha suspected it was just a formality. If Kira was going to court, then he's already been sentenced. Knight Yagami was sitting patiently in his cell and bopping his head to some song that he was playing in his head. "I got 5 on it," Knight sang under his breath. "I got 5 on it." One thing that Agatha was wondering, or one of the few things Agatha was wondering, was how this information was leaked. She figured it didn't matter, and another she wondered is why no high authorities members of the ICPO were flying down to Japan to attend the trial. She figured that they must be busy, or if Kira were to win again somehow, then they didn't want to face his wrath. "As long as I keep Knight Yagami separated from the Death Note, then I should be fine. He has no power. Besides, once we get this trial done and out of the way, we can hurry on with our lives." Arrangements had been made for Knight Yagami to be transported to a courthouse, and to avoid any pestering from the public, they covered Knight's face up and pretended that he was coming into court as a witness. As punishment for killing Kuroki without her permission, she arrested the 3 officers involved in putting her in the electric chair. "Where's Knight's Shinigami?" she wondered. Ever since she opened up his booby-trap door and the notebook had been destroyed, Knight's Shinigami had been AWOL. And ever since Kuroki's death, the female Shinigami vanished as well. Something was going on here, something in the Shinigami world that she wasn't made aware of. Either way, it was time to get this done and out of the way. Once Knight is put on trial, which she predicted to last for a few days, then Knight will either be put in jail, sentenced to death, or released. She imagines that the public would rather be on Kira's good side, the same as the ICPO, so Knight would most likely be released and continue to kill. Either way, she just has to present her case, and regardless of the outcome, she has already won. Steak has never tasted so delicious before. Taking out of the police cruiser and not wearing any handcuffs, Knight is gently escorted forward to the courthouse where ironically Minato Takada, or Minato Natsuki, was a judge, and where he committed suicide in front of. Except this time, instead of going into the same room where Judge Natsuki resided, they went to a private courtroom reserved for very special occasions. This room had been built specifically for Kira 20 years ago, and it had not been used since. Despite its status as being in use for 20 years, the room was surprisingly clean. Not a speck of dust anywhere, not even in the farthest corner of the room. There wasn't even so much as an ant scattering around, nor a food crumb on the floor. And goddamn, the carpet was vacuumed just recently. And the wooden chairs looked to be brand new, and the Japanese flag had not a single wrinkle in it. Kleber could appreciate the cleanliness of the room as he walked in beside Agatha. No dust meant that his allergies were less likely to act up. Not only that, but there was less of a chance that he would have to use his inhaler. Life is good. Especially when you've won again, Kira. Kleber took out his inhaler and threw it to the side. "I'm not going to need you anymore." After some pondering, he decided to pick up the inhaler. "On second thought, I may need you just in case my asthma acts up." The room was big enough for at least 100 people to sit in, and the sign said that the maximum occupancy was 200 people. Agatha, Kleber, and everyone in the room had made their way inside. They each took a seat and waited patiently. Knight laughed as he took a seat near the front and gently settled into his seat. Agatha sat on his left with Kleber to his right. "Trial," Knight said. "How fun." He pointed to the bench where the judges were to sit. "Do you have any idea what this place is?" "This is a secret Supreme Courtroom built specifically for Kira. If you had been in Japan for a long time and worked on the side of the law, then you would know that if word got out that Kira went to the Supreme Court in Japan, then the public would be swarming the place. So they built this place in secret." He clenches his fists and narrows his eyes. "Which means, you're not here to arrest me for arson. Something like that could be cleared up in a regular courtroom. That could only mean you're charging me as Kira?" "We didn't have a choice," Agatha admitted. "Someone leaked intel that we arrested Kira and, what I believe to be a formality, we were told to put Kira on trial or there would be serious repercussions." Iris, you have done well, my beloved wife. I must ask, what are you guys advocating for? My execution? Huh? Life in prison? Life in prison is the best you could hope for when you're Kira. Life without parole. Then again, what is a mercy, dying via the electric chair with your brain turning to soup, or living the rest of your life with your freedom taken away from you? Cruel mercy, or a fate worse than death? You answer me that. Such is justice. That is the conversation we had a few days ago, is it not? Agatha nodded. True. She looks ahead at the bench. She turned around and saw all of the poser officers taking their seats in the chairs and benches behind her. It was like a play, and everyone was anxious, not because they wanted to see some girl singing with a beautiful opera voice, but because this person they arrested is being convicted as a Kira suspect. Most of them were criminals. More accurately, half of them were criminals who were promised some levity in their sentences if they helped out on this operation, and the rest were B&D agents who decided to go rogue in the name of bringing Kira down. Agatha watched Knight's facial expression to see if she could see a crack in his mask. His facial expression was stone cold, so she observed his body. His body language was comfortable and not an ounce of twitching was visible, even to the sharpest eyes. He must be calm. Given that he's reigned as Kira for almost 20 years, he's got a plan of some kind. But so do I. How long is this going to take? Knight asked. Because he shut himself up when he heard the doors open. Iris, Rain, and Archangel all walked into the room and took their seats in the chairs directly behind the front table. They were sitting directly behind Knight Yagami and watching him with intensity. Agatha looked over at Rain and narrowed her eyes upon seeing her blank facial expression. Take a picture, it'll last longer, Rain said. She's scary, Agatha thought. Kleber looked over at the children. Wow, it is amazing that a mass murderer like Knight Yagami can have children. 30 more minutes, Agatha answered Knight's question from earlier. Just 30 more minutes and the judges will be here. Iris mentally smirked. Oh, you mean the MIA mercenaries that replace all the judges? Yeah, they'll be here in half an hour or so. And as for Knight's lawyer, I've already got it covered. 5 more minutes. Minoru Kagami came into the courtroom dressed in a nice brown suit and walked over to Knight's table. He eyed Agatha and Kleber. You know, traditionally, the defender and the accuser sit at different tables. So why don't you make room for my client? Agatha narrowed her eyes. Sure. She nods to Kleber. Let's make ourselves comfortable at the other table. Great, my ass was hurting in this chair anyway. I pity whatever chair you're going to sit in, Knight suddenly said. I'm sure that chair has suffered enough already. It's probably begging to just destroy. Well, if I gained a few more pounds I could put it out of its misery. Yeah, and then we can have a funeral for it. Or we can burn it. I'm sure chairs appreciate a good cremation rather than a casket. Who knows, maybe it'll drop dead soon. And so do you. Well, let's hope. After Agatha and Kleber sat at their table, Minoru sat down next to Knight and they began discussing attorney-client privilege stuff. 10 minutes later, the bailiff came into the room and he announced for everyone to rise and wait patiently as the 3 judges, Matsuo Shiki, Yasano Yasumi, and Maso Kitahara approached the benches and patiently took their seats. Instead of it being a whole house of judges, there were only 3 judges. Knight knew this was done to keep the number of judges protected against Kira at a minimum. After all, if Kira got word of everything going on and decided to exact revenge, he'd kill a lot more judges than necessary. Japan needs judges to sentence people to jail and in extreme cases, to death. Knight smiled when he saw the bailiff turn on the camera and do a quick scan of the room. The court stenographer was present and she began recording everything that was being spoken. Everyone in this courtroom is either my friend or enemy. Everyone working in this courtroom is a Mia Merc, including the bailiff and stenographer. I will say that while I hate the MIA mercenaries for all the shit they pulled working against us when they work with you, it's a goddamn blessing. Before they all got started, everyone was ordered to put on a translator mic, similar to the kind that Knight and Iris had to wear at the ICPO meeting. These Nia mercs don't know English well, or they thought it would be a hassle speaking English to these German people. Either way, everyone in the room was officially equipped with a mic and they listened carefully as the judges began. The judge in the middle of the panel, Shiki, looked over the files presented to him and spoke into the mic. I'm going to keep this brief to you all. This courtroom, which had not been used in over 20 years, was built specifically for the Kira trial should it ever happen. In this court case, it will be called Kira v. B&D, or Knight Yagami v. B&D. There will be no jury and the three of us will have a final say in the outcome of the trial. Because there are three of us, at least two of us will have to agree to an outcome. Also, this courtroom will not run like a typical courtroom. We run this court how we see fit, but we will follow the rules of the law when dealing with this case. Does everyone in the courtroom understand? Ja, the Germans announced. Hi, the Japanese family announced. Good. Now then, let's get started. And just as the judge said, the trial started. It started with the opening statements with Agatha and Kleber and the accusations they were throwing at Knight, mostly with him being the prime Kira suspect. The good news was that Agatha got this letter from the ICPO about the trial one day after she arrested Knight. Therefore, she had almost 48 hours to gather evidence just against him, but like before, she believes it is nothing more than a formality. But the evidence against Knight, she most certainly found. When Knight was sworn in on the witness stand, he swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. He understood the hidden body language that came with when holding a hand up, but he found a way around it. He made a wide and open palm hand gesture as he swore in. Body language experts would take this as the defendant swearing wholeheartedly that they would be honest. But there was also the fact that his other hand was under the tail and fingers crossed. Agatha presented the first set of evidence. Knight Yagami, or Kip, which would you prefer? Knight Yagami, just to make things easier, Knight answered. Okay then, Knight Yagami. When did you first move to Japan? Objection, Minoru called out. How is this relevant? Overruled, Shiki declared. Agatha clicks her tongue. Anyway. As I was saying, when did you move to Japan? I was born in Japan. Yes, you were. She pulls out a file. But I have on here official school records that say you didn't attend school until you were 17 and your former home belonged to Saya Yagami and she was recorded as having no dependents living with her. Records show you moved in a little after she died in a car accident. Yes. I did. I moved in around October 31st or so. About a few days after Kira returned. Where have you been for the past few years? Moving from orphanage to orphanage. Didn't you come from Wammy's house? She took out an overhead shot of Wammy's house after it burned to the ground. If I'm correct, you attended Wammy's house for at least a decade before you left. After you left, it burned down. Oh, and here's the kicker, Wammy's house is a place that is designed to turn the next smartest kid into the next L. You have no idea what it was like living there, Knight declared. It was utter hell. I swear, the second I was of age, I moved out of there. I believe you. She reaches into the briefcase Kleber brought and took out a manila folder titled Break. Mr. Yagami, are you familiar with three agents from America known as Break, Roach, and Maroon? Ah, Break, Roach, and Maroon. I killed you and here you are coming to attack me posthumously. Yes. If what these files from the US government are saying, they suspect Kira to be a teenager like the original Kira was suspected to be. While they wrote no names down, several eyewitnesses placed them in your vicinity. In particular, Break used criminals as his henchmen and when they went out of control, they sent in another agent. Genre, Knight deduced. Jania Green, aka Genre. And it was recorded that she handcuffed herself to you. Does this ring a bell? It does, Knight answered. We were handcuffed to each other for a week or so. But she said it was used as a form of protection against Break. Break told me that he had the power of Kira. So you admit that Break confronted you? It was public knowledge that he was after me, at least to the task force working with me. And was it also public knowledge to the police that on December 24th, Genre died of a heart attack after Break confronted you at some Christmas festival? Yes, Knight nodded. And that after he ran off, he mysteriously died, him and his two companions, Roach and Maroon? Yes. Knight put both of his hands on the table. They had Kira's power. His power to kill. Break had Kira's power and he was using it to execute criminals on death row. Genre shared all the juicy details with me when we were showing together. Iris's eyes widened. So, was the power of Kira public to the police force? No, only to the Japanese task force. The Japanese task force tasked with hunting down Kira? How the hell does a pro-Kira supporter such as yourself come to join such a group? I wasn't an official member. I had a lot of free time when I was in school, so sometimes I would drop by the police station and help out with some cases. The task force took a liking to me, especially Chief Kudo. He was my girlfriend's father, and she killed herself. Oh yes, I remember reading something about that. Wasn't she assaulted by one of Break's brainwashed prison henchmen? I wouldn't know about being brainwashed, but yes, she was assaulted by him. Interesting, she gets assaulted by him and then they both drop dead of a heart attack. The boyfriend killing the man who harmed his girlfriend seems like a pretty good reason for the prime Kira suspects to strike back. She points at Knight. But I know better. I know for a fact that all the prisoners being controlled by Break, all their identities were locked away in an airtight locket, so it would have been impossible for Kira to figure out their identity. So Kira did not kill those thugs. No, but he put them in a situation where they couldn't follow their instructions in the notebook, so they would all die prematurely. So does that mean I'm innocent? You're far from innocent, Knight Yagami. I got plenty more evidence to use against you. You might as well get comfy because we're going to be here for a while. I'm just glad there's air conditioning in this building. He noticed the water bottle placed before him and quickly took a sip. In any other court, then I would be concerned about keeping all my answers to a minimum. But this isn't an ordinary court, courtesy of our Mia Merc bench. Not only that, but I have to stall for time because my plan for killing Agatha starts now. He looks at his watch. Thank God they gave me my watch back. It is my personal property, and for the sake of keeping up this fucking facade, they had to give my personal belongings back. He taps his thumb against his watch. This scrap of death note paper is all that remains of my notebook since this bitch burned it up. You know, thinking back to this whole Zeke thing, it reminded me of Kiri. Agatha looks at him and smiles. I'm sure you remember Kiri. I remember Kiri well. And I'm pretty sure every Kira supporter and anti-Kira protester did. He laces his fingers together. If anything, that incident caused a war on the streets over justice systems and ideas. The Kira supporters supported Kira in going after Kiri, the anti-Kira protesters hated the idea of Kiri just as much. And then there was the third party that approved of what Kiri was doing in killing Kira supporters. One thing that Kiri never learned is that while you can kill people, you can't kill an idea. That was one hell of a battle. Because Kiri was Japanese and most of their kills were in Japan and didn't involve anyone foreign or international, B&D didn't get involved. She sighs happily. I remember the year 2031, what a fun year. Best barbecue steaks and dash. Off topic, Minoru reminded. Please stay on topic, Agatha, Shiki warned. Right. Agatha closed her jaw. What was most interesting about the Kiri case was how there were two Kiri culprits. I think we all remember that little incident in this very building where one Judge Minato Natsuki played a tape and then all of a sudden, people started going crazy. They said something about seeing a monster behind him and that voice on the tape of Judge Natsuki's. He was Kiri, and when he was outed, he attempted to escape, and when he saw himself cornered, he committed suicide. I remember that incident, Minra thought. My poor wife being involved in that battle, especially when she was pregnant with Masumi, I'll never forgive Kiri. Agatha pulled out another file and laid it down on Knight's desk. He opened it up and saw photos of Minato and Sora Takada. Didn't you make contact with one or both of these culprits? Both, Knight answered honestly. And if what that file says is correct, when Sora Takada was demanding that she have a one-on-one with Kira, you volunteered to act as Kira in her place. Assuming that you are this Knight Asahi mentioned in the file. Sorry, but I'm not at liberty to discuss nicknames I used on the Japanese task force. I understand. In that case, would you care to elaborate on what you and Ms. Sora Takada discussed in her interrogation? No, Knight refitted. Agatha grinned. If you don't answer, you'll only look more guilty. Come on, indulge just for a little bit. I'm sorry, but what Ms. Sora Takada and I discussed is not something I'm at liberty to share with the court. I sort of figured, especially considering that the chief requested that all the surveillance equipment be removed from monitoring the interrogation. That was a precaution, Knight admitted. As soon as she demonstrated her power, she demanded that all surveillance be erased. After I told the chief what happened in the room, he demanded that nothing Sora said would leave the room. That wasn't exactly what happened, but you don't need to know that. I understand. But what I find most odd is how she died. I have security camera footage that shows how she died. She looked at the judge. May I play? If you must, Judge Shiki allowed. Agatha placed a tape into the TV an assistant brought out and showed footage of Sora Takada's head caving in. And to think that my name was originally going to be Korra. You would have dealt with 2 bad auras in your life, Knighty. Knight looks at the Shinigami who did the deed. Hello, Muter. Long time no see. Her head just suddenly caved in. Agatha laughs. Call me crazy, but this falls on an idea that I developed using the old Kira as a prime example. The original Kira loved throwing the word Shinigami around. It makes me wonder if Shinigami is real, given that we've seen several more references to Shinigami across current Kira's reign. If spontaneous human combustion is a myth, spontaneous skill caving in is impossible. Maybe it was a Shinigami who killed her? She takes one last glance at the screen and smiles upon seeing Muter. I go back and forth, but I could imagine Shinigami being real. Don't lie, Agatha, you can see Muter, can't ya? You can see me just as much as I can see him. I got to say, Muter's a lot uglier than I remember. He eyes Agatha. As long as I let her keep talking and answer my questions as deceitfully as possible, I should throw off suspicions. He slightly shakes his head. Nah, none of this matters. He spots the camera. Come daybreak, after this trial is over, Agatha, Kleber, and everyone in this room will be dead. Agatha's eyes suddenly brightened. Oh, this next set of evidence is something I couldn't wait to get to. Normally I would save this for last since it's my favorite, but I'm going in chronological order here. Oh, let me take a wild guess. The Kia killer? Right on the point. Agatha paces across the room, seeming to stall for time. That is until Kleber finally fished something out of his briefcase and laid it flat for the bench to see. Agatha picked it up and handed it to the judges. Your Honor, in case you were unaware of it, this man known as the Kia Killer is cited as being the second deadliest serial killer in the world. His kill count is said to be in the hundreds, over 500 or so, and his records still stand today. I'd say without Kira's supernatural power, he is the most dangerous person in the world. I would agree, Knight commented. He was a very dangerous man. You admit that you came into contact with the Kia Killer? Yes, but at the time, we did not know that he was the Kia Killer. We should have gotten a hint, considering that there was nothing on him. Agatha tilts her head. Nothing? Yes, nothing. Knight licks his lips. He had no dental records, no DNA records, no social security number, no ID in any system, not even a hospital record. Hell, he didn't even have a driver's license. He must have had something on him. Nope. This agent that was working with us went by many nicknames. Interesting. And isn't it true that this mysterious killer challenged Kira to a competition to determine who is the world's deadliest serial killer? Yes, he did. If you watch the news, you'll notice he did a large number of things to provoke Kira, such as blowing up Prion full of prisoners. He even united the last of a remnant gang of Yakuza across Japan. The Haiden family, the Matsuri gang, the Imperial, Seppuku, and even this group of small-timers were all working with him. And is true that the last time you had contact with this deranged serial killer was on February 26, 2032, at a construction site? She takes back the file and looks something over. A construction site that had a gunfight break out between the Japanese police force and a group known as the MIA mercenaries? Judge Shiki looks up. Yes, Knight answered. There was a firefight. What were you doing there? Agatha asked suddenly. According to this police report, you were the one to discover that Chief Kudo and everyone in the Japanese task force were dead. I wanted to help out, Knight gave. My teammates, Kudo, Soma, Hayate, Yamane, I heard the gunshots and I knew that they needed help. But I didn't know what to do. I've solved plenty of crimes before, but I had no experience in how to fight. I've gotten into a few fights back in Wammy's house, but they were mostly brawls, so I had no formal training. Damn, Agatha chuckles. You just happen to go there, and when you get there, everyone in your team, the Japanese task force, is dead, leaving you as the sole survivor of the said task force. I tried to save Chief Kudo, Knight declared. If there was one person in this world who deserved to live, it was him. He was a good person and I tried to save him. But the Kia killer and the MIA mercenaries, they got to them first. I beat myself every night for not being able to save them. As much as I hate to admit it, the Kia killer is one of the few adversaries of mine that I respect. He was taking down the scum of the earth and he did it with his wits alone. In another world, he and I could have been friends. Agatha is the second person I've come to respect. Strangely, I miss the Kia killer. You may fool everyone in hell, maybe even yourself, but you can't fool me. I heard that this serial killer posing as a cop took a liking to you. I wonder why. I heard that whenever he visited and you were there, the two of you would always chat. And I even heard reports of you initiating the conversation, not him. It's not often I see an agent from overseas working with the NPA, Knight shrugged. Besides, I was a little suspicious because the last time an overseas agent came to visit, they tried to turn me into dust. Break, Roach, and Maroon, and then this agent with no name, I have every reason to suspect him. He leans forward on the bench. When you're a police officer, your job is to enforce the law. You have a badge and a gun to help you enforce these laws. When an officer comes in without a name, then it's incredibly suspicious. He thumbs his palms. A cop using an alias is common, especially if their assignment involves Kira, but a cop having nothing to identify them is a hell of a lot more suspicious. He looks at Agatha. Kinda like how a human with no face is suspicious. Ah, is that a reference to me? How nice. But I get your point and I even understand. Does it say how the Kia killer died? Agatha looked over the files. Coroner says he fell from a 60 or 70 foot drop. Given the pooling of the blood around him, he managed to survive the fall for a few seconds before succumbing to his injuries. She closes the file. How is it that an infamous serial killer like the Kia killer, who has a kill count racked up in the 500, is suddenly killed by falling to his death? She shrugs. I guess it just proves that no matter how powerful we are all human. She narrows her eyes at Knight. All it takes is one gunshot to the forehead and you die. Exactly. Isn't it weird how all three of these cases involve Kira and you got involved, and whenever you got involved in these cases, these bastards dropped dead off the face of the earth? Break, Roach, Maroon falling to their death. The Kiri duo killing themselves and having their heads caved in by an invisible force, and then the Kia killer also falling to their death. It seems like a pattern. She folds her arms. And I can't ignore the fact that after everyone in the Japanese task force was killed, you were the sole survivor and eventually became the lieutenant of the Japanese police. Is it a crime to have a good job? I don't know. Are you good at your job? She narrows her eyes. I have witnesses who say you abandoned the police station for a couple of months. What was the timeline? Oh yeah, from March 25th, 2044 to August 29th, 2044. Does the last 4 years ring a bell to you? Of course, it was 4 years ago, duh. He rolled his eyes. What were you up to 4 years ago? Doing some B&D work. Knight tilted his head. What do you want to know about that little mission? Why were you gone for 5 months? Major operations that lead from one thing to another. Oh, like the 10 lost children? Agatha smiled smugly. I have details on that report. I heard that you went to Moscow, Russia, and then Los Angeles, California. We have 3 more witnesses in the crowd. Knight spots Tezuka, Psycho, and Murata. He looks over at Iris. Her eyes look from left to right. Ah, I language for now. The 3 officers in the room are still fakes. Maybe we can call them to the stage. There should be another person here, Knight interrupted. Where is Yuri Kuroki? He grounds his teeth. She was a major player in the operation in Russia and LA. Agatha laces her hands behind her back. Unfortunately, Kuroki won't be joining us today. Yeah, you killed her. Knight looks at his watch. Damn, it's only noon. I need to stall for another 12 hours and then the Shinigami King is no more. Your Russian operation involved a group of anti-Kira protesters, correct? I believe they were known as the 10 Lost Children. 9, technically, Knight mentally corrected. Yes. Because Russia signed the Kira Pact, which forbids the opposing of Kira, the Japanese were sent over to Russia to investigate and things got dicey. Agatha smiles. And if I recall, while you were in Russia, your 3 children got into a little trouble. She turns to Iris and the children. Is that correct? Comes with the territory, Rain nonchalantly says. Didn't you guys steal a police cruiser and run over a couple of people? They had ties to the 10 lost children, Minoru reminded. And it was a kidnapping and murder attempt, they acted in self-defense. And the charges against them dropped. But they were still kidnapped a few months later. By someone who is identified to have connections to the 10 lost children. She held her hands up. Am I the only one seeing this pattern? Knight Yagami and a team of police officers go to Russia to hunt these 10 lost children and then they all die. And not only that, but those lost children were hunting the Yagami children. If they were anti-Kira protesters, then why would they target the Yagami family? It's because they suspected that the Yagami family is connected to Kira. She lowers her head. Granted, none of them died of heart attacks. She looks up. But still, I have to wonder something. How is it possible that Rain, Archer, and Angel Yagami were able to kill a small group of men so easily and not even feel bothered by it? Leave my children out of it, Knight demanded. Archer is a bully in school and Angel is a doormat. And Rain is a psychopath who knows no emotion and don't talk about my children like that. Iris suddenly snapped. Shiki pounded the gavel. Order in the court. Iris sat back in her seat but her eyes never left Agatha. Iris, the last officer to insult your kids ended up dead, did he not? Seems suspicious, doesn't it? I'm grateful for it. I'm sure you are. What is the point of all of this? Knight suddenly asked. You're just throwing out random facts to make up some coherent claim. You're wasting your time. The leader of the 10 lost children, Agatha asked, did you ever find out their identity? No. Everyone in the 10 lost children was using an alias of some kind. I never found out their name. Agatha smiles and points at Knight. By the way, I just want to point out some more facts about this Russian operation. Every single officer that went with you all died of a heart attack, sans you, Iris, Kuroki, Tezuka, Psycho, and Murata. Am I correct in this assumption? Yes, Knight answered. Wow, thank you for answering honestly. I think it's plain as day that wherever you go, no matter the country or time or location, for some reason, you always end up having people killed via heart attacks around you. What's your excuse for this one? My theory was that the 10 lost children somehow managed to claim Kira's power. And they only claimed your power after you showed up in Russia. This alone isn't enough to convict me, Agatha. All of this is circumstantial evidence. We'll let the judges be the judge of that. But you can't deny the pattern going on around you. Not without sounding in denial, Knight Yagami. Are you sure you're not hiding something? Because I think this next set of evidence helped me come up with a theory. Ooh, I love hearing theories. Please, by all means, tell me what's going on. I have a theory that your entire family is in on it with this Kira charade. And what makes you say that? Your children were kidnapped by the latest 10 Lost Children member. They were taken to LA and were about to be sold into human trafficking. I'm curious how you managed to find their location so fast. A contact of mine alerted me. Is this contact of your part of the police station? No, but he's had his eyes on several human trafficking rings for a while. Interesting. And so you went there to save your kids, according to Saiko, Tezuka, and Murata, and then you stay there. We were kidnapped too, Minra pointed out. My wife and daughter too. That man, Rook, was a cannibal. He sold the children to a couple of human traffickers. I pushed him into a pen of pigs and watched him get eaten alive. Ooh, gruesome for a lawyer. I will do anything to protect my family, even if they're not blood. Ah, how heartwarming. She snaps her fingers. But it still proves my point. You and your family went home early with Tezuka, Murata, and Saiko, but the Yagami and Kuroki stayed behind. Even when they managed to save their children, they stayed in LA. She narrows her eyes. Now, instead of sending your kids back, why would you keep them with you? I didn't feel like they were safe unless they were with me. So you chose to keep them while you tangled with human traffickers? She pulled out another manila folder. That is the official report you gave to the chief of police. Details were kept to a minimum, but somehow, you managed to go toe-to-toe with these human traffickers and somehow you managed to beat them. What exactly were you doing in LA? Working, Knight sighed. I couldn't forgive these people who were about to do inhumane things to my children, so I devoured all my blood, sweat, and tears into taking down these motherfuckers. And how do you explain Kira's presence there? Kira was in LA at the same time you were in LA. She smiles mischievously and widely. Perfectly convenient if you ask me. You're not going to worm yourself out of this one, Yagami. Explain to me how Kira was in LA at the same time you were in LA. Knight pretended to hesitate to answer. He bowed his head and licked his lips. I knew this question was coming a long time ago. I thought of the perfect answer. It is not necessarily a lie, as well as the police would give the same answer. Yes, Kira had worked with the Japanese force before and even cooperated with them. I was desperate, Knight said slowly. I wanted to find these human traffickers so badly, but I didn't know how. I couldn't know how to find someone that had very little details about their location, so I called for help. I called Kira for help. Agatha's eyes widened. You called Kira for help? Yes. If you did a background search into the police force before coming to Japan, you'll know that Kira works with the cops on certain occasions. Kira is all about justice and punishing the guilty, and he never kills an innocent person without good reason. He's just like the original Kira from all those years ago. The original Kira killed Lyndell Taylor because he declared that he was going after him. And there was even that message Kira left saying that he always saw the police as his allies. Brake, Roach, and Maroon, while they were police officers, they technically tried to get in his way, so he killed them. Besides, they had Kira's power. Kira had to kill them to keep the power in check. Kira has cooperated with the NPA on numerous occasions, and when I needed help finding these human traffickers, I called Kira to ask for assistance. Agatha flinches, her back stiffening. Wow. I never thought I'd see the day. Kira is working with the law. She shrugs. I'm not surprised. But why isn't this information given to the public? It's the same reason that undercover officers aren't given to the public. This is to protect our relationship with the public and to make sure we always have a trump card. While taking down Kira sounds beneficial and ideal in theory, in reality, we have no way of fighting against Kira, especially if he can kill anybody with a heart attack from anywhere in the world. It's better to work with him than against him. That way, it's a win-win situation. As long as Kira and the police don't interfere with each other's business, Kira will only kill criminals and no innocent people will have to die. Even so, Japan signed the Kira Pact, along with numerous other nations, so hunting Kira is prohibited. In that case, when you say it like that, it would be more pragmatic to work with the god of the New World than against him. Knight stares at her. What is your plan, Agatha? Do you think you can trick me into giving myself away? Ever since I heard that I was going to be in court, I spent 12 hours in my cell coming up with all possible questions and answers. You'll never get me to reveal my secret. He subtly checks his watch. A few more hours and then I can send Gilth to the Shinigami realm. The judge checks his watch. We're going to take a short recess so we can all compose ourselves. Let's all meet back here in 90 minutes or 1:30. You got it, Your Honor, Agatha said with a smile. Knight clenches his fists. Time for round 2. Agatha put her hands in her pocket. This battle is getting very interesting. I've never had so much fun in a courtroom before. Agatha nodded. She checked her watch. Tick-tock, life is on the clock. So it is, she whispered. The Shinigami realm. Wow, would you look at that, Knight Yagami has less than 12 hours before his time on this earth expires. February 21st, 2032. He took another sip from his mug. Knight, you could be a much more dangerous killer if you just let go of the rules and killed whoever you want. The mug was inches away from pouring black coffee into his mouth when he froze and looked at the Kia killer with a glare. I will never become like you, he sneered as he slowly turned his head toward him. I will never become like you, beyond birthday. The Kia killer looked at him with a confused brow. Eh? Knight realized what he said and shook his head. Nothing. The Kia killer narrowed his eyes. I'm sensing some deeper history behind Knight Yagami than he's letting on. What drove you to become the man that you are? What drove you to be able to kill someone without invoking the slightest of emotions in your facial expressions? How are you able to lie and trick and deceive those around you? You have no idea what I'm capable of. The Kia killer chuckled. You have no idea what I'm capable of. He reached blindly behind him and grabbed a stapler. I am a man who likes to get his hands dirty. This stapler in my hands, I can kill you with it if you attack me. I can use it like a knife, a gun, or use it like it was intended to be used and I can kill you with it. A knife, hammer, screwdriver, wrench, ruler, scooper, fork, spoon, cash register, I can kill you with anything. He puts the stapler down between them. Knight rolled his eyes before taking another sip of his coffee. Were you always this crazy or made this way? I could say the same thing about you, Knight Yagami. Your parents never gave you a name, and given that you're at least in your 30s. 30s, the Kia killer laughed. This may come as a surprise, but I'm only 24 years old. Knight's jaw slowly and dramatically dropped. What? This man with a kill count in the triple digits is only 24? Knight remembered what he was going to say before he was shocked by the sudden reveal and veered back on course. In that case, if you were born 24 years ago, then you would have been born in 2008. 2007, I turned 25 on June 8th. Knight nearly crushed his mug with his bare hands. Regardless, you were born during Kira's reign and your parents did not give you a name to protect you from Kira. Yes, Kia killer said slowly. You are correct. How did you manage to go without a name for so long? Kia killer was about to answer absent-mindedly until he was blinded by visions from his past. The first vision was of his mother. Kia killer smiled warmly. February 26, 2032. Construction site. Knight sighs like he's finished a marathon. Good riddance, Kia killer. I, Kira, am the god of the New World indeed if I can kill someone unkillable by the Death Note with the Death Note. He drops the notebook to his feet and leans over, putting his hands on his knees to steady himself, taking deep breaths in and out. Chapter 106, Out of Luck. March 14, 2044. Knight Yagami's apartment. Pure bliss was the best way to describe how Knight was feeling. Everything he has accomplished made him feel pure bliss. He rolled over in his sleep, content to stay there in bed and sleep peacefully, not a care in the world. He subconsciously rolled over and put a hand over Iris, his wife. Just the feel of his hand wrapped around her stomach was enough to make him smile. He adored this woman with all his heart and admired her for everything she has done. Wake up. He felt a hand nudge him in the back of the shoulder, but he ignored it to continue feeling this blissful moment. Wake up. Knight ignored the nudge once more. He felt the pattering of feet move away from him and thought, good, let me rest in peace here. Wake up. A body jumped on top of him, waking him up out of his slumber. Knight groaned and sat up, the person jumping on top of him crawling off and towards the edge of the bed. What is it, Archer? The name Archer belonged to a 9-year-old boy with medium-length strawberry blonde hair with bright green eyes and an energetic smile on his face. He was sitting on his knee, bouncing up and down with a smile on his face, looking up at Knight. Daddy, Archer said, you're on TV. Knight rubbed the sleep out of his eyes before looking Archer in the eyes. How many times have I told you not to jump on Daddy while he's sleeping? Archer shrugged. 9 times. The 10th time, I'll take your games away. Archer laughed. It was urgent, Daddy. I thought you liked being on TV. Knight looks towards the door to see an identical-looking boy standing there dressed in baby blue pajamas. Angel, why didn't you stop your brother? I'm sorry, Daddy, Angel apologized nervously. He started twiddling his thumbs together nervously with a shy look on his face. I tried to tell him, but he... Knight decided to spare him as the young boy was already trying his hardest to find the words. He turned over and shook Iris awake. Honey, Archangel woke us up because we're on TV. Iris pulled herself out of bed and walked with Knight into the living room. Where's your sister? She asked. Rain is making us scrambled eggs, Archer answered. How nice of her to cook all of our meals for us. Knight and Iris sighed, unable to believe that Rain was a step ahead in cooking breakfast for the family. In the kitchen, a young girl with neck-length red hair stood over a stove, stirring egg yolk in a bowl before pouring it into a pan. She turned around to see her parents and 2 younger brothers. Unlike identical twins Archer and Angel, Rain had a blank look on her face, no emotion on her expressionless face. Mom, Dad, she droned emotionlessly. Good morning. What are you doing? Iris asked. Making breakfast. She looked over the scrambled eggs. Archangel begged me. Where would they be without their big sis? Definitely dead in a ditch. Archer stuck his tongue at her. Iris chuckled. Thank you for taking care of your younger brothers. If you say so, Mom. She turned back to the stove. Knight turned to his sons. What did you guys wake me up to again? The twins turned to the TV, which had the news station on and was paused on the Prime Minister of Japan. They pressed play on the TV to hear what the Prime Minister had to say. After a unanimous decision, the Prime Minister sighed with heavy reluctance, his eyes averted and looking down at the ground in shame. Japan has decided to sign the doctrine known as the Kira Pact. The Yagamis gasped. The crowd went into a frenzy, some people in the crowd calling him a coward, reporters asking him questions, while others were cheering in excitement. Archer quickly muted the TV to hear what his father was about to say. I've done it, Knight laughed in his head, his eyes and hair turning a dark red color. I'm safe from the authorities in Japan. I've truly succeeded where the original Kira failed. Anyone who comes after me now will be arrested and charged. Gilth and Massey materialized behind Knight and laughed with him. He looks toward his family to remind himself of all he has accomplished. Break, Roach, Maroon, Grudge, Minato Takata, Sora Takata, Muter, the Kia Killer, Chief Kudo, everything I've accomplished led me up to the moment where I have become accepted by Japan, a law passed in my honor, the people protecting me, this is more than I could have hoped for. A tear escapes his eye. Angel tilts his head. Daddy, are you okay? I'm okay, he sobbed with a smile. I can't believe it. He wiped the tears away, but they kept coming. I am the god of the new world and the people accept me. I have become a living deity, everything obstacle I've had to overcome has not been for naught. And most of all, I have a family, who love me, support me, and will succeed when my lifespan inevitably ends. He turns to his wife and wraps his arms around her in a hug. Iris was shocked at the hug, not used to seeing Knight crying, and she wrapped her arms around him, their hearts making contact. Knight turns to his children and hugs each of them, kissing them on their foreheads. Rain finished cooking breakfast and went over to give her father a hug. "Thank you all," Knight cried. "I love you all." October 4th, 2048. The Shinigami Realm. The Shinigami King looked up as someone entered his domain. The Shinigami King was ready to assume either the best or the worst because no one ever entered his territory without his permission, or at the very least unless he called for them. In the world of gods of death, they tended to do whatever it was in this lonely, boring, rotting world. If one were to ask the Shinigami King what his job would be, he would be able to answer: to maintain order within the Shinigami realm and to make sure that death notes were used as they were supposed to. But if someone were to ask how he carried out his job, it would be that he imposed his intimidation on others and the Shinigami stayed in line. If he says something, then that was the law. His world was the law and that was absolute. He never imagined in his years alive or undead that he would come to obtain such power. But was this power worth it? After all, despite how easy his job is in carrying it out, there was a certain place within the Shinigami King that would always feel like how the Shinigami realm was, rotting, lonely, and most of all, bored. Day in, day out, it was always the same thing and there were only so many apples from the human world he could eat. That's why he opted to indulge in the human Knight Yagami's fantasy. He allowed him to feel like he was important to the human before sneaking him off on a mission. If Knight Yagami was everything that everyone cracked him up to be, then it should be easy pickings. Gilth, the Shinigami attached to Knight Yagami, should have been easy pickings too, considering all he had to do was stalk the human for however long the human desired, so to see the Shinigami entering his territory brought a bit of shock to the king. "What are you doing here?" the king demanded. "Getting bored of the human you're attached to?" "Far from it," Gilth answered. "In fact, I'm curious about your reaction that I'm going to be seeing in a few hours." "My reaction?" "You've been watching Knight Yagami from your personal hole into the human world, right?" "Obviously." "In that case, I'm here to ensure our star audience is satisfied with themselves." The king scoffs. "Funny, since when did you guys care about my feelings?" "The last time I checked, I was too scary to have feelings." "You're never too scary to have feelings." He steps up to the stairs and gets a few feet closer to the king. "King, do you plan on living for a very long time?" "I'm going into a well-deserved leave after this," the king admitted. "I've been the king of this place for too long and it is so boring." He leans forward. "Our deal stands. If you can get me Agatha Siegel's face and I still her lifespan, I can retire in peace and the throne is for whoever wants it." Interesting. Where humans come from, whenever there is a chance to become king, it is usually not a first-come first-served situation. I'm glad you told me that, but if you've noticed from the lack of toddlers playing in the streets filled with oncoming traffic, we are not on Earth. Gilth chuckles. "In that case, we should watch the Earth together. If you want this human to impress you, then let's watch together." Currently, he should be on trial once more. Now we got front row seats to see if Knight will win or lose the Shinigami King's challenge. September 28th, 2048. The Yagami household. Knight decided to finish the plan. After we have control over all her people, we send them all to her house and then we have them attack her, force her mask off, and then upload her face to the web. After that, we can kill her. He leans back in his chair, his smile widening. It's a perfect plan. However, if we do this, if we're going to unmask and then kill her, then it needs to be planned on a very specific date. I already have a plan to kill the Shinigami King. Gilth and Massey materialized behind Knight. "What's your great plan to kill the king?" Massey wondered. Knight looked at his family and told them the plan. Didn't you notice that the Shinigami King picked a very specific date? Why 21 days and not something like 1 year or 3 days? After a few weeks of planning and looking at the evidence and details the death note provided him, I have come to one conclusion: October 4th, 2048 is the Shinigami King's last day alive. If he doesn't kill somebody by that date, he fades away. He wants this Agatha Siegel's lifespan so he can retire in peace. That's why he chose me. He wants me to get him her date and lifespan so he can live out the rest of Agatha Siegel's years and retire in peace. We're going to use this to our advantage. He smiles. Figuring out Agatha's real name has already been done, but figuring out her face is another matter entirely. If we can figure out her face before the king does, then we can use that to our advantage. We can write her name in the notebook and say she dies on a specific date, like October 8th, so that way, when we show the king a picture of the unmasked Agatha, he won't be able to kill her because her name's already been written in the notebook. Gilth began to speak up. And what's stopping him from dash? I'm getting to that. Gilth, do you remember how you killed Grudge and Saito? Yep, Gilth nodded smugly. When they were writing the name of a human they intended to kill, I wrote the same name in my notebook within a 0.06 second difference. Because this type of entry was regarded as simultaneous, the individual whose name was written was spared. Precisely, Knight hissed. So that's what you want to do. You want the honor of killing Agatha Siegel yourself while tricking the Shinigami King into writing your name down in his notebook but having your name written in another notebook to render it invalid. Genius, Gilth praised. That is genius. But it's risky. If you're not careful, he could write your name in the death note. Knight stands up. That's why, when this happens, I need you to be up there in the Shinigami realm, keeping a very close eye on the Shinigami King. And if the worst happens, like you being slow or out of touch with writing names down within a 0.06 second difference, you can practice on humans in the human world with Mom. Gilth looked at Massey and narrowed his eyes. Do you think you can keep up, Massey? Always, Massey declared. Anything to help our little Nightlight. Knight nods smugly. Good. This is a very risky game you're playing, Knight Yagami. The Shinigami King is not easily fooled, but if you want to play your hands against the god of the world of gods of deaths, then I will lend you a helping hand. Gilth stood directly behind the Shinigami King as they watched the events of the courtroom play out. Despite having plenty of time to spare, Gilth pulled out his notebook and waited patiently to write. The human realm. Courtroom. Everyone was getting impatient. Who wouldn't? After all, the judges said they would be done in about 30 minutes after lunch. It's been 3 hours. It was almost 5 o'clock and everyone was getting anxious. They were waiting for a verdict on this Kira suspect and they wanted an answer immediately. Especially the criminals posing as the cops, they had the most beef against Kira, and if this little twerp was Kira, then they'd want to see him locked up for the rest of his days, surrounded by 4 corners and a roof with nothing but a bucket to shit in. It wasn't just the criminals and thugs getting antsy but the B&D posing as the cops, mostly because they wanted to see this man who killed innocent people in the name of justice get his just. If this kid wasn't Kira, then they were going to have a stroke over this massive waste of time. When it seemed like they were about to get some answers, the judges came back and sat down, and instead of giving their verdict, they demanded that this trial continue. There's just a few more questions and pieces of evidence we would like to hear, Judge Shiki claimed. Ms. Agatha Siegel, if you would be kind enough to give more details to the case relevant. Agatha smiles. Of course. But unfortunately, I believe that I am out of evidence for the time being. I spent over 36 hours gathering evidence to be used in this trial. While we may be dragging on, I think I can safely say that I rest my case. If you look back to every case that involved Kira, the BRM case, the Kiri case, Kia Killer, 10 lost children, and human traffickers, they all share one common factor, Knight Yagami. Maybe his wife, Iris Abernathy, who is said to have connections to Wammy's house as that is where they both met, but I think that's irrelevant. Knight, sitting on the witness bench once more, chuckled. What I'm so curious about, Agatha Siegel, is how you managed to get your stubby fingers on all these pieces of evidence? It took a lot of exchanging of hands from the CIA, NPA, B&D, and even governors that don't have initials. She removed her jacket. It's amazing how much people are willing to work under the radar, even if it means that they know when they're caught, they'll receive the worst kind of repercussions from the world's most dangerous man. You might receive an even worse punishment from Kira for carrying out your task of trying to catch him. He looks around the room. Do you trust everybody in this room? Any one of them could secretly be a Kira sympathetic and you gave them your name. They could destroy your lives. Knight scoots up in his seat. When I was in Russia, my team was attacked by a group of radical Kira supporters. They will do some serious shit to you. I have no fear anymore, Knight Yagami. She tugs on the 2 buttons on the top of her shirt. I know what awaits me when I die. She cracks her knuckles. To be honest, I could care less if this trial sticks because we all know, everybody in this courtroom knows, that all of this is just a formality. Even if I brought strong, undeniable evidence against you to prove that you are, without a doubt, 110% Kira, people will shrug and throws this evidence under the rug because, after 18 years, Kira has managed to keep the peace for almost 20 years. As said earlier, it is far more practical to have Kira work with you rather than against you. She reaches for the back of her head and grasps lightly at her red hair. That being said, I have only one thing to say to this court case before I reveal the final part of my evidence. The judge sat up. And what would that be? You would have to wait a few more hours, a few teeny tiny more hours. She checked her watch. It is currently 5 o'clock. And that is relevant. How? Because of this. Agatha pulls both and reaches for the back of her mask and she pulls on it. The back part of the mask comes loose off of Agatha's hair as she brings the rubber around and pulls on the front of the mask. The rubber mask, which was said to have been burned to Agatha's face, how now come free, and after what felt like a very long time, Agatha could finally breathe. She lets out a deep sigh for air and for the first time since she had the mask off that evening, she smiled. Knight's eyes widened and his jaw drops. Oh my God! What the hell is going on here? Agatha ran a hand over her face and felt every niche of her skin. I got surgery yesterday, she admitted, finally got the mask off of me. You'll never understand the feeling I felt. After decades of wearing a mask burned to her skin, her face looked like a Barbie doll that had been held over a candle. The look of a melted wax candle face gave Knight the shives as he saw the border where her wax skin ended and her smooth skin began near the edge of her eyes. Hello. Agatha Siegel, she told herself after pulling out her phone and looking at herself in the reflection. It's been so long, far too long. She pockets her cell phone and looks up at Knight. This will be the only opportunity you have to kill me, Kira. After today, I am leaving. Kleber and me both. So if you want to kill me, then now's your chance. She smiled and spread her arms. But like I said, I feel no fear. I feel free. Agatha didn't notice it at first, but her vision blurred. The tears were doing their job of making her sob as she cried with joy. I really am free, she mentally laughed. I'm free! Knight looked over at the judges, who seemed to recoil in disgust. In light of recent events and the evidence gathered, we have decided that the defendant, Knight Yagami, accused of being Kira, is not guilty. And subsequently, all charges against him will be dropped. He banged the gavel. Case dismissed and the court is adjourned. Knight let out a breath he had no idea he had been holding when he looked at Agatha's face. He looked over at Iris, who blinked 3 times twice. His hair and eyes turned dark red. Yes, I've won, I've won. He looks up at the ceiling as if expecting to find someone there. Shinigami King, more than likely, you are watching this and you are about to write down Agatha Siegel's name. But Iris gave me the signal, she had already lost. I had figured out a way to get to Agatha's identity long before you did. That night a few nights ago. I found the answer in the form of photoshopping. I figured that since the eyes don't work on drawings, they would work on pictures. I pulled up photos that night of various criminals, most of which that had their faces out of the frame, and with a little photo editing skills, I managed to capture the full looks of their faces. Don't you remember the conversation you had with me in solitary confinement? My memories may have been gone, at least the ones involving the Death Note, but not the ones you helped me gain. As soon as I heard that your father took a picture of you on Halloween in 2019, all I had to do was wait for Iris to work her magic. All she would do was look through old photos taken on Halloween 2018 and look for a girl matching your description. When it comes to heterochromia, blue and brown eyes were far more common than green and blue eyes, so you would stand out, especially with your red hair. And once she found a photo of your face, if it had your face in the frame, then that would be perfect, but even with half of your face, even that was enough to work with Photoshop. Iris would Photoshop your picture until the entirety of your face was in the frame. After that, she would confirm your name with her Shinigami eyes, and then she would write your name in the notebook and that you die on October 6th, a little birthday gift to me. You may have unmasked yourself, Gatha, but it was too little too late. If you think that having yourself die just moments after revealing your face to the Kira suspect was the way to go, you're dearly wrong. And with Gilth in the Shinigami realm watching over the Shinigami King following my instructions to the letter, and with the Death Note in the back of my pants that Iris managed to help me with during our hour-long break, I have won this battle. Once again, I have proven myself to be the true god of the New World. In a little over 48 hours, the Shinigami King will die. And then Agatha Siegel and Reiner Kleber. And then when I'm done with them, I'll kill every poser that was involved in this operation, and I will end this battle on a high note. Realizing that he was lost in the moment, Knight got up from the bench and walked down, and was immediately embraced by his wife and kids. Everyone stood up and got ready to clear the room, muttering angrily under their breaths before Agatha looked at the Yagami family. Cherish each other, Agatha told. Knight looked up at Agatha. You look very different with no mask on. I feel naked, Agatha admitted. Naked but alive. Naked and alive. You realize that you're a target for Kira, right? Agatha smirked smugly, which looked disturbing with her melted wax face. I'm still a target for Kira, aren't I? Anyone with a face is a valid Kira target, Knight answers. Discreetly, he was smirking on the inside. Oh, I'm sure everybody is. She looks at the empty bench before turning back to Knight. Congratulations on your verdict, Knight Yagami, looks like we both win this round. Knight narrowed his eyes at her. Thank you. He pats his children on their shoulders. Alrighty then, let's pack up and get ready to go home. I have a feeling that I'm going to sleep well tonight. And if Gilth followed his orders to the letter, then I will be waking up in the morning, feeling more alive than ever. And one day later, I'll get the best present I can ever ask for, Agatha's demise. Agatha looked away as the Yagamis retreated out of the courthouse. Agatha looked down at her hands, her mask still in the palm of her left hand. She drops the mask to the ground and looks over to her table where Kleber still sat. Kleber gets up and moves over to her. Agatha, he began. Everybody is out of the courtroom. We're all alone. Agatha looks around and sees his point, total emptiness, which meant total silence. And even with Knight's obviously staged verdict that had been given by his superior to keep order, she still felt like she won. As long as she still heard the beating of her heart, then it meant that she was alive. And yes, she was indeed alive. She put a hand to her chest and continued the seconds between each beat. She knew her heart was beating at the usual 100 beats per minute, but it almost seemed like time slowed for her, which made it seem like her heart was beating every 5 seconds. Kleber looks down at his watch. What do you want to do? Any last requests? The words last and request being thrown in the same sentence would have made anyone nervous. But no, Agatha immediately knew what she wanted. She knew exactly what she wanted. Suspecting that Knight might be out in front of the courthouse, she races after him and catches up to him just as they flag down a taxi. Knight, she called out. Knight was helping his wife and children in the taxi when he turned around, his hand on the door. What is it? I still want to have our conversation, you know, the one I told you we would have in your cell? Remember? Yes, I remember. If you're hoping to have a conversation with Kira, then you're not going to get one. I'm sure I will. Tomorrow, 11:30, my house, and my address will be provided soon. I really hope to meet up with you so we can talk, Kira. Knight looks away before climbing into the vehicle. Agatha, seeing no reason to stay, heads back into the courthouse and reunites with Kleber in the courtroom. Did you find Knight? He asked. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have a conversation together soon. I bet my life on it. Kleber looks down at his watch. I can't believe it is really going to happen, he gasps. We're going to die. We both knew this the minute we wrote our names on that piece of the death note. September 30th, 2048. Agatha carefully strokes Kleber's hair and leans into his shoulder. She wrapped her elbows around his neck and pulls him in. Call me crazy, but I think I have an idea. I love ideas, especially when it starts off with call me crazy. Agatha laughs. You're probably going to hate me for this, but I think it is essential that we go at Kira, hard, starting tomorrow. Really, this could be interesting. What have you got in mind? She told him what she had in mind. This notebook of death, looking over it and some pieces of evidence from the past, seems to reveal that not only can Kira kill from a distance but can control the time of death of his victims. That means, if he wanted to, he could write our names in the notebook and then all he would have to do is wait for us to die at whatever time he specified. She closes her eyes tightly as she forces the next set of words out of her mouth. I don't think we're going to win, so I propose that we have our own kind of victory. She strokes Kleber's cheek. I have a plan and call me suicidal, but I want to find Kira's notebook of death and write my name in it. Kleber's eyes widened. What? Kira is always going to have the upper hand on us, and sooner or later, he'll most likely manipulate the people I have stalking him into going after me. But, if I can get my hands on this notebook, then I can write my name in the notebook and I can die when I want to die. You don't want to do that, do you? I do, Agatha nodded. I want to stop living life in fear. She touches her mask. This thing melted to my face as a physical representation of my fear. I've wanted to know what I've looked like for a long time, and as long as it is still melted to my face, I will never know true peace or the true feeling of living. If I write my name in the notebook, I get to go out on my own terms, and there would be no way I could die prematurely. I could finally live, Kleber. She looks him in the eye. Don't you want to live, Kleber? He nods. I do. To even the odds, we'll replace everybody in the NPA with doubles, using plastic surgery on B&D agents and criminals. That way, they can keep track of the Yagamis at all times. While they're at work, I can break into their house, look for the notebook, and then write my name down. Both of us can write our names down. She looks up at him with a worried look. What do you think? Kleber smiles. I'm reluctant because I want to live, but I will do it. We may lose the battle, but we will get the last laugh because you and I will have our happy ending. We will. He lays his head on her forehead. October 1st, 2048. Holding facility. Agatha grabs his hand and rubs her thumb over it soothingly. We go with my original plan. Kleber looks down at the notebook. But you said you would be willing to go with it. Kleber pulled his lips back and bared his teeth. He sucked in the air before closing his eyes regretfully. He opens his eyes and stares Agatha in her beautiful blue and green eyes. Let's do it. Agatha took out a pencil and began writing. How would we die? Kleber asked, his hands suddenly shaking. Are the heart attacks going to be painful? I don't know the exact ways this book works, but given that Kira can kill people in a variety of ways, I believe that he can choose how a person can die. Like via a heart attack or suicide. Since this is a notebook page, maybe we're supposed to write how we die and when we die next to our names. When's a good time to die? October 6th at midnight, she shrugged. We get 5 days to live our life the way we want. Will the heart attacks be painful? We'll take sleeping pills so we'll fall asleep instantly. Either that or we can write that we died peacefully and painfully. We should do that. He clenches his fists. As scared as I am to die, if it means I can start anew, then I'm willing to take it. He suddenly smiles. Besides, if it means that I die because of my actions, then there's no prouder honor than that. The only person allowed to kill Rainer Kleber is Rainer Kleber himself. And the only person to kill Agatha Siegel is herself. She touches her mask. If we do this, then it means I can get surgery. I can finally get this mask off of me. Then do it, Kleber ordered. If it means you can be happy, then do it. And you will die by my side? After we've known each other for so long, I would be honored to die by your side. My family died while I was the sole survivor. Knowing this is the future that was in store for me, dying by their side would have been preferable. Then I will be by your side when you die so you won't ever be lonely again. Agatha smiles and wipes the tears out of her eyes. Thank you, Rainer. Thank you so much. After they finished doing whatever it was they were doing, Agatha and Kleber stepped out of the janitor's closet and into the hallway. When they were sure they were out of the camera's field of vision and out of sight from the poser cops, Kleber took out his lighter and took the paper in Agatha's hand. Once we do this, there is no going back, Kleber declared. But that's what I like about it. The path of no return is the path I'm most excited to take. He sets the death note paper on fire. After it caught fire, he drops it to the ground and watches as it burns. After witnessing the paper turn to ash before him, he stomped on it before the fire system could go off. Scraping the black ash against the floor and staining his shoes, he looked up at Agatha with eager eyes like a child. We've won, Agatha declared. We've won, and I can't believe how easy it was. She checked her watch and realized the time. Jesus Christ, we'd better get a move on. I think we stayed in the closet for a little too long. Agatha looked down at her watch. We still got a day or two until our deadline is reached. I'm curious if you wanted to do anything. Kleber walks up to her and bestows a kiss on her lips. You are so beautiful. You say, oh, you look like a melted candle, but honestly, I don't see it. Yeah, you look like a candle, but you're the one candle I'm willing to kiss. He groans. Jesus Christ, that sounded so weird, and cringe when said aloud. Even when I'm about to die, I still can't find the right words. Agatha kisses him back. Didn't you make me an offer when we first came up with this plan? He remembered what the offer was. I most certainly did. And are you willing to follow up on that offer? I most certainly am. Agatha kisses him on the lips. My place or yours? I have a waterbed. We don't want to make too big of a mess. No, we don't. Will you be able to keep up? I have great stamina, says the guy who needs an inhaler whenever he laughs too hard. I'm going to die soon. He reaches into his pocket and takes out his inhaler once more. This time, I'm going to throw this out for rails 'cause I don't need it. Agatha grabs his arms. You should keep it, just in case. You don't want your last day alive to be full of you coughing. He groans. Yeah, I guess you have a point. He pockets his inhaler before they headed towards the exit. The Yagami household. With everything finally over, Knight took this time to finally catch his breath. He wanted to kick and scream and tear the furniture apart, but he told himself to calm down. Any more thrashing and the notebook hidden in his pants could come loose and fall out, forcing him to lose his memories once more. Why are you so pissed, Knight? Iris asked. I was frustrated with myself for getting us into this mess in the first place. This whole thing could have been avoided if I had just been a little more cautious, a little more savvy, but I got careless and overconfident. All of a sudden, his angry aura vanished. But I did escape from this little endeavor, so no harm, no foul. Iris patted her husband on the back. Kuroki didn't. I know. He closes his eyes and winces. He took out his cell phone, which had been given to him once the charges had been dropped, and pulled out a photo of Kuroki. Iris looked at the phone. Knight, I can't see her name floating above her head. She's dead, Knight. Damn it, Knight winces once more. Why did it have to be her? He pockets his cell phone. As soon as we get that camera that was in the courtroom, we're going to kill everybody there. Except for us and Minoru, obviously. And the judges? They can't afford to live for much longer. They may be MIA mercenaries, but they looked Akira's suspect up in the face. They can't survive. They have to die along with everybody else. He checks his watch. It's 8 o'clock. We still got 4 hours until my deadline. Hopefully, the Shinigami King will be dead and I will have my glory. 4 hours later. Unable to get any sleep, Knight decided to stay awake the entire night and waited patiently for Gilth to make his return from the Shinigami realm. If he got lucky, then Gilth would obtain the Shinigami King's notebook after his death, and as a replacement for the one he lost, Knight would wield the Shinigami King's notebook for the rest of his glory days as a symbol and sign of victory over his Shinigami opponent. He didn't have to wait too long, luckily, when Gilth came floating down to the human world carrying 2 notebooks with him. Gilth and Massey materialized in front of Knight. With Iris awake and sitting on the bed with her knees hugged to her chest, Knight stood up. He turned on the bedside lamp and moved over to the Shinigami. Before he spoke, he took a moment to appreciate that Iris did a good job in cleaning up the fire and making it look like there was none. "Gilth," he said happily. "It took you long enough." He checked his watch. "It's after midnight. I'm assuming that the Shinigami King is dead." Gilth drops a large notebook the size of a textbook onto the ground. Knight picks it up and realizes what it was. The King's notebook. He smiles widely. "This means I killed him." He laughs loudly. "I killed the god of death. I killed the dash." His glow was cut off when he saw Massey sobbing into Gilth's shoulder. "What's going on?" he asked, more confused than frightened. When Gilth didn't answer, Knight quickly opened the Shinigami King's notebook and kept flipping through the pages until he saw something that caught his eye. My name was written in the notebook. He sighs with relief. "But if you follow the 0.06 second difference rule, then my entry should be rendered invalid." Gilth silently opens his notebook. Knight smiles. "Good, then the entry is rendered invalid. It means dash." "Look closer, Knight," Gilth urged. Knight decided to play along and scoff, but when he saw his name written down in the notebook, his smile dropped and eyes widened. "What's this?" He looks up at Gilth and looks at the entry in his notebook. "What the hell is this? What's going on?" Gilth sighs heavily, which Knight takes as a negative sign. "Is the Shinigami King dead?" "Yes," Gilth confirmed. "He's dead. Otherwise, I never would have gotten my hand on his notebook." "Then explain this." Gilth clicked his tongue before looking Knight in the eyes. "This is a battle in which nobody and everybody won at the same time. Earlier. Shinigami Realm." With the reveal of Agatha Siegel tearing her face off in public, Gilth would have assumed the worst, but it appears that after Agatha tore her mask off, the Shinigami King did not flinch in the slightest. It was almost like he expected this to happen, yet at the same time, did not care if it happened. The person he had Knight Yagami sick and chase after for the past 3 weeks had their face revealed, and here the Shinigami King was, looking all nonchalant. Not even he was eager, with the girl's lifespan revealed to him, eager to write her name down in the notebook. Although Gilth had to admit, she had quite the lifespan. He thought that the Shinigami King was bluffing and just yanking his chain until he saw the Shinigami King's hand twitch. "Look how many years I could live if I were to take Agatha Siegel's lifespan." Gilth made sure he was behind the Shinigami King, but his notebook was still in sight. Gilth pulled out his own notebook and put the pen to the paper. The Shinigami King quickly writes Agatha Siegel's name inside. After waiting 40 seconds, Agatha Siegel did not drop dead. "Ooh, what a shocker. How did I not predict that this was going to happen?" He looks over at Gilth. "Let me guess, Agatha Siegel's name has already been written in the death note, and you just came up here to gloat that Agatha Siegel is already immune to being killed by other notebooks?" Strangely, he smiled. "In that case, Knight Yagami may be immune to being killed by his own notebook, but he is not immune to being killed by my notebook." Gilth grunts before putting the pen to his notebook and began writing. He made sure to watch every stroke and strike the Shinigami King took in the notebook, and he copied it to perfection. He had practiced hard with Massey for hours on criminals, and now it was time to beat the Shinigami King at his own game. After the writing and stroking had finally come to an end, Gilth smiled and pulled the pen away from his notebook. The Shinigami King put his notebook down before Gilth did and turned to the younger Shinigami with a smile. "If I were you, I'd write that Knight Yagami dies peacefully in his sleep in 23 days. After all." The Shinigami King holds up his notebook and displays the name he wrote. Knight Yagami. Gilth's eyes widened and he looks down at the name he wrote. Knight Yagami. You thought you could use the same trick you used to kill Grudge on me? When I saw you kill Grudge using the simultaneous entry rule, I was impressed. The plan that Knight Yagami came up to kill me is phenomenal, and I will admit, he is the first human to earn my respect. He nods to the notebook. You better get writing if you don't want him to die in 20 seconds. Gilth immediately writes dies peacefully in his sleep 23 days later. Perfect, the Shinigami King laughed. You tricked me, Gilth grunted. Very few people can trick me, much less a human. But like I said, I am impressed with everything I've seen Knight Yagami do. If I wanted to, I could have said nothing and have him die 40 seconds after you wrote his name, but his intelligence made me realize that he deserves better. I thought you wanted to retire. Knight Yagami and Agatha Siegel are the only two people in the world as far as I know with near identical lifespans. I know, and it made me realize, with all those years remaining in this world, that I didn't want to live in this world. My plan was to kill one of them, take their lifespan, then retire, but I could never find peace in retiring, especially in a world this boring, so I figured that I'd go out with a bang, prove why the only person who can kill me is me. The Shinigami King smiles once more. I had a lot of fun, though. I really did, and I wish you the best of luck. Be grateful that you get to say goodbye to that human you've been attached to for the last 18 years. Come 12 o'clock in the human world, I fade away. My notebook is yours to inherit, along with my throne. The Shinigami King turned to dust at midnight. Back in the human world. No, Knight gasps, no, this has to be some kind of mistake. Gilth shook his head. I'm afraid not, Knight. The Shinigami King misspelled your name on purpose so that I would write your name into the notebook. Gilth sighed heavily before tilting his head. My apologies, Knight, he outsmarted me. No, this has to be some kind of bullfucking shit. He nearly lost his voice on the last word. The Shinigami King must have written my name down in the notebook and dash. Knight, the Shinigami King misspelled your last name on purpose. He knew what I was going to do because he saw me use the same trick on Grudge all those years ago. And Saito. Gilth clenches his fists. This can't be happening? Iris said softly, looking down at the bed. This has to be some kind of deception, some kind of lie or trickery or an illusion. Why would the Shinigami King just decide to die? Yeah, Knight nodded. The Shinigami King is probably still alive and he's blackmailing you into saying all of this. I'm afraid not, Knight. He cocks his head. The first stage of grieving is denial, or some shit like that. Then anger, acceptance, and whatever. You have 23 days to go through the 5 stages of grief, so I suggest not taking another day for granted. He takes back his notebook and looks at the name entry one more time. Remember when we first met, Knight? How I told you that I would be the one writing your name in my notebook. This was a long day coming. You were always going to have your name written in my notebook. It was your destiny to die by my hand. You have delayed an inevitable for almost 18 years, but now, it was time to pay the price. You did it on purpose. Knight suddenly shouted. You wrote my name in the notebook on purpose, didn't you? And why would I do that? Because you couldn't stand the fact that I've accomplished so much more than you ever did when you were Kira. You were jealous. You were always jealous of me because I'm better than you. Gilth suddenly laughed. How pathetic, but anger is the next stage of grieving, or at least one of them. He flashed the notebook at Knight one more time. Remember, you have 23 days left to live on this earth. You can make the best of them or you can spend the rest of your days squabbling. Fuck you. Knight cursed at him. After everything I've done, how could you kill your own son? How could you set up your own children to be killers like you? Die, Knight sobbed. Just fucking die. Oh, I think I got that part down already. Now in 23 days, you're going to die. I could have written that you die from a painful death, but I wrote that you die peacefully in your sleep. Fuck you, Knight sobbed once more before throwing his hands on Gilth's chest in an attempt to push him, only for them to phase right through them. Fuck you all. I hope you all fucking die. Knight, Iris called out, but her voice came out as nothing more than a sob with a crack. Come back. Knight walked out through the front door and slammed it shut behind him. And with no direction or strings pulling him, he walked forward and looked up at the sky. The sky suddenly seemed so dark and pitch black. Where are the stars? Where are the fucking stars? He saw the moon, but it wasn't big and fat like it should be. No, it was fading away. It was fading away to the point it was a barely noticeable crescent in the sky. My fucking life. With no will to hold back the tears as he stormed the neighborhood all by himself, he allowed the dam to come undone within him as the tears poured down his face. He sobbed and his breath became hitched, with no rhythm in them. He gasped for air several times, but no matter how hard he tried, the air would forever escape him. He made a noise that sounded like a wounded gazelle calling out for help, but he knew there was no help for him. I never should have picked up that notebook, he sobs internally. I wish I never found that notebook. He kept repeating the same mantra in his head over and over again, how he wished he never found the notebook, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized that the notebook was given to him. I wish I was never given that notebook. But even if he was never given that notebook, he would have lived in a crapsack world with no justice and no savior to look forward to. And he got down to the root of it, this world never would have been created had it not been for his father. I wish my father never found that notebook. And then there was something he discovered. Had it not been for his father gaining the notebook, he never would have been born in the first place. It is through the notebook that his mother found his father and thus, lead to Knight being born. This revelation only made him sob harder as he walks deeper and deeper into the dark abyss before him, suddenly lost and uncaring where he was. Not even a streetlight from above could offer him comfort. As he walked deeper and deeper into the darkness, it suddenly dawned on him what was going to happen to him. Verbally, he had been told what was going to happen, but he didn't fully comprehend it until the entire world around him was pitch black. His luck had run out. He was going to die. Chapter 107, October 27th. August 29th, 2044. Tokyo, Japan. It's good to be home, Knight said aloud as he walked into his apartment. He smiled and touched his couch, which he just cleaned recently, and sat down comfortably. His wife joined beside him. Archer and Angel ran into their bedrooms and dived into them, missing the warmth and comfort only their beds can provide for them. Rain simply sat down on her bed and went on as if nothing happened. She adjusted the blanket and pillow before settling in and taking a nap. Archer and Angel were jumping on their beds like it was a bouncy house before they settled and went to their game console to play a few games. With it being August, it was in the middle of the first part of their semester in school, and thanks to having computers and staying on top of everything, despite certain circumstances, all three of them managed to stay at the very top of their classes. Archer and Angel couldn't read their big sister's mind, but they knew that Rain missed Masumi. In a way, Archer and Angel missed the Kagamis too, and they made a silent agreement to go visit when they got the chance. But there was another part of Archer that, while he wanted to visit the Kagamis, he meant going through Masumi, who went to school, and given everything that happened, Archer would rather be at home, doing nothing than going to school. But it was something he had to do. And while he was at it, he took out his death note and started writing names of criminals of the week to kill. Angel tried to stop him, saying that they should wait for further instructions, but he decided that there was no harm and let his brother right away. A couple of hours later, when everyone was tucked tightly in their beds for the first time in a while, Knight and Iris stayed up to meet Kuroki, who came by for a late-night visit. Kuroki looked around the living room before they went upstairs to the master bedroom for a private conversation. After all three were in, Knight locked the door behind them. "We've all done well," Knight praised. "That's another one for the books. Victory is within ours once more, and I can't think of anything else worth celebrating." "What does this call for?" Iris asked. "Shamepinch, cake, juice boxes?" "Yes, because some of us refuse to grow up and are still in love with juice boxes." Kuroki laughed before sitting down on the bed. "It's a good thing we got back when we did. Morale at the police station is at an all-time low. It's time for the three of us to return and show the police stations who's boss." "We should." Knight contemplated. "But I stood by what I said when I said that celebrations are in order. Especially for you, Kuroki." "I didn't do much except get caught a few times," Kuroki rebutted and looked down regretfully. "I was pretty useless." "You did well, Kuroki. You figured out Humble's real name. And for that, I think you deserve a reward." Kuroki looked up, interested. "Oh yeah, and what would that reward entail?" Knight looked at the bed. "Well, what do you know, there's room for all three of us on that bed." January 1st, 2045. Tokyo, Japan. Life couldn't be better, Knight pondered as he walked down the street, not a care in the world. "I've faced some of the world's strongest, smartest, and deadliest criminals and opponents, and I have come out on top for all of them. And I'm just getting started. There is still so much more for me to do, and I can't fucking wait to shape this world more and more like it should supposed to be." Knight looked over and heard a conversation at a newsstand going on in Japanese. After speaking English during his entire adventure in Los Angeles, he was grateful to be hearing his native tongue once more. But he considered it to be good practice for his multilingual skills. Knight would argue that the most fun he has in the following months was looking up all the known associates of everyone connected to Rook the Cannibal and taking out his clan of cannibals. One by one, they were all vanquished off the face of the earth, never to eat another person again, but there will always be bad people out there. Therefore, the world will never run out of bad guys for Knight. That was just fine with him because Kira still needed to be out there, an omnipotent presence that was always watching and always killing. Heart attacks must still be the leading cause of death in the world, and every country should have an equal death rate. Everyone should be equal when they die. Knight was training his successors well, and if they did well, they would inherit the world from him, and it would be their job to act as the new gods and goddesses of the world. I'll go down in history as the longest-running Kira, and as the Kira who surpassed the first Kira. In a way, my victory has already been assured. And it's all thanks to me and my wits alone. Only a god can defeat a god." October 5th, 2048. Knowing that this was their last day on Earth brought a certain comfort to Agatha and Kleber that they had never managed to experience before. Knowing that their life was about to go out like a candle, everything seemed brighter. The colors on the wall, traffic lights, and even some of Pablo Picasso's paintings. And not only that, but the steak that Agatha ate never tasted so good before. She was happy to eat this food and savor each flavor. She now knew how Jesus felt during the Last Supper. But the one thing that genuinely felt great was the lovemaking. In all of her past relationships, the ones that bothered to touch her at least, there was no emotion behind it. It was nothing but pure primal and short-term satisfaction on her partner's end. She received satisfaction physically, but that was where the good sex ended. And then when she and Kleber slept together, no matter how messy this asthmatic man was, there was the emotion behind each movement and snap of his hips and, dare she say, tears on his face. Kleber reached down, kissed her face, and made eye contact with her. Throughout their session, he never took his eyes off of her, even as he cried with emotion. And it made Kleber feel butterflies in her stomach. She was never going to have children, she accepted that, nor will she get married or start a family and watch them grow up and follow their dreams and passions. Anyone would have seen this as a loss, but not Agatha, especially when she looked back on her life and thought of everything she accomplished. All those awards and accolades she won in the B&D could never hold a candle to her breaking free of Kira's iron fist. She was a winner, and she was going to die a winner. Agatha checked her watch, and right on schedule, Knight Yagami appeared at her doorstep holding an envelope she had one of her doubles send to Knight. Once Agatha invited Knight into her bedroom while Kleber was cleaning up in the kitchen. Agatha locked the door and turned to Knight. "I'm Kira, ask me anything." Agatha blinked in confusion, taking a few seconds to comprehend Knight's words. "Just like that? Just like that? I got nothing to lose anymore. You wanted a heart-to-heart with me, well now's your chance." Agatha and Knight sat on the bed, their hands on their knees. "Do you like killing people?" "Yes," Knight answered without any expression on his face. "I like killing people, especially bad people. But for the innocent, I will protect them. And as much as I want to kill those who oppose Kira, it wouldn't be right." "Do you like the fear you put in people?" "Yes," Knight hissed. "I like it. I like the idea of criminals shitting their pants at the thought of facing my wrath, that their life could end like this." He snaps his fingers. "I want the evil to be afraid and the innocent to have no fear. For far too long, people have been afraid of the dark because they feared a monster might be hiding. But I put the fear of the dark in those evil people. You are not evil, Agatha, but I wanted you to die in fear, knowing that you've been bested." "I'm going to die," Agatha mentioned. "How do you figure?" "That booby trap in your house, it was to destroy the notebook, right?" Knight rolled his eyes. "Yes. Kleber found a piece of the death note in Kuroki's house. We wrote our names down on the page, and wrote that we would die tonight at midnight." Knight's shoulders went limp. "My two main targets are both dead. I won but I lost at the same time." He looks at her. "You wrote your name down to escape my iron fist?" "Yeah." "You killed Kuroki. I'm going to kill every single one of your doubles and contacts as punishment for killing them." "I figured," Kuroki nods. "I was never close with them and I hated most of them." She closes her eyes. "And Kuroki, I didn't kill her, a couple of my doubles went rogue and decided to kill her out of fear. They were going to kill you but I stopped them." "Hallelujah." Agatha tilted her head. "What's wrong with you, Knight?" "I got nothing left to lose anymore." The way his voice sounded made Agatha think of depressed people. "I don't fucking care anymore." "Are you depressed?" "Very much, Agatha." He finally decides to look at Agatha in the eyes. "I don't normally do this, but in light of what I found out, I praise you. Instead of kicking and screaming and trying to find a way to kill me, you found a way to find peace. Instead of killing me with the death note dash, which Kleber tried to do." Knight smiled. "You found your peace. You have earned my respect, Agatha, and because I mostly kill my enemies, I don't get the luxury of talking to them as Kira. You have earned my respect, Agatha Siegel, and I will admit, this was a fun adventure. It was very fun, until around the end. Now it's just a fucking tragedy." He looks ahead. "Oh yeah, and if you're thinking that you're going to see your family in the afterlife, think again, there's no heaven or hell." "Oh, you're not a believer?" Knight looked at her before choosing his next words carefully. "I heard somewhere that heaven and hell don't exist. But I guess it's all based on opinion. Speaking of which..." Gilth floated from the ground and stood over Agatha. Gilth flashed her a smile. "Hello, Agatha, my name is Gilth. Nice to finally meet you." Agatha looked at the Shinigami, licking her lips. "Are you here to take my soul?" "Nope, just here to say hi. If you've been born with the ability to see us, you should at least have the privilege of talking to one before you die." "Wow." Agatha tilts her head. "I thought gods of death had scythes and cloaks." "Some of them do." Knight turned to Agatha once more. "I've got plenty of loose ends to tie up. But I just wanted to say one thing before you die, you made this last adventure of mine fun. Thank you, and as a reward, I acknowledge you as a worthy opponent to Kira. Thank you for showing me a good time with our cat and mouse game." Agatha looked at the strawberry blonde man and suddenly, her eyes got heavy. "I never thought in a million years that I would be getting a thank you and compliment from Kira." Knight looked at his watch. "You got 15 minutes before you go night-night." Agatha yawns and rubs her eyes. And right on cue, Kleber comes walking into the bedroom. By this time, Gilth faded into invisibility before Kleber could find him, and Knight looked up at the German. He pats his kneecaps before standing up and standing shoulder to shoulder. "I'll see you later, asthma boy." "In a while, crocodile." Knight nodded to them and walked to the door. He stopped for a few seconds to watch the two Germans collapse in bed. He looked over his shoulder and, after some contemplating in his head, decided to sit down on the couch and crack his knuckles. He watched the closed door with intensity, noting every single detail on the door before he heard the alarm on his wristwatch go off. Knight drowned out the sound as he stood up and peeked into the bedroom. Agatha and Kleber had fallen asleep on the bed with the covers pulled up to their necks, and Knight could hear the last of their breath leaving their mouths and the ceasing of their chests rising. "Good night, sleep tight, and don't let the bed bugs bite." He smiles. "I'll see you two in nothingness, Agatha Siegel and Rainer Kleber." October 10th, 2048. Graveyard. "It's something," Gilth spoke behind him, "it really is something to be staring at your own grave." On any other day, Knight Yagami would have made a joke about how Gilth was staring at the grave of Light Yagami, but he decided not to say anything. Knight had been very quiet ever since the day he discovered that he was going to die. He had been less snark and more withdrawn and reclusive. He hadn't been back to work in days, even when the police found the entire NPA bound and gagged in the yellow box warehouse. Everyone was okay and mostly unharmed, but Knight could care less about their condition. "Oh my God," a sobbing voice cried to his right. "I am so sorry, Yuri," the voice cracked. "I failed you." Knight looked over to his right and he saw one Yuri Ohashi standing over a gravestone that had a body just recently buried. Knight put his hands into his pockets and approached the woman. "I'm sorry for your loss," Knight told her. "I know what it is like to lose someone you're close to." Ohashi took out a napkin and blew into it before wiping her tears. "I lost my daughter in the car accident. She didn't die, but all her memories were gone. And when I get her back, she's falsely arrested and put in the electric chair." She sobs harder into the tissue. Why did it have to be her? Why did she have to die? God's plan? Knight suggested. Fate, maybe? I could never answer. But I will see to it that the people who killed your daughter face justice. Ohashi sobbed once more and pulled out another napkin to dry up her tears, but no amount of patting and drying could get rid of all the tears. "What was my daughter to you? How did you know her, and what was she to you?" "She found me and my wife, actually." "Did she?" "In fact, I helped her reunite with her long-lost parents. With a little help, I managed to help her find her real name and in turn, find you. We've been friends for a very long time ever since." He clenches his fists. "Aside from my wife, who has been by my side ever since I was 5, Kuroki is the first person I ever met that I was proud to call my friend." "Man, Knight," Gilth began, "you're getting really emotional." He stroked his chin. "Though, I wonder, how much of this is an act and how much of this is genuine?" Knight didn't respond nor act like he heard Gilth in any way, shape, or form. He turns to Kuroki's grave and puts his hand on the top. "People who use the death note are cursed with nothing but pain and misery. Ever since I got the death note, I was happy, but had I known that it would lead down to this road, I would have gotten rid of the notebook in a heartbeat." With his hand still touching the gravestone, his hand gradually becomes a fist. "I never should have been Kira in the first place. Any longer and he would have broken down in tears. He had to get away from here before he did something he might regret. He couldn't bring Yuri Ohashi's daughter, Yuri Kuroki, back to life, but she could avenge her. And that is what he was going to do." "Don't lose faith, Mrs. Ohashi," Knight reassured. "I'm sure that Kira will get justice for you. And if he doesn't, I'll pray each night until the day the men who killed your daughter are brought to justice." Ohashi wiped some tears away. "Thank you. Wherever Yuri is, I hope she's in heaven." Knight decided to say nothing until he did. "She is." He stuffs his hands in his pockets before turning around and walking away from Kuroki's grave. "Yuri Kuroki, Yuri Ohashi, I swear to fucking God, I swear that I will get revenge for both of you, for my name isn't Kira. October 13th, 2048. Suburban neighborhood. Knight couldn't bear to tell his children that he was going to pass away and fade from this earth just like everyone in the notebook he killed. He was afraid and he didn't want them to cry for him. He wanted them to be happy and never have them change their ways. He wanted them to forever be the nonchalant Rain, loudmouth Archer, and benevolent Angel. Nevertheless, arrangements had to be made, and that is why Iris Yagami was walking over to the Kagami household with a few manila folders in her hands. When she knocked on the door, Rei and Masumi answered. Mrs. Yagami, Rei's deep voice echoed in the hallway. What a surprise. What brings you here on this fine morning? Is your mother here? Why? Masumi asked. Is it about Rain? I just need to talk to your parents about something. Don't worry, Rei reassured, they're both home. I'll get them for you. Come in. Iris stepped into the house, and when she saw Murasaki and Minoru Kagami, the reality of what she was doing finally settled in and she nearly lost herself. She swallowed hard and made sure to keep a straight face, determined not to let her show any tears until she was alone. My husband is going to die, and I can't let him. I can't let him die all by himself. Murasaki and Minoru sat in the master bedroom where Iris showed them the contents of the manila folder. I just wanted to let you know that on October 27th, my husband and I are going on vacation for a few days and we were wondering if you could watch our kids for a while. Isn't Rain like 15? Murasaki asked. Yeah, she is. Ideally, she could stay home and look after her siblings, but I would feel safer if I knew that my 3 kids were being watched by someone I trust. No problem, Murasaki answered. We can watch them, Minoru reassured. Does this have anything to do with that court trial your husband was in? Somewhat, Iris shrugged. But I can assure you that nothing bad is going to happen. We just need to go on vacation for a while, but we'll be back. Whatever you need to watch my children, just tell me. Money, instructions, anything. Murasaki looked down at the manila folder. Well, there are some detailed instructions on these manila folders as to what's going on, but thank you. We'll guard your children with our lives. Thank you, Iris smiled. Thank you so much. This really means a lot to me and my husband. After going over a few more details, Iris gathered her things, left the manila folder behind, and then walked out of the Kagami house. Getting back into her car, she decided to wait in the car for a bit before looking up at Massey in the rearview mirror. I may be ditzy, but I'm not dumb, Massey reminded her. What is this about? I want Minoru and Murasaki Kagami to watch over Rain and Archangel after Knight dies. After I die. Massey gasps. What? I'm going to die too, Massey. She puts her hand on her chest. As much as I don't want to die, I'm not going to leave Knight behind. She clenches her fists. I made a promise to myself a long time ago. I promised myself that I would always be there for him. I would always be there for Knight, even when he died. I keep telling myself the same thing over and over again. I will always be there for you, Knighty. I was there for you in the Wammy's house. I'll be there for you when you die. And I will not break that promise. So, just like that, you're going to write your name in the notebook and kill yourself? No, Iris shook her head. I would rather you do it, Massey. I don't think I have it in me to kill myself, which is why I need you to do it. Write that I die peacefully in Knight's arms or something on the day Knight is scheduled to die. This works out for you because it means in addition to half of the years remaining in my life you already took, you get the rest after you kill me. Massey struggled to say something and clenched her fists before bowing her head. Okay then, if that's what you want. She looks at Iris in the rearview mirror. If that's what my daughter-in-law wants, then I'll do that for you. Massey took out her notebook and put her Shinigami pen on the paper. You're going to be leading your children. She pauses. Then again, I have no right to be saying that, considering I did the same thing in your position. Right, Iris nodded. This is the point of no return, Massey reminded her once more. Going once, going twice. I accept. Massey nodded painfully slowly before writing in the notebook. After a few seconds of writing, Massey turned the notebook over and showed Iris what she wrote. Iris Abernathy dies peacefully in her sleep on October 27, 2048. Seeing her name in the notebook suddenly felt surreal to Iris. It made her realize that she just signed her death warrant and she was going to die. There was no escaping. I am going to die. There was a part of her that wanted to deny it because there was still a part of her that wanted to live, but it was outweighed by the fact that she wanted to and to hold on to her promise to be there for Knight. What's done is done, she told herself. Yeah, Massey nodded. Looks like it is time to say your goodbyes, Iris. Yes. To everyone. Oh, and don't tell Knight that I'm going to die with him. Nor any of the kids. I won't, she swore. Iris started up the car and drove off. October 17, 2048. The forecast was always a liar, especially on days such as this. When they called for a clear and warm bright sky from above, the rain clouds formed above and had been pouring rain out like tea from a tea kettle. Knight stood out on the rooftop of the NPA with his hands tucked into his pockets. It had been raining like this since 4 a.m. and it didn't seem like it was going to be stopping anytime soon. He checked his watch and realized that it was 4 p.m. 12 hours of rain, how tragic. He suddenly thought of his children and he immediately headed off the roof. He told the chief that he had to leave early and quickly drove home. Upon arriving home, his children were home from school and they were surprised to see their father home so early. What's going on? Rain asked. Knight said nothing as he discarded his raincoat on the floor, not bothering to throw it in a laundry basket. Do you guys remember what I said we'd do the next time there was a rainy day? Reunite rain with rain? Archer answered. And have Angel meet the angels up above? Knight laughed. No. We said that we would eat M&Ms and have hot chocolate together. Do you remember that? I do, Angel answered. I've been saving up some candy for a long time for this. And hot cocoa. Where's Mommy? She's on her way home. And right on cue, Iris came through the front door with Massey trailing behind her. What's going on? It's raining outside, Knight pointed out. He saw Gilth materialize beside him. It's raining outside. Remember the promise I made? Iris nodded. Right now? I can't think of a better time. Rain tilted her head. Daddy, did you have a bad day at work? I didn't, Knight answered without thinking, and the only way to make it better is if I spent some time with all of you. He gestured to Gilth and Massey. All of you. I'll help cook then, Rain said. Caramel apples, Dad? Yeah, he answered. I'll help you out with that, Rain, Iris told. And the two girls got to work in the kitchen. Knight turned to his children. Kids, come up with, we are going on a mission to pick up a few stuff from the store. Alrighty then, Archer thrust his hands up. I'm having fun already. Why yeah, Angel said unsurely. Same Z's, I guess. Knight and Archangel got in the car and they drove to the store. When they got back, they brought in a few bags of groceries, all full of candy and snacks for everyone. They got the ingredients to make hot chocolate along with BB, flavored potato chips for Gilth and a strawberry sundae for Massey. Once they got everything, they headed out onto the balcony that was still relatively dry and sat in the beach chairs Knight bought at the store, and the seven of them listened to the sounds of the rain. Knight was enjoying himself a freshly made and warm caramel apple that had been coated in M&Ms courtesy of his second-born son, Angel. He took a bite of it and moaned softly as the flavor settled into his mouth. The warm melt of the caramel shot him to heights he never thought he'd reach, and the chocolate of the mini M&Ms added a certain blasé to the flavor he never thought of before. Archer sat next to his father, eating a couple of chocolate chip cookies presented before him. He would split each cookie off before sinking his teeth into them. He got chunky Chips Ahoy so a few crumbs would fall to his feet, but he didn't bother cleaning up. Angel was enjoying himself the rest of his M&Ms and, when possible, handing more out to the rest of his family. He sat next to his mother and snuggled into her touch. I'm a mama's boy. In turn, Iris stroked her son's hair softly. Rain sat between her parents and siblings and was staring off into the distance as she took careful spoonfuls of Ben and Jerry's cookies and cream ice cream. She made sure to only take half a spoonful of ice cream to not finish it too quickly. For their part, Gilth and Massey stared out into space, gazing into the distance of the rain-filled Tokyo for as long as they could while enjoying their favorite snacks. Gilth made sure to not make loud crunches as he sat the chips while Massey savored each taste of her strawberry sundae. The only sounds of crunching that came in the area were from Iris's tray of food, which consisted of fish and chips. No one was complaining, however. The view of Tokyo in the rain from their balcony could only be described as bleak. It was stormy and the rain clouds turned the entire color around them gray, and the raindrops were falling so hard that they couldn't hear the sounds of the cars driving on the street. Knight paid close attention to this and was reminded of this when he heard the sounds of a siren off in the distance. It looks like there was a crime scene going on, which made him realize that ever since he got the bad news, he had not written in the death note yet. "Have you guys written in the notebook yet?" Knight suddenly asked. "No," Rain answered. "I made sure not to unless we had your permission." Knight nodded, a small smile forming on his face. "Good. It looks like I might have a good time after all. This is going to be fun. I can kill 3 weeks' worth of criminals at once in a single day. I'm going to spare criminals, and then on the day I'm going to die, I'm going to kill them all." "We visited Kuroki's grave the other day," Rain pointed out. "I wish she were still with us." "Wow, look at that," Archer pointed out. "Rain is missing someone for a change." "Duh. I'm human, not a robot." "Nah, you're not a human being, you're a pretender. If you're such a human, prove it. Why don't you flash your pearly whites to us? Come on, give us a big fat smile." "In your dreams, Archery." She took another spoonful of her ice cream. "In my dreams, I always manage to hit you with an arrow. And in my dreams, I turn into an angel and fly up to meet Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," Angel pointed out. "I'm not religious like that though." "Did you have a halo over your head, Angie?" Archer asked. "Please, not the Angie thing again, Archie," Angel begged. "An Angie for an Archie, Angie." Angel groaned and buried his face into his mother's arm. She patted him comfortingly on the shoulder. "Be nice to your brother, Angel." "Sure," Angel looked away. "Watch your back, Angel, you never know when I might shoot an arrow into your heart. Or when I descend to heaven and put in a bad word for you." Knight chuckled. "I'm going to be the god of rain," Rain pointed out. "I'm going to reign over the rain god and become rain personified. I think I could make this world a bit cleaner by giving this city a good rain shower." "Nah, someone like you is liable to drown the place out," Archer scoffed. "I am going to miss this," Knight admitted internally. "I'm going to miss hearing the banter of my children. If only I could turn back time and make more time with them. But I can't, which is why I am going to spend as much time as possible with them as I can." "Rain, Archer, Angel," Knight called out. "I'm going to ask you guys a very serious question and I expect a real answer." He looks over to see that he had all three of their attention. "Let's say I traded for the Shinigami eyes. You know the rules, right?" "Yes," Rain answered. "I wouldn't have traded for the Shinigami eyes unless I knew the rules." She activated her Shinigami eyes. "Do you need my eyes?" "No, I'm just thinking of a scenario." He looks down. "When I was locked up, a few thoughts were swimming around in my head and I was thinking of some scenarios that could happen to me. I was afraid that I might have lost this battle, but it made me think of my life in general. If I trade for the Shinigami eyes, I would have died. Kuroki traded for the Shinigami eyes and she died via the electric chair. It was her day to die on October 1st. You never mess with the Shinigami eyes because they can destroy fate. So my question is this, if I traded for the eyes and my fated day came sooner rather than later, then what would you do?" "What do you mean?" Archer asked. "Your mother and I both trade for the eyes and we die. Now it is just the three of you, what are you going to do?" "We're going to keep fighting," Rain answered. Logically, if you die, then crime rates are going to increase and the world will be a much worse place than before. I don't want my brothers or my friend, Mosme, living in a world that is ruled by crime. Yeah, Angel answered next. I want to take care of my little brother. He got up and hugged Archer hard. I'm his older brother, so I'm supposed to protect him. Archer squirmed out of his brother's grip. Yeah, 'cause baby brothers are always high-priority individuals. Would you be comfortable in taking over the Kira family business? Knight asked. Personally, I would want you to because we are meant to save this world from killing itself, but if you don't want to, then I wouldn't blame you. Are you kidding? Archer got up. I love Kira's power, he declared. I love everything I could do about it. Knight narrowed his eyes. Ever since you guys picked up your own notebooks and started killing people on my orders, it occurred to me that I have never heard what your own ideas of justice are. Or at the very least, I hear about them so infrequently that I forgot what they were. Rain tilted her head. Our ideas of justice, huh? Everybody has their own idea of justice. You all know mine and I would ask you guys for your ideas of justice, but I trust all three of you. You guys must have some idea of justice, otherwise, you never would have agreed to this notebook thing. And how could I forget little Angel here? Massey spoke up. How he was the first one to accept me. Massey kisses him on the top of his head. You were always the nicest one here. Oh, Angel nervously rubbed his head. Thank you. Anyway, I wanted to ask you guys something important. Apparently, I got an assignment that will take me places that I've never been to before and I might be gone for a while, so I wanted to know if I could count on you in your Kira tasks. You can trust us, Archer claimed. Whatever it is, we won't let you down. How long are you going to be gone for? Knight shrugged. I don't know when I'll be back, but I promise to be back. Knight looks over at Rain. Rain, do you promise to take care of your two younger brothers until I get back? Rain said nothing. Gith flinches slightly. Rain? Rain continued to stay silent as she held her ice cream out near the edge of the balcony. Rainwater managed to sneak its way onto the balcony and come falling down in Rain's ice cream cup. She paid no attention to it, even as rainwater dribbled down the side of her cup like tears. I promise, Rain answered. I promise to look after Archer and Angel until you get back. Dad can take care of himself, Archer reassured. If he can kill the Shinigami King and Agatha Siegel, he can kill anyone. As long as they have a name and face, Rain snarked suddenly. Exactly, Knight spoke up. So, there is one more thing that I wanted to do before I left. There is a couple of loose ends I need to tie up, Death Note style, and it may take me a few hours, but if you guys are helping me out, then we can knock it down in less than an hour or so. Loose ends? Archer narrowed his eyes. Who? The rest of the doppelgangers. I have to kill them, every single one of them. And the MIA mercenaries in the court. I can't rest peacefully knowing they're still alive. We could do it right now? No, I would rather do it on the night before I leave, he told. October 27th, the five of us can whip out our notebooks and we can kill all our enemies. He leans forward. Does that sound like something you guys would like to help me with? Yes, Archer said first. For Auntie Kuroki. Second, Angel answered. Whatever floats your boat. Knight lets out a breath he didn't know he had been holding, sighing heavily. Thank you all. He leans back into his chair. Until then, no one used the notebook to kill anyone. That way, when we kill everyone on October 27th, we can kill as many people as we possibly want. And until then, let's just sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of our snacks. Knight took another bite of his caramel apple and sighed heavily as the taste sat in his mouth. Once he finished the apple, he reached for the rosewood chest set his adopted parents, Mayu and Toma Kamaya, gave him a long time ago, out of storage, and began playing with each one of his kids. Even with Archer and Angel working together to beat their father, Gith still managed to beat both of them. You two still have a long way before you beat me. When Rain decided to play against her father, she actually managed to hold her own. Knight had to admit that no matter how old his eldest daughter was, she always had the best poker face among his children. He was going to miss trying to read her, but only to end up pathetically failing. But if there was one thing he knew, it was that Rain always held back. She always put on a facade so the world doesn't see how emotional she actually was. Everything of hers was logical, practically mechanical. And that's why he had to work hard to defeat her. Knight tosses the king pieces to Gilth and Massey. You guys were always the original Kira, and that is why you should take the king chess pieces. He took the knight piece for himself. I was always a knight serving on behalf of the original Kira. It took me a long time to realize, but I am not Kira, I'm the knight in shining armor. He hands the rooks to Archer and Angel. You guys have proven to be an incredible line of defense. Therefore, you get the rooks. He tosses the bishop to Rain. You're next in line to become Kira, and not only that, but while Archangel is the defender, you are the one protecting them, so you've earned the bishop piece. Knight tosses the queen piece to Iris. No words needed, he claimed. After they finished their snacks, the sun had fallen and somehow, the sky didn't look any less gray and rainy. In fact, if one woke up on this day at 9 p.m., they would most likely assume that it was the start of the day. Even though he knew they were probably too old for it, Knight decided to tuck his children into bed. He kissed all of them goodnight before turning off the lights in their rooms. With the children now sleeping in their beds, Knight went out to the balcony and stood near the rail. He put his hands in his pockets as he listened to the sounds of the rain. Without his children being there to socialize with him, the rain suddenly sounded louder, loud enough that he thought it would render him deaf. He closes his eyes and whines, his tongue licking the ceiling of his mouth. He had to hold back, but there was water about to pour down his face, and it wasn't rainwater. He heard the balcony door open and the soft footsteps as someone joined him on the balcony. By process of elimination, it was Iris. What are you doing out here? Knight looked over his shoulder at her. He put a hand to his ear, mockingly saying that he couldn't hear. Iris repeated her wording, slightly louder. I said, what are you doing out here? I'm just kidding, Knight chuckles. The rain sounds louder, doesn't it? He listened carefully and hard. Yes, the rain suddenly seems to be louder tonight. Iris listened carefully. She would have to agree with him. Yes, indeed the rain was louder. That is what she believed, considering that whenever she heard the sound of even one drop of rain touching the ground, it sounded like hail cracking against the concrete ground. Are you trying to catch pneumonia? Iris scolded. Come inside? I don't think that will make me happy, Knight answered. Catching pneumonia, I mean. And as for being inside, I like being outside. Especially in the rain. Listening to the sounds of raindrops is a good stress relief. You want your kids to take over after you die? Knight looked at her. Yes, I don't want Kira's legacy to die. I want to live forever myself, but I always knew that wouldn't be possible. Sooner or later, I was going to die. Even if the death note didn't kill me, my lifespan would have run out eventually. This was a long time coming. I always knew my death date was going to come, but knowing you're going to die and actually dying are two completely different things. He put a hand on his forehead. I remember a couple of years ago. I told myself that only a god could defeat a god. How little I wished that were true. I basically foreshadowed my own death. Between me, Agatha, and the Shinigami King, we all won but lost at the same time. Peace, Iris said. That's what this notebook gave you, was it not? Peace? Knight narrows his eyes. What are you getting at, Iris? You told me how your father died. He died running away, dying halfway up a set of stairs. Unlike him, you get the luxury of at least saying goodbye to the people you love and care about. She checks her watch. And you still have 10 days before you have to tie up any loose ends. But the point I'm trying to make is you can find peace. Find peace with your ending, Knight. She takes a step forward. Look at all you've accomplished, Knight. You've killed the BRM trio, the Kiri duo, the Kia killer, the 10 lost children, the Shinigami twins, and now Agatha and the Shinigami King. You've accomplished so much that you should be proud. You can die in peace, Knight. Peace, Knight scoffs. That seems to be what everybody is grasping at today. Agatha, the Shinigami King, and now you. I've made my peace, Knight, and so has the King, Agatha, and everyone else. It's time for you to make your peace. I've already indirectly said goodbye to my children. What's next? How about your parents? Don't you think that they deserve to hear something as goodbye? Knight nods. They do. That's why I'm going to make sure that they get the best goodbye they can get from me. He looks at Iris. What are you going to do? I've been so focused on saying goodbye to my children that I forgot about you. He turns his body to face hers. What are you going to do, Iris? I'm going to be there for you, she declared. I promised myself long ago that I would always be there for you, even when you die. She straightens her back. You will die peacefully in your sleep. I will be in bed with you, asleep with you, and dying with you. Knight said nothing for the longest time and bit down on his lower lip. His lips pulled back and brandished his white teeth. Unable to hold the tears back anymore, Knight let his head drop and the tears came out. Thank you, he sobbed, his voice coming out a crack. Thank you for always being there for me. Iris went over to him and gave him a hug. And thank you for helping me get out of my shell, and giving me 3 beautiful children. She tightens the hug around him. I'm here for you. October 27th, 2048. Today was the day. After this, there was no going back. It wasn't like he could go back to begin with, but with today being the day that he dies, it was time for him to get to work. Strangely, when he woke up this morning, he half expected himself to already be dead, but he was still awake, which confirmed that he will die in his sleep when he goes to bed tonight. He is going to bed at 10 o'clock tonight and arrangements have been made ahead of time. He turned in his 2 weeks at the police station, and the day before, the police threw him an Iris and going away party. Knight drank in their honor before taking one more group photo and left after seeing it displayed. I'm going to miss you 3 the most, he told Tezuka, Murata, and Psycho. We'll miss you too, the 3 of them said. Take care of yourself, Knight. You too. And now that that was done and out of the way, it was time to get down to business. It was time to tie up all the loose ends they left all those weeks ago. This wasn't just going to be the resolution of loose ends, but the venting of all the pent-up anger, frustration, stress, and other negative emotion they had in the world. With the notebooks set up on the living room table, the television was set up with an HDMI cord linked to Knight's computer containing all the needed information to kill all their targets. All their targets were displayed and ready to be viewed by each member of the Yagami family, especially considering they moved the dinner table to the center of the living room so they could see the screen better. Knight sat in the middle of the room with Kuroki's notebook in his hand. He laid the notebook flat on the table and one by one, the rest of the family copied him, almost shadowing him. As Knight opened the cover to the first blank page, the entire family followed suit. Knight armed himself with a number 2 lead pencil, the deadliest weapon in Kira's arsenal, and held his writing hand out. The entire family mimicked him as they armed themselves with their own writing utensils. Knight gave the command. Kill them all. And so the writing began, the writing of the century of all 5 Yagamis working together to annihilate their enemies. Literally writing them out of existence, the only limit was that there was no limit in the death note. No matter how many pages they tore out, the number of pages in the notebook would never run out. One by one, names were written in, especially names belonging to the people stalking the children. Courtesy of the children, they killed Franz Friend, Foster Forrester, Larry Cox, Adma Brunwald, and the remainder of the stalkers. Angel slashes his pencil across the notebook. United States of America. A Nazi and a Jew walk into a bar, Jack August began, and take a seat at the same table. The waitress comes over and asks, "What are you gentlemen dying for?" The Nazi says, "I'm dying dash." Thump thump. Jack August crashes into the back of a car on his motorcycle. Archer slashed his pencil across the paper so hard he nearly launched his arm out of his socket. Hanover Beacham, Germany. Mama, 4-year-old Sophia Zahn said as she ran up to her mother. Sonia Zahn looked ahead at the ocean. She took out a knife she had been packing and slashed her own throat. She collapses in front of her child. Mama! Rain twirled the pencil in her hand like a knife before dropping it onto the paper. New York City. Dead man's hand, Travis Grant laughed. What are the odds of getting a dead man's hand? Brian Bree, Dominic Stark, and Devin Goodings all went limp and collapsed headfirst on the table. Travis gasped and jumped out of his seat. No, what's going on? Thump. Travis falls to the ground, clutching his chest before he becomes motionless. They'd had 23 days to get information, Iris remembered. And they were not going to squander a single bit of that information. Kyoto. Matsuo Shiki, Yasano Yasumi, and Maso Kitahara were in a bar like they spent every other day, drinking their problems and congratulating themselves on a job well done when suddenly, Yasumi collapses. What's going on? Kitahara asked. Yasumi, are you? His eyes widened and he collapsed over. Shiki gasped. No, it can't be, I'm Dash. Thump. Shiki falls face first on the ground, a bottle in the path of his face, which led to him crushing it. In a span of 5 hours with 30-minute breaks, they managed to kill over 10,000 people worldwide. With a large majority of the BND dying, the BND ended up dissolving and handing over its operations to surviving agencies. The world stood still on his day when out of nowhere, countless criminals from all over the world dropped dead from Kira's hand, and the world had never seen such a high kill count in any of its years witnessing Kira's reign. Citizens would now remember October 27, 2048, as Kira's extermination day. With Knight and Iris. With all the loose ends tied up and their hands aching from carpal tunnel syndrome, Knight tucked his kids in, one last time, and kissed them goodnight, one last time, before he closed the doors and headed over to his bedroom. He gently closed the door behind him, and when he was sure that it was only him, Iris, Gilth, and Massey in the room, he moved over to his bed and climbed into bed. He was already dressed in his comfortable black pajama shirt and pants and looked over at Iris, who was dressed in green shorts and a pink top. Well, it looks like this is the end of the line, Gilth shrugs. Well, once you're dead, I won't have to write any names in my notebook for a while. I'm so sorry, Massey sobbed and pulled her son in for a hug. If I could, I'd trade places with you in a heartbeat. Knight touched his mother's hand. I know. He looks up at her. I love you, Mom. I love you too, my little nightlight. It has been interesting, Gilth shrugs once more. The only reason I came down to the human world was because the Shinigami realm was so boring. We made things interesting for both of us. He pats Knight on the head. Goodbye, Knight. Goodbye, Dad. Remember, the sun will come out. The sun may set and the moon takes its place, but eventually, the moon will set and the sun will take its place. How philosophical of you, Dad. Knight ran and faced Iris once more. He climbed into bed and dove in for a kiss. He wrapped his arms tightly around her and they began a session of lovemaking as soon as the Shinigami left, their last lovemaking session. Never has Knight known that Iris's lips were so soft and that they tasted like cherries. Never had he known how smooth her skin was and how delicate her hands were, and they ran through his soft, silky hair. Knight laid on top of her, pressing gentle kisses to her jaw and cheek and caressing her hair. When he first discovered Iris to be back once more in his life, his first thought was how soft her hair looked and how he wanted to touch it. Now he got his wish. When they became one, they felt in sync with each other and their hearts beat to the tune of the other like sweet music in perfect harmony. When they separated, they didn't stay separated for too long when they pulled each other in tightly and held onto each other, the other unwilling to let go of the other. It's time to go to sleep now, Knight. Yeah, Knight answered, and he didn't have to look at the bedside clock. Good night, Knight whispered softly. And just like that, the two snuggled into bed and closed their eyes peacefully. Neither one made any attempt to stay awake because they were both really tired, tired from all of it. They tucked themselves under the cover, but they never let go of each other. Both hands were wrapped soundly around the other's hand like one of those skeletons that died with their spouse's hand in theirs. The rain outside ended and the ticking of the alarm clock ceased, and the only sound in the room came from the breathing of their mouths and noses. But when the time reached 11:30, those sounds soon vanished. Gilth and Massey came into the room, Massey sobbing into Gilth's shoulder with Gilth's hand around her as they stared down at the two sleeping humans. The humans who would sleep for the rest of their lives, with no name or lifespan floating above their heads. Knowing that Massey wanted to say something but was too sad to say it, Gilth spoke for her. "Good night, my children." Chapter 108, Enter Night. October 27th, 2050. Shinigami Realm. Boring, that is how Gilth would describe this place ever since he took the Shinigami King's throne. He thought it would be fun to rule over this infernal realm with an iron fist, but there was no joy in it. He enjoyed smacking a few of the Shinigami around and putting them in their place, even coming up with new rules he thought would have benefited him when he was a human. If the original Shinigami King could impose any rule he liked for something he didn't like the Death Note being sold in the human world, then he can make the fake 13-day rule he used as a human legal. He considered it but realized that it could be detrimental to the next human who picked it up. If it ended up being true, then if the one human who is using it that he actually likes is locked away for 50 days, then they would die. That's why Gilth decided not to make the 13-day rule legit. Instead, he thought back to the conversation he had with Ryuk when he was a human. A Shinigami who visits the human world every 100 or 1,000 years, the human world changes dramatically. He gave advice to Ryuk to use what he's learned in the human world to help the Shinigami realm that was still slowly rotting. He had ideas, but figuring out how to execute them was another matter. Since it didn't appear that the Shinigami had any particular jobs, he could do whatever he wanted, especially since as the new king, all he had to do was act tough and pretend he gave two shits. He didn't give two shits, but he would work to slowly rebuild the Shinigami realm. That's why he sent his beloved queen, Massey, on a few errands to gather intel. He had to admit that she was holding herself up, after what happened to Knight Yagami and Iris Abernathy Yagami in the human world. It's been 2 years exactly since their death, and Massey stopped crying, but Gilth could tell she was crying on the inside, the dam ready to burst any moment. He could care less if she cried. He cried genuine tears when his human father died, so she was allowed to cry genuine tears when her human son and daughter-in-law died. She was allowed to grieve as long as she wanted. Gilth settled into his seat and closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Any other day, the Shinigami would have called him lazy for sleeping, but as the new Shinigami King, they all feared him as much as they respected him. As far as they all know, Gilth defeated the Shinigami King, or at the very least, the king entrusted his status and role to him. After all, the only person allowed to touch the king's notebook, which was the size of a large textbook, was the king himself, and Gilth was touching the notebook with his two bony hands. When he pried his eyes open, he heard the sounds of heavy footsteps coming up to his throne room. It was a newcomer who showed up out of nowhere. Gilth tilted his head and eyed the newcomer up and down to get a feel for his appearance. The newcomer was a skeleton like him and wearing a black leather jacket over a dark red shirt of some kind. They donned brown cargo pants and chukka boots. The newcomer had some kind of bony skull for a face with empty eye sockets that were glowing red. What was most odd was that the chain around the newcomer's throat had a wolf's head on the end dangling around his sternum. The most eye-opening trait the newcomer Shinigami had was a head of wavy strawberry blonde hair that came down to his neck. "Hello," Gilth waved to him. "Who are you? Who dares approach me? My name is Jintik Hagme. I've been looking for you." "Have you now? Well, isn't that flattering? What do you want? Didn't you go down to the human world a few years ago?" 2 years ago to this day. Time flies by, doesn't it? Only 2 years ago, you've been king, and it already feels like a lifetime ago. Cut to the chase, I don't have all that. He pauses. Well, I do, but I'd rather be bored all day. What was the human world like? I'm curious, is it worth visiting? Why do you ask? I'm considering going down to the human world. This place is so fucking boring. Tell me, is that world of rotten insects worth visiting? I went to Ryuk and he said that it is, as long as you make it interesting. Gilth chuckled. Of course. When I went down there, it was fun and exciting, the humans were interesting and it made one hell of a journey down there. He sighs heavily. But all good things must come to an end. Tell me about the human world. If you're thinking about going down there, think again. Don't worry about the rules saying you need 2 notebooks, I got that covered. He reached into his jacket and took out a notebook with a black cover. Alright then, I'll humor you. But it's going to cost you. It's been so long since I had some barbecue-flavored potato chips. If you somehow manage to get me a bag, then I will tell you everything that happened to me in the human world. He pauses. Among some other interesting things. I better not be disappointed. He sprouted wings and flew down. That's another thing I got, Gilth thought. Wings. I never wanted to be compared to a Shinigami and now I am one. And I can fly. When the Shinigami came back 3 hours later, he tossed Gilth the bag of chips. Gilth caught them and was about to feast him when it grew a mischievous grin. And a strawberry sundae. It'll be the last request. Jintik rolls his eyes and heads back to the human world. 1 hour later, he comes back holding 2 cups of strawberry sundaes. And go get my beloved queen. Jintik smacked himself on the forehead. Whatever you say, your majesty. I'm your elder, so do what I tell you to do. Jintik resisted the urge to give him the middle finger before retrieving Massey. When Jintik returned with Massey, Gilth patted the chair to his left and Massey sat down in it. He handed Massey her 2 strawberry sundaes and Gilth leaned over. This Shinigami wants to know about our trip down to the human world, he informed her. I thought it would be better to have a second speaker. You thought correct. She looked down at her strawberry sundae cups. God, I haven't had one of these in 2 years. The cups came with spoons that could barely fit in her hand. She took a careful spoonful of the strawberry sundae and her taste buds shot up, making her feel like she was in heaven. The ice cream may have melted a bit, but she wasn't one to be picky. All right, Gilth said before opening the bag. Let's get started. He took a potato chip and ate it. They told the newcomer about their trip down in the human world and how they were attached to a set of humans for roughly 18 years before they finally met their deaths. What Jintik was most interested in was what happened after this Knight Yagami and Iris Abernathy died. Gilth and Massey decided to indulge him. November 1st, 2048. Graveyard. It's barely been a month and there were already 2 more bodies in the Yagami family buried in this graveyard. Rain, Archer, and Angel stood over the graves of their dead parents and their eyes bawled out with tears. Archer and Angel couldn't hold back the tears they had been holding in ever since they walked into their parents' bedroom to find that they died in their sleep. After phoning the Kagamis, who were their emergency contacts, they called an ambulance and the husband and wife were declared dead, with the official story being that they were killed by Kira on Extermination Day. After the funeral was over, the Kagamis decided to let their children have a few minutes alone with their parents. Rain stood back, her face blank, not a shred of grief on her face, and watched her siblings say their piece. I'm sorry, Mommy, Angel sobbed, I'm so sorry. Is this what I get for being such a doormat all those years? I didn't mean to do it, Daddy, Archer collapsed to his knees. I never would have done it had I known you were going to die. Is this my punishment for being such a piece of shit over the years? You said we were going to rule the world together, Angel quietly sobbed, you liked us. Why did you lie to us? What did we do wrong? I'm so sorry, Archer repeated. I am so sorry for being a bully, Daddy. Please come back, please don't leave us. He closes his eyes. Please come back. None of this was your fault, Rain reassured them. It was just their time to die. I think Dash. What is wrong with you? Angel snapped. Our parents are dead and you can't even spare a single tear for them? Are you so heartless that you don't care that our mommy and daddy are dead? Rain's dead inside, Archer sobs. Then she should try and be alive inside, Angel declared. Why are you so against crying and grieving? You know nothing, Angel. Then why don't you cry, Rain? Please, just shed a tear, at least let us know that you care. I do care. No, you don't care that our parents are dead. If I cry right now, won't it seem disingenuous? If I cried right now, it would only be because you told me to and not out of my heart. Whatever! Angel snapped. Just go. Take all the time you need. Rain turns around and heads away from the cemetery. After walking a good distance away, she turned in the opposite direction of the Kagami to hide behind a large gravestone that came up to her chest. She crouches behind it, and after doing a double check over her shoulder to make sure no one was watching her, she broke out sobbing. She just couldn't hold it in anymore. Forcing yourself not to smile is one thing, but holding back tears that had been building up like a bag of water was another thing. There was only so much any mask could take before it fell apart. Rain would rather she break down in private where no one could see her than in front of an audience. She couldn't show any emotions, not because she was forced to but because she had to. If Archer and Angel saw her, then their relationship with them would change. They wouldn't see her as Rain, the big older sister who is emotionless, but as Rain, the big older sister putting on a mask to hide her vulnerabilities. If they were going to accuse her of being inhuman, then she'd rather they do it after she's had some time to release all her emotions. She had been crying against this gravestone for about 2 seconds before she put a hand on her cheek. Her face was puffy and would be had to explain to the people that know her as emotionless. She took out a handkerchief and wiped her tears away before picking herself up and putting on her Rain facade. Once there was no need to cry by herself anymore, she went to join her brothers. They were going to be living with the Kagamis. Rin got to be with her friend, Masumi, once more, but for some reason, she showed no subtle detail that she was going to enjoy it. Archer and Angel had to be pried away from their parents' gravestones by Rain and dragged away to the Kagami's car. About halfway, they gave up on trying and got in the car willingly. Tokyo, Japan. How would one describe this particular day they were having? Boring. Rain had finished her classwork about 1 hour earlier and was waiting for her classmates to catch up. The pop quiz they took consisted of 50 questions and they had 1 hour and 30 minutes to finish. Rain had speedrun through the test, provoking some feelings of envy in some of her classmates while her other classmates stared at her in awe. Rain saw some hidden signals that classmates wanted her to give them the answers, but she ignored them and pulled out a book she brought with her. In another classroom in the high school, Archer and Angel sat on opposite ends of the classroom as they got busy with their pop quizzes. The teacher did not trust Archer and Angel to be working together, so when he handed out the papers, he randomized the test questions in a random order so there would be no chance of them cheating. Even after getting called to the principal's office on suspicions of them cheating, they always managed to prove their innocence. When Archer was put in a school version of an interrogation room with a one-way mirror, he had several math questions presented before him. If he scored a 90, then he would be acquitted of the cheating charges. The same thing applied to Angel. When they took these tests, they rearranged their answers so when the teachers looked at the answer sheet, there was a big F on Archer's sheet and a U on Angel's answer sheet. They got suspended a few times for this little outburst before they got their revenge against the school. When they were put back in the cheating room once more, they both got a perfect score. And when they were handed more answer sheets with no tests, they continued to score perfectly scores. They loved the idea of sticking it to those teachers by purposely getting every single answer on a question wrong, already knowing what questions were right, and then put in the cheating room, scoring 100. The final nail in the coffin for Archer and Angel to jam into the school's graves was when they managed to pull perfect scores on the state exam and thus earn the school they went to some recognition. And it wasn't just them but Rain as well. In addition, thanks to Rain and Archangel tutoring several students, they managed to bring the average grade of the school up on the state exams by a large margin. The school had no choice but to issue apologies for assuming that the children were cheating. Seeing these pricks get put in their paces really brought a smile to the children's faces. When Rain turned around and stared out the window, she saw something that caught her eye. It looked like something falling from the sky. She tilted her head and looked at her watch. The bell rang and school was over for the day. She walked out of the classroom and into the courtyard where this mysterious object fell from the sky. What the hell are you, buddy? She kneels and looks down at the object. A notebook with a black cover with the words Death Note. Huh, interesting. She reaches a hand out to pick it up but stops a few inches away. Have I seen something like you before? I'm pretty sure I have. But where? She touches the notebook's cover. Her eyes widened. Long time no see. She looks around for cameras and wandering eyes. Once she was in the clear, she picked up the notebook and tucked it away in her backpack. It took you long enough, she said to herself. Nice to meet you again, me. She took out her phone and called her brothers. Archer, Angel, are you guys done with detention? Angel was the first one to pick up. My name's not Angel, a voice came back, it's Tuya Ogawa, but thank you for calling me an angel. Angel, Rain said once more, you can drop the voice act, Angie, you're not fooling anyone. I'm Tuya Ogawa. You sound like Tuya Ogawa if he had a cold. You need to tune your pitch down a bit. My voice on him is spot on, Angel snapped. I already got offers from several anime companies to be their voice actor. Are you sure you didn't pre-record yourself and call yourself in front of people to make it seem like you're important? How petty. Angel groaned loudly, his eyes rolling could practically be heard over the phone. You are such a pessimist. We need to meet up and discuss, Rain told. Future careers. With that voice of yours, you won't have much of a career cherry-picking the voices and characters you want to do for mangas getting adapted to animes. Sorry, but Archer and I are hanging out with friends. We'll be home later though. Make sure you at least act like you care for your friends. What's going on with you, Rain? You sound snarkier than usual. Don't I always sound like this? You have amnesia, Angel. I don't have amnesia, Archer rebutted. Trust me, baby brother, as someone who just got rid of amnesia, you do have amnesia. Rain hangs up and turns on her heels and begins walking. She looked over her head at the sky with a blank expression she had used for years. She closes her eyes and walks ahead. As she's walking downtown, she hears a bulletin on a big board that there have been a series of mass stabbings in the Kanto region lately and that the victims have been young girls around high school age with red hair. I doubt they were natural redheads, Rain muttered under her breath. She stroked her head. I am though. High school age, 17, with unnaturally red hair? She fits the description as a potential target. She had her dead mother and father to thank for her naturally red hair that she had to tell the people around her numerous times that it was not dyed. When Rain checks out her phone, there was an alert coming through that gave a description and picture of the mass stabber. Rain snorts before looking around. She blinks twice before looking ahead and crossing the street. Studio apartment. Tenko Taiken had to praise himself for a job well done. Of all the mass stabbings he pulled off and got away with it, this one incident in the mall had his highest kill count. 6. It was a small number, but it was certainly one more than the last mall stabbing he committed. The cops thought they were so big and tough, but when he caused a blackout in the mall, the cops had no idea what hit them. Unfortunately, his blackout escape didn't have much success as the last ones. The police found a pattern in his attacks: stand in the middle of the mall, cause a riot by lighting off firecrackers, then take a knife from a multi-tool to slash the throats of whoever he can get his hands on, preferably the young redhead girls. And then when things were looking like they were going to heat up, he would cause a blackout using an app he invented on his phone. After this, once the lights went out, he would escape using the basement and navigate the sewers using schematics he slit a few throats to get. This time, when he was attempting to escape from the mall, the police brought NVGs and nearly shot him. They managed to snap a photo of him, but due to the darkness, Ed doubted it was a good photo. He doubted security cam captured footage of his face because whenever he causes a blackout in the mall, the systems reboot and erase all data. Taiken sits down on his couch and turns off his electronics in the place. He turns out a flashlight and he begins wiping down on the bloody knife. He discards his clothes, leaving him naked as he throws his clothes in the wash. As soon as he was done with this place, he was going to abandon it and burn the homeowner's body with hydrochloric acid. It's how he got rid of the other homeowners' bodies. Ever since Kira suddenly dropped dead from the face of the earth, or at least went to rest 2 years ago, crime rates started climbing once more. Slowly but ever so cautiously, because Kira's extermination day sure left a lasting impact on the criminals. No one knew why Kira killed 10,396 criminals in a span of 5 hours, 38 minutes, and 44 seconds all over the globe, but he did. From October 4th to October 26th, criminals stopped dying of heart attacks, so they took the opportunity to make their move, only for Kira to wipe out 10,000 in one day. If Kira was gearing up for something, then it's possible that he was going into hiding so he can smoke out 2 years' worth of criminals so he can annihilate them. For 2 years, Tenko Taiken had been living in constant fear of Kira starting a sudden purging of criminals that he had stayed off the grid, but 2 years of pent-up rage could not stop him from going on those mass stabbings. I can't hold my anger in anymore, Taiken thought. If I don't release it, I'll kill my wife and son. It's better for random people to die than your family. His knife was coated in red blood. He could have sworn he cleaned it and took out a paper towel and began wiping it clean. Once the blood was dabbed on the paper towel, he smiled and went to lick it before he stopped himself and threw the paper towel away. With Archer and Angel. After spending the entire day doing whatever it is the hell they wanted to do, Archer and Angel waved their friends goodbye before they walked into the Kagami's house. Murasaki Kagami came to them at the front door. "Where have you two been?" "We were just hanging out with our friends," Angel answered. "Why? Did you finish your homework?" "But if we finish it now, then what are we going to do when we start homeroom?" He shrugs nonchalantly. "We need something to do." Murasaki narrowed her eyes. "You got something to say?" She turned to Archer. "Archie?" "No," Archer whispered. "Angel's got a point. I mean, we at least have something to do while we wait for the teacher to get done with us." He checked his watch. "We got to go to cram school in a while." "I don't know, is it okay with your brother that you go to cram school?" a familiar voice said behind him. Rain stepped up to her two twin brothers and looked at them with a blank expression on her face. She checked her phone. "I'm going to take a personal day from cram school tonight." "Why?" "I got some work to do in my room." "A project." "You're not getting lazy, are ya, sissy?" Angel teased. Rain tilted her head. "Man, I forgot how you and Archer had opposite personalities." Archer tilted his head. "What do you mean slash?" "Tell me about it," Murasaki nodded. "Rain, if you have to finish up a project for school, get it done right away." "What?" Angel gasped. "You're letting her stay home from school?" "Why can't we stay home from cram school?" "Because Rain never takes a personal day, and if she does, I'm sure she has a good reason for doing so. You two just like playing hooky." Rain looked at them. "Have fun at cram school." When Archer and Angel got ready for cram school, Rain went up to her room and locked herself in. It's been 6 months since they moved into a bigger house to fit all the accompanying guests of the Yagami family, and each person got the privacy of their own room. With Masumi helping her mother set the table, Rain sat down and opened her computer. She took out the death note and laid it flat on the table. She runs her hands over the cover and hugs it close to her chest. It's been too long. Way too long. She scans around her room. "Gilth, Massey, is that you?" "Nothing." She turns back to the computer and begins looking into information concerning this mass stabber. She pulled up a picture of the mass stabber, a blurry photo taken of someone whose face is a little lit up from a camera flash. "If only I had my Shinigami eyes." She looks up publicly available information on this mass stabber. All she got out was that most of his targets were in a mall and they all consisted of high school redheads. Rain nodded her head a few times before searching for something. The dates always took place 2 weeks apart, and there had been 3 mass stabbings. The most recent one happened last night, so there were 13 days remaining. She searches for something else. In the intervals between each mall stabbing, she noticed that there were reports of homeowners found dead in the home, each one burned with hydrochloric acid. After doing a few more searches and learning of the houses that had been invaded, they were all 1 mile away from the mall that had been targeted. The homes would always be discovered 3 days prior to the mall stabbing. Looks like I found a pattern. She opens her notebook and runs her hand over the notebook pages. Where are you, Shinigami? She closes the notebook and stares into the darkness. December 24th, 2043. I'm Kira, Knight said before he could hesitate. I'm the god who has been killing people with heart attacks. Angel laughed. Nice one, Daddy. No, I'm serious, Knight insisted. I am Kira. If you don't believe me, then look behind you. The 3 children turned around and there were Gilth and Massey. They gasped and nearly jumped out of their skin. Gilth waved at their. Hi there, I'm Gilth. I'm a Shinigami and I like barbecue-flavored potato chips. And I happen to be your grandfather. Massey waved at them with a big smile on her face. My name is Massey and I'm your grandmother. Merry Christmas. I'm a Shinigami and I love strawberry sundaes. Normally, I don't like being called grandma because it makes me sound old, but it kinda grew on me. I swear, you 3 take after your father with his reddish blonde hair. Did you know that your mother and father are Kira? Yeah, they're Kira and they kill people and protect the innocent. Angel smiled slightly. Wow, are you a Grim Reaper? Massey flinches. Yeah. Wow, the last time I saw you, you were scared of me. Angel walks up to them and grabs Massey's hand. Massey reached down and picked him up. Whoa, Rain gasped, you're floating, Angel. Angel laughed before spreading his arms like an eagle. Massey twirled him around in the air before setting him down. Archer grabbed Angel and pulled him behind him, a scared look on his face. I won't hurt you, Ark, Massey reassured. How do you know my name? I can see your name and lifespan floating above your head. Lifespan? Rain furrowed her brows. You can see when we die? When do I die? Massey put her finger to her mouth in a shushing gesture. The minute we know when we're going to die will make it crazy for everybody. Archer looked back to his father. Are you Kira? I am, Knight nodded. Prove it. Knight smiled. With pleasure. Knight pulled out a computer containing all the necessary information about criminals like their names and pictures, and one by one, he wrote their names in the notebook. While there was no immediate result, he did something unexpected with the last criminal. He wrote a few details and paragraphs next to his name. 1 hour later, Knight turned on the television to the news channel. A criminal on Knight's computer was giving a salute, American soldier style, before he gets hit by a truck. Rain, Archer, and Angel gasped before Knight showed them the details he wrote in the notebook. Taco AI, during a robbery, he gives an American soldier salute before he walks straight into traffic and gets hit by a truck. Is that proof enough? Knight asked with a smile. Whoa, Rain gasps. Did you kill him? I did, Knight nodded before closing his notebook. I am Kira and I am the one protecting the world. Why are you doing this? To protect the world, make it safer for all 3 of you. He sits down on the couch. I wanted to show you guys because I wanted to let you know that your father cares for you. He will protect you from the world, from the bad people that plague this world. He sighs heavily. Unfortunately, there is something else that I must mention. I want the 3 of you to take over the family business one day. Why? Angel asked. I'm going to die one day, your mother is going to die one day. And if we die, then Kira dies too. Once Kira dies, the crime rate will rise and there's a higher chance of you guys being murdered by a serial killer. I don't want that to happen to you, any of you, which is why I have a choice for you. What? Archer asked curiously. We have 3 notebooks to spare and there happens to be 3 of you. I want the 3 of you to be the owner of these notebooks. I want the 3 of you to be Kira's successors. Rain's eyes widened. Kira's successors? Yes. When I die, The three of you will take over and make sure this world is a safe place for everybody. He closes his eyes tightly. I understand if you don't want to do this. If you want to forget all of this and pretend that it never happened, all I have to do is erase your memories. And I promise to never make you own a notebook against your will again. In what could only be described as a silent conversation between the three children, the children looked at each other, thoughts being exchanged without voicing them verbally. Their body language seemed to tell Knight that they were having conflicting thoughts with the clenching of their fists and rapid eye movement. They bared their teeth before closing their eyes. When they opened them 10 seconds later, the three of them looked at their parents. Yes, Rain answered first. Yes, what? Knight asked. We'll do it. We will take over for you when you die. We will be Kira and make this world a better place. Yeah, Archer smiled. We'll be real superheroes. Why yeah, Angel answered nervously. This isn't a game, Knight warned. You're going to be killing people. Bad people, Archer said enthusiastically. They deserve to die. Yeah, Angel hesitantly nodded. Be bad people. Is that what you want? Knight asked firmly. Are you ready to kill people? They're bad people, Rain declared unsurely. But I don't want Masumi or Mrs. Kagami to die. Or you to die, Daddy. Knight smiled. I'm proud of all three of you. Knight went into the bedroom and returned a few minutes later with 3 notebooks. After doing some kind of ritual involving giving up ownership of the notebook, Rain looked down at the ground. When she picked up the notebook, she held it close to her chest and faced her father. She smiled at him one more time before she permanently put on a blank facial expression. Archer was enthusiastic about getting his notebook and was inches away from killing someone right there when Angel stopped him. Eager to start already, Rain snarked, them killers sure start young. Shinigami Realm. So, what happened to these children's notebooks originally? Jintik asked. Why are you curious? If these kids were so eager to inherit these notebooks, then why are they no longer killing people? By the sounds of it, if they had their notebooks then they would most certainly keep killing. But they've gone dark, which could only mean one thing, they gave up ownership of their notebooks. Why? Was it part of some plan their father left behind? Who knows? Gilth shrugs casually. You never know with Knight Yagami. That boy always had some kind of ace up his sleeve and he always loved going over his plans. He practically made telling plans an art of his. Jintik narrowed his eyes. Do you miss Knight? Do I miss him? I do, Massey answered. I miss him every day. But I have a feeling we might see him soon. She looks at one of her empty strawberry sundae cups. But that might be wistful thinking. I miss him, Gilth assured. I miss him every day. It haunts me day in and day out how he died and how it was by my own hand. He looked at Jintik. And as for the children, on the other hand, they were well taken care of. Oh, do tell. Gilth smiles and thinks back to that day. November 1st, 2048. The Kagami household. I'm sorry for your loss, Gilth told the children. He will be missed. Yes, Massey sobbed. Knight and Iris both. Why didn't they tell us? Archer asked aloud while looking out the window. We had a right to know. Some things are better not knowing, Rain answered. But they still should have told us, Angel debated. We could have said goodbye to them and dash. Your parents said goodbye to you, Gilth reassured. That and your parents left me with a few instructions for you three. Rain looked at the Shinigami. What instructions? Before your parents died, they wanted us to collect your notebooks. They said that while they wanted you to take over as the gods of the new world, they also wanted you to recuperate emotionally while you did so. They asked us to collect the notebooks and leave. You'll lose all memories involving the notebook, but your memories of your parents will remain. Why? Archer asked. Why take away our notebooks? So by the time we return, you will have a chance to deal out justice. Crime rate is at an all-time low, and in order for Kira to make a comeback, there has to be crime. It won't be your guys' time to protect this world until every last tract of the Knight and Iris Kira are gone. Kira's third reign of terror, Rain whispered. Interesting. We will come back in a few years when everything has calmed down so that way when crime rates spike, you can start up Kira's third reign. It makes sense, Rain replied. I will lose my Shinigami eyes in the process, but I think it is worth it. After everything we've been through, we'll just forget it. Angel sobbed. I don't want to dash. It's not our first rodeo, Archer reminded him. And besides, with how many criminals there are, killing people with the notebook was getting boring. By the time we get the notebook back in a few years, we'll have 10 shitloads of criminals to kill. I'm going to miss killing those scumbags, but I'm all for it. Rain and Archer turned to Angel. Well, they both asked. Angel looked at the two nervously. Why yeah, I'm in. He turned to the Shinigami. I'm going to miss you, Grandma and Grandpa. No, you won't, Gilth shook his head. You won't remember us. Not one bit. But we promise to watch over you, Massey reassured. We promise. And we promise to come back in a few years. We'll see, Gilth said unsurely. Goodbye, Archer felt the tears coming. First Mommy and Daddy and now you. He wiped under his eyes before he embraced his Shinigami grandparents. Angel jumped off the bed and joined in on the group hug. Rain stood up and took out her cell phone. She joined in the group hug and angled her phone so that when she took the photo, it would look like the three siblings were hugging and not hugging some invisible force. Once she snapped the photo, she pocketed her cell phone before hugging her grandparents. It was a lot of fun, Gilth assured them. We had a lot of fun down here. We'll always watch over you and protect you, no matter what. And we love you. Massey sobs once more. Goodbye, Rain. Goodbye, Archer. Goodbye, Angel. Goodbye, the three grandchildren said simultaneously. And then, going by youngest to oldest, each one gave up ownership of all their notebooks. Gilth and Massey sprouted wings and flew upwards. Rain broke down crying and brought her siblings in for another hug. Something felt off all of a sudden for them to suddenly break out crying, but Rain didn't care. She remembers making a promise to her father before he died, and the promise makes her subconsciously bring her siblings in for a tighter hug. Huh, that's interesting. Jintik looked around him, looking like he lost something. Well, I hate to say it, but I have to get going. Gilth tilted his head. Oh, why? I dropped a couple of notebooks in the human world when I went down to get your snacks. Didn't your mother tell you to clean up after yourself? Massey teased. Must have slipped my mind, Mom. Gilth chuckles. Well then, you better go pick up your death notes unless you want to be attached to a couple of humans. You're right, Jintik nodded. Looks like I'm going down to the human world. Hold on, Massey ordered. She stepped down and approached the young Shinigami. She licked her hand before running it through his strawberry blonde hair. Have fun down there in the human world. That's right, Gilth laughed. Have fun, Jintik Hagme. I will. Jintik turns around and begins walking down the stairs. He looks over his shoulder one more time at Gitl and Massey. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, he is met by two female Shinigami, one with red hair and the other with black hair. I am so sorry, Risi and Yikiyuriyuro, but I have to get down to the human world, Gilth told them. I lost your notebooks down there. The one with the red hair named Risi held up a spare notebook. I'm covered. Me too, the black-haired Yikiyuriyuro answered. As much as I hate to admit it, it may take me a while before I can get your notebooks back. Take your time, Risi assured him, no rush. After all, we got plenty of humans to spare and kill. Not running out of lifespan today, Yiki added. Good. Jintik turned ahead and made a beeline toward the portal leading to the human world. He sprouted wings before flying down. With Rain. After finding a few pieces of information, Rain took out her cell phone and dialed up a familiar name. Who is this? Tezuka, Rain began. It's me, Rain Yagami. Holy shit, he gasped over the phone. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Has it really been 2 years since we last chatted? I'm afraid so. Why did you call me on my work cell? Because I have some information relating to that mass stabber. I've been searching up information that is currently publicly available and I found some interesting things. I wanted to share them with you if it's not too much trouble. Sure, but what got you involved? His victims are high school-age girls with red hair. Oh, I see. He clicks his tongue. Well then, by all means, share what you know. And Rain did just that. She told him about everything she found, about the mass stabbings and the houses being involved in the 2-week interval. After she finished, the phone conversation was already 7 minutes in. Thank you very much, Tezukatsuke. You've been very helpful. I look into this information. Thank you. No, thank you. And if you're ever looking for a job as a detective, you can always come work at the police station. I'm considering it. Well then, I guess I'll talk to you later, then. Later. Stay out of trouble and don't forget to wear your bulletproof vest. Duly noted. Rain hung up and set her phone aside while she was patiently for her siblings to return. Rain opened her eyes and looked over her shoulder. In the darkness of the room stood a monster of ugly proportion. Rain stares at the abomination before scoffing. Took you long enough. Jintik Hagme laughed. You knew I'd be here? Yes, Rain answered nonchalantly. I'm Rain Yagami, but I'm sure you already knew that with your Shinigami eyes. Correct, Jintik smiled smugly. I heard what you said to Tezuka on the phone, you're one smart cookie. No surprise there. She picks up her death note. Is this yours? Do you want it back? Nah, you can keep it. I heard the human world is interesting and I wanted to see the children of Kira himself. Rain stared at him, saying nothing before turning back to the desk. Nice head of hair. Jintik touched his hair. Thank you. He laughed giddily. Now then, we can wait for the twin brothers to show up, then we can dash. Get down to business? Rain finished with a question. Let me guess, you gave them a notebook too, didn't you? Oh, you know me too well. How ironic, considering we don't know each other. She folds her arms across her chest. Then again, maybe we do, considering that you just happened to drop the death note in a place you knew I would be at to pick up. If you got very unlucky, someone else could have picked up the notebook. I would have manipulated them into giving it to you, though. How kind of you. So, what are you trying to do with that mass stabber? Rain turned to the computer. This mass stabber is getting some publicity and notoriety. People are starting to notice him and how slippery he is. Slippery like soap. He is a stain on our country and the perfect way to introduce ourselves to the world once more. She checks her watch. My brothers should be getting home from cram school. I'll go over the rest of the plan with you when they get back. I'm eager and excited, Jintik chuckled. It is getting exciting already. About 30 minutes later, when the boys finished dilly-dallying with their friends, Archer and Angel came walking through the door to Rain's bedroom. Rain slowly turned towards them, rotating in her chair to meet their eye contact. Even though the lights were off, she could see the twins holding something in their hands. Death notes. Archer spoke first. It's been so long, he said with a smile and held up his notebook. Long time no see, Rain. You're a little late to the party, Rain replied and showed her notebook. And what about you, Angel? Angel nervously held his notebook out. Right here. Wow, Jintik spoke out, it's like a family reunion. Archer looked up and tilted his head. Huh, who are you? You're not Grandpa. No, I'm too young to be a grandfather. Don't count on it, a Shinigami is never too old, Rain snarked. True, Jintik smiled. My name is Jintik Hagme and it is an honor to be attached to the three of you. And why is that? Archer asked suspiciously. You pick us on purpose because, why? Because you guys are Kira's children. I thought the plan was for Grandma and Grandpa to come back. Angel questioned. They're tied up in their business as the new Shinigami King and Queen, Jintik explained. So you're stuck with me for the time being. We can live with that, Rain shrugged. If I can survive being stuck with Archer and Angel, I can survive being stuck with you. I don't know about you surviving being stuck with Archangel, on the other hand. Jintik laughed. I knew you were the funny one, you and Archer. Rain turned towards her siblings. Did you use the notebook already? Before today, yes. Today, no, Archer answered. Good, Rain nods. Because I have a plan for making a Kira comeback. That mass stabber? Archer questioned. I didn't know you feared for your life so much. Yes, of course, I fear for my life. You don't know what it is like to be a defenseless girl, helpless to do anything when there's a serial killer on the run. She narrows her eyes. No, it's worse, he's a mass stabber which makes him a mass murderer. Wait, Jintik interrupted, you guys are still going to go through with continuing Kira's legacy? Why? I mean, like, why? Are you asking why we're continuing Kira's legacy? Rain asked nonchalantly. Jintik rolled his eyes. No, I was asking what color my eyes were. I like you already, a smartass and another smartass always have a lot in common. She leans back in her chair. We are going to continue Kira's legacy because it is on the orders of our father. For you, maybe, Archer rebutted, but I like killing people, especially those who deserve it. He winces suddenly. I can't believe how weak I've gotten ever since I started high school. Back then, I used to be a bully and now, I was a coward mindlessly obeying whatever Angel was telling me to do. And I was really mean, Angel said regretfully. And you, Rain, you were practically the same, just a little more emotional. Rain tilted her head. Don't worry my confused brothers, we have plenty of years to cringe. Jintik turned towards Angel. What about you, little one? Why do you wish to continue Kira's legacy? The eldest and youngest sibling seems to be doing it out to follow orders and have fun, but what about you? Angel looked up nervously at the Shinigami and rubbed the back of his head. Because I want to. And why do you want to do so? Well, because I just want to. If my siblings are going to reign as Kira, then I will help them. Besides, someone has to watch out for Archer and as his older twin it should be me. Oh, so you're doing this out of family loyalty and to look after your younger brother. Yes. He could be in danger and I could help him. Or if there's a bad man he's trying to kill but can't, I can use my voice-changing ability to draw out an enemy. Oh, I forgot about that. He looks at Rain. Your older sister is the master at hiding her emotions and on the other hand, Archer is reckless and aggressive but excels at improving on the spot and Angel over here can manipulate anyone with his voice alone. And that's why we make a good team. Rain turns back to her desk and runs her hands over the notebook one more time. Archangel, take a seat on the bed and I'll explain what my intentions are. Archer and Angel sit down on Rain's bed and wait patiently to hear what their sister has to say. That mass stabber on the news, they managed to capture a picture of him but it was blurry and not good for using the death note. Since he's gaining such notoriety and recognition, we're going to use him to let the entire world that Kira has returned. I've been looking up a few things that have been happening in the 2-week interval during this stabber's stabbing and I found one thing that stuck out. There always happen to be homeowners killed and bodies melted away with hydrochloric acid. They always happened a mile or two away from the mall of the stabbing and I figured that this is something worth looking into. I gave the police a heads up but I left something out. Archer stood up. You already have the location of the next house? No, I have an idea how to find him before the cops do. But this working all depends on the cooperation of our Shinigami. Rain looks at Jintik. You want to see the true power of the Kira children, then if you can help us, we'll provide you with whatever you like to eat. Jintik laughed. Sure, whatever you say. But don't be expecting me to do everything. Otherwise dash. It wouldn't be fun and it would make us look lazy. No need to worry about that. Rain opens her computer. After all the research I've been doing, I can safely say that I found a connection to all of the homeowners dying. I can tell you what type of houses they were and the kind of neighborhood. She turns to Jintik. Jin, if you can help us out, then it would be beneficial to all of us. If I have to search every house in the neighborhood. No. Only the one-story houses with one car. It may seem like a lot, but all you have to do is fly through the neighborhood and phased into their houses. Once you believe you have found the killer, then come back here with their address. Then, watch work our magic. Okay then, if you say so, but I swear that I dash. Also, are you in the mood to lengthen your lifespan just slightly? Jintik smiled. You want to trade for the Shinigami eyes? Yes. Angel got up. Wait, Rain, you already traded for the Shinigami eyes. If you do that again, then dash. I'm well aware of what could happen, but I'd rather take that risk than you two. Ah, Big Sis does have a heart, Archer teased. Are you sure? Jintik asked. Do you want to cut your half lifespan in half again? Yes, Rain nodded with hesitation. October 29th, 2050. When Tenko Taiken was sharpening his knife, something suddenly felt off. And it wasn't the fact that his knife felt sharper and even deadlier in his hands, but the fact that his keen senses were alerting him of something. He couldn't put his finger on it, but it suddenly seemed like the neighborhood outside the front door had gone quiet, maybe a little too quiet. And what was more suspicious was the fact that there was some kind of blogger or vlogger hanging around the same house across the street from him for the past few hours. He figured that he might be getting B-roll footage for a real estate deal that was about to go down, but even so, something still felt a bit off. When he got a closer look at the person through the window in the front of the house, he saw something familiar in this vlogger. He had done time with this vlogger in jail, not prison. He remembers him. He was the guy arrested for vandalism before getting bailed out. It looks like he got some kind of job or hobby of some kind, but he wasn't buying a single second of it. That's when he suddenly jumped up when he felt his cell phone ring in his back pocket. He takes out his phone and checks. A call from an unverified number. He decides to answer it regardless. Hello? What's up? A deep voice came through. What's up? Who the hell is this? Your guardian angel. I'm watching you from above? Tenko Taiken narrowed his eyes and looked out the window. He couldn't see anything in the sky, no plane nor a drone of any kind. For the love of God, who the hell is this? Your guardian angel, bitch. I come to deliver a message for you, asshole. What? I'm your guardian angel, bitch. And there are cops coming for you right now. Tenko Taiken blinked a few times. What? You're not as slippery as butter as you pretend to be, bub. Who the hell are you? How did you get this number? I'm your guardian angel, bitch. You're going down, you fucking broken record. The voice switches to a high-pitched voice. Oh, but I am anything but a broken record, dear. The voice now sounded like that of a woman. I'm nothing but a young and helpless woman. Please have mercy on me and my red hair. Red hair, he gasped into the phone. Checkmate, bitch, the deep voice came back. Tenko Taiken looked out the window and saw several police cars pull up. Oh shit. He quickly hid his knife and he quickly ran out the back door. Climbing into the backyard of the neighbor's house over the fence, he runs through, breaking the screen door open before donning his hood and walking out the front door. When he gets into the driveway, the cops pull up at his original house and they kick open the doors, their guns armed. The cops that stayed behind spotted Tenko as he was talking away and they called out to him. Hey, you, one of them shouted. Get your ass back here, the cop demanded. We got some questions to ask you. Tenko turned on his heels after taking a deep breath and walked up to the cops. Can I help you, officers? He asked in a polite voice he gained over the years through decades of practice. Do you happen to know the neighbor of this house? Tenko looks at the house. I did. Why, is something wrong? He pretends to gasp. Did something happen to him? Why do you ask? I've been smelling some strong fumes coming from the inside of his house recently. I thought maybe it was a home improvement project he was working on, and whenever I knock to check on him, he never answers. That's concerning, the officer said. Well, hopefully, it's nothing we can't handle. I'm sure that. Thump. The officer's eyes go wide. Sir, what's going on with you? Tenko Taiken clutched his chest before taking out a knife. The officer drew his gun before Tenko fell to the ground. Holy shit, the officer cursed. I need an ambulance down here, now, he said into his radio. He withdrew his gun and kicked the knife away before checking for a pulse. He found none. Oh my god, he just dropped dead. Just like. He gasps. No, he can't be back. The officers who went into the house came back, waving their hands in their faces as if to ward off an awful smell. Sir, the first officer began, we found a body inside. Dissolved into a liquid completely with hydrochloric acid. And we found traces of blood in the trash. I'm sorry to say, but it looks like he stops when he sees the dead Tenko Taiken. Oh my god, is that him? The vlogger across the street who managed to capture Tenko Taiken's face on his camera suddenly turned the camera on himself and his face contorted into pain. He clutched his chest before collapsing to the ground and dying. Floating 50 feet above the ground, invisible to all with a phone and toy walkie-talkie that had been implanted in his stomach, Jintik laughed before flying off into the distance, chuckling to himself and clapping his hands. Well, it looks like the Yagami children really are an interesting lot. With Rain. Rain closes her Shinigami eyes and turns to the Shigami in the room with her. You've done well, Jintik. Because of you, everything has gone exactly as according to plan. Jintik tilted his head. What was the plan again? Please tell me so I can be odd. He reached into his stomach and pulled out the cell phone and walkie-talkie. Rain rested her chin on her fist. After having you phase a camera into your stomach and then snapping photos of all the houses we told you to find, we would look at the names with my Shinigami eyes, cross-reference them to all employees in the region that have a career in dealing with hydrochloric acid, and then look at reports of people who have gone missing in the same area. That would have taken some time, but because you snapped a photo of a melted body, we found our victim quickly. After that, we use a criminal with ties to vlogging and the internet, and we manipulate him into showing up near the suspect's house, and then, using the cell phone, we manipulate him into getting rid of a toy walkie-talkie that won't be traced. We have Angel call in the stabber, give him a heads up, and then get him to come outside. After that, we kill him while the vlogger is streaming for everyone to see, then kill the vlogger. Archer smiles. The world watching the vlogger's stream now know that Kira is back. How did I do? Angel asked, putting the toy walkie-talkie down. Did I do good? You were perfect, Angel, Archer reassured. Wow, Jintik laughed once more. I was right in making you guys the new Death Note owners. Looks like it is time for you guys to start Kira's third reign. Yes, Rain nodded. First, it was our grandfather, Light Yagami. Then it was our father, Knight Yagami. And now, it's our turn. When the sun sets, the moon will come out. When the moon sets, the one will come out, Jintik said. It looks like Kira will forever be a cycle, and when one goes down, another will replace him. Yes, Rain nearly hissed. And now that the world knows that Kira is back, Angel began, what should we do? We should start cleaning up the world and scrubbing the scum off the streets, Angel suggested enthusiastically. Yes, Rain nodded. She took out a pencil and opened her notebook. Let's get started, shall we? October 31st, 2050. The time for Kira's return had come at last. Rain, Archer, and Angel set up a desk for all three of them to write, and they began killing criminals. Without hesitation from any of them, they thrust their pens and pencils to the paper and began writing as many names as fast as they can, as hard as they could. Their eyes widened and their hearts pumped in their chests as they comprehended the fact that people were dropping dead of heart attacks. There were people screaming all over the globe, and while they may not hear their cries and pleas of help, it brought them joy, at least to Archer, that they were all dying right then and there. Angel slashed his pen across the page and a criminal fell over the roof. Archer slashed his pen in the opposite direction and a criminal gets hit by a car. Rain calmly slashes her pencil up a page and several inmates drop dead in prison. After 1 hour passes, they flip through several more pages until they get to a blank one and start over. We, Angel began, are the gods. Archer continued. Of the new world, Rain finished. The end. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and being part of this experience. I'll see you in the next series. Peace.